That's the scene. Good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol. Day 2 of Gloucestershire against Durham. A thoroughly good day yesterday for the 700 or so who were here and decided that a Thursday was a good day to take off to come to the ground to get some cricket. With the decent weather, they were well rewarded. 393 for 9 Durham at the close. A century for Graham Clark, first one since 2017. No wonder he was joyous about it afterwards. But that's the sort of day, Dan, where, morning by the way, some sides would have ended up with 290 or 310 out of that day, but Durham were positive with a capital P, weren't they?
Yeah, I thought they were very positive. I thought it was two very good cricket sides having a go at each other and trading blow for blow. You know, Gloucestershire went at Durham early on. I mean, they had them 2-1-4 for 5. And you've got to credit Clark and Delada, the way they batted, because they saw them through to, 3-3-8, and then Gloucestershire bounced back at the end of the day. And I thought it was two really good sides going at each other properly. It was really good quality cricket.
And the pitch helped. There was a little bit in it for the bowlers early on, and certainly Zafar late on, especially with the new ball, or the newish ball, probably only 8 overs old, got a little bit out of it, which will have influenced, I'm sure, Ajaz Patel's thinking when he comes to bowl later on for Durham. So we're going to be with you obviously live on the stream from 11 o'clock, but if you missed yesterday, here's a brief up sum of what happened. Here is Singdale to Michael Jones, who's bowled. very, very fine down the leg side from Borthwick, and he's got 4 for it. That
and gets driven for 4 through the offside by Alex Lees. Lovely shot there. And that's cut away. That's 4 runs backward a square. Just having a little look. Here he comes in, and that's short and wide and crunched through the offside. And that's 4 more to Borthwick. So that's an over of, what, 3 boundaries? Here's Zaffer from the pavilion end. And Lees goes straight after him. 1, 2 bounces and slaps into the fence.
and short and chopped into the hands of Zafar Gahar at backward point. Lees can't believe he's done that. So far that's clipped into the leg side. That may go all the way for 4. Matt Taylor's on the chase and it will just beat him deep backward square to the rope.
Here's Taylor going around the wicket now, and Beddingham, that was in the air. That wasn't far away from Miles Hammond.
Ajit Singh Dale to continue the attack from the Ashley Down road end, and that will be Borthwick's 50. He's punched it past Marcus Harris. It's chasing up towards the boundary at wide mid-on. It will go, will it? It will, for 4, and Borthwick brings up his 50 from 73 balls.
Singh Dale. Oh, and that's in the air, and that's exactly what we were speaking about just then. Borthwick's got to be careful.
Competitive young kid.
That's in the air, and Beddingham has gone for 40.
Singdale in bright sunshine, in again to Clark. That's driven down the gun. That's a lovely shot. That's gun barrel straight to Robinson again. That's down the gun. That'll be 4 more. So Graham Clark's played a nice shot down the ground. Zafar Gahar is hit aggressively, straight, and for 6.
Into Robinson, that's cracked through the offside. He's played that shot once earlier when Marcus was with us, and he's crashed it away through the gap in the covers once more.
Zafar in, and Clark goes over the top, and that is going to go all the way. That's 6 runs.
Akhtar, slightly sort of rocking sort of run. He's getting driven a bit, and that will be 4 more. That's again well timed by Robinson.
Getting the Sparrowhawk out, Ian, I tell you, I've had enough of it. Oh, and that's caught behind. Bracey, that's a bottom edge. That's a good catch there.
Akhtar to Deleda, and he's punched that. He's found the gap. He can. That's tossed him a bit hard. It's gone sharply past Hammond down towards the boundary at third man. It will go for 4. He's come back into it now. That's in the air, but it's safe. And Zafar's a bit angry there because that's released the pressure we were talking about.
Yeah. That's short and wide outside the off stump, and that's crunched away for 4 runs there.
James Bracey is up there.
Zafar over the wicket, and that's swept nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's 50 for Graham Clark.
Charlesworth in, down the leg, so very fine from Deleda. That will be 4. It's Clark's best score of the season, and that's 4 more. He's picked that off. He can bowl the Yorker. He does pitch it up, and Deleda's worked it past Josh Shaw. This is going to be his half century. Shaw will chase it. They'll take 2, and that's all there will be. But here is Shindale in, and that's forced down the ground once more by Clark. He may get 4 for that. Shaw's given up the chase.
Top.
And Zafar has struck. It could be close though, and it's LBW. Zafar again round the wicket. And Clark works it into the leg side. That's going to be it. And the leap of joy says everything. 6 years since he's last made a first-class 100 for maximum batting points, and there's an LBW call and he's gone.
That's a great, what a catch! Miles Hammond! And that completes a really, really good day's cricket here.
But Durham will start tomorrow. They need 7 for another batting point. So a full day yesterday, 393 for 9. Durham having won the toss. 4 wickets there for Zafar Gohar, who really pulled things back, having, I think the stat was he had none for 47 off his first 8 overs. So to end up with 4 for 104 was good recovery from him. And you saw at the end Zaman Akhtar's first-class wicket, that of Matthew Potts. He was used in shorter spells earlier in the day, had a longer bowl later on, and we spoke to him at the close.
Okay, so man, Durham in the day, 393 for 9. You really did well to get it back there at the end.
Yeah, I think there was a stage in the middle where it looked like they could have got away from us, but we did really well. Zaf bowled really well in the middle, got those key wickets at the right times. We're well in the game, get that wicket early in the morning, and then get right at it with the bat, because a lot of value for runs out there with the bat.
You spoke about Zaf a little bit there. He got his 4 wickets, but you, on a personal note, absolute congratulations on firstly making your debut and also getting your first professional wicket for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, thank you. It's almost felt like it never come at one stage. Drop catch, a couple close shouts, but you know, I've got to keep going. I can't let my head get down. Buzzing, thanks to Hamo with his lovely catch. Yeah, really happy with it.
Brilliant. And I know you weren't part of the other squads, but it must be so good to have a full day's cricket here in Bristol with the sun out.
Yeah, it's weird. Been, what is it, second week in May, and it's my first actual day of play starting on time. So yeah, it'll be good to actually get a full game in. Like, the ground's perfect, outfield's lovely, and the pitch is playing lovely as well.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, you think it could be good conditions for batting, you hope?
Yeah, hopefully we try to get that wicket nice and early and then get stuck in with the bat, because as we've seen today, if you pierce the gaps, and it flies away on this outfield.
Congratulations and all the best.
Cheers, thank you.
Am I allowed to jump in very quickly? Go on,
Of course, mate.
Terrific catch. Terrific catch.
and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Well, there's the scene this morning. Players just heading down the pavilion steps. Will be underway promptly at 11 o'clock. We've got some schools in this morning. Pete Lamb's going to join us during the first session from the community setup here at Gloucestershire. There was a previous schools day. I think it was one of the days against Sussex. It was the day when play didn't start until 10 to 2. And I thought, because the thing with the schools day is they've got to get back to school by the scheduled closing time. So I think they watched about 20 minutes cricket and then had to leave. And the most difficult thing, if we're explaining cricket to a 9-year-old, is why it's sunny and there's no play going on.
Yeah, but look, today it's sunny. We've got the weather, we've got the pitch, we've got a fantastic game of cricket, and those kids should have a great day. And what the community team are doing here is a wonderful initiative. As for the cricket out here, there are subplots within this game. There are Iliads in the fables, shall we say. And Durham needs 7 points for another batting point.
No,
seven runs, sorry. 7 runs for another batting point. Sorry, 7 runs. 7 runs for another batting point.
Do they declare at that stage? Is Ryan Campbell that aggressive that he'd say, we might need 10 overs later on?
No, because they've still got a chance of getting 450, so they could still get an extra.
They could, but
batting point.
I just float that out. I just float that out for you.
Yeah, it's a moot point, Ian. I get where you're coming from, but I think, I don't see much.
The forecast for the rest of the match is good. There is an outside chance we might catch a random shower later on today, but overall, particularly over the weekend, the forecast is excellent. So really, it's going to be a proper contest, and that's all you want, isn't it? Out of 4-day cricket. So the last pair for Durham in the first innings, Paul Coghlan and Ajas Patel, will resume. Coghlan has 24 and Patel has 5. Given Zafar Gahar's joy with the hard new ball last night, or the newish ball last night, would you be half tempted to have him open from one end this morning?
Well, Ajas or Zafar? Zafar, yeah. I mean, I'd continue bowling him. I think this wicket is receptive to spin, and I think, I would continue to bowl him. It'd be interesting to see when Ajas Patel comes into the attack for Durham, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him on, sort of maybe give Potts and Rain a burst for 10, 12 overs and then possibly throw the ball to him and let's see if he can get any grip out on the surface.
Well, they obviously part of Durham's start to the season has been through the efforts of Matthew Kuhneman, who would still be here if he wasn't injured, and that's why Patel was signed as a replacement.
Yeah. I'm going to come on to an email we had yesterday from Jacqueline Forsyth, who's a lovely lady, watches the stream regularly, and she's going to take us to task.
You and me?
Yes, both of us. We're in trouble. Sorry, Jacqueline. She thoroughly enjoyed yesterday's streaming and good cricket. It was a fine example of a good county game, and it seemed to be a strange Gloucestershire team with some new names, but they did well, and we should be optimistic. However, I'm about to take you to task over 1 or 2 of your comments yesterday. This love affair with the North East should stop now, or you will begin to alienate some of the Shire faithful like me. I spent 10 happy years living in Alnwick and watched Durham play at the Riverside on many occasions. We know that it's God's own country and all that, but let's fly the flag for Bristol today. As for the food, I might send you the recipe for pan haggerty and stotty cake later today if I have time. Finally, Ian, Northumbria is not a county but a police administrative authority and other administrative districts. The name of the county north of Newcastle is Northumberland. My partner George is a Northumbrian, born in Alnwick and not a Geordie. He's now a member of Gloucestershire, but Durham is our second favourite county, which is why this match is so enjoyable for us. We shall be there tomorrow in the Clifton Suite and would love to see you. I will bring cake. Jacqueline, lovely email. We try and be fair to both sides, and we enjoy are interactions with people watching from both sides. So, but we will fly the flag for Bristol. So, warning me, babbers.
Yes, and the thing about that part of the northeast, for me in particular, is that the accent is very soft. It doesn't have that harsher accent which you get from the Geordies. Anyway, enough of that. Umpires are on their way. Mark Newell and Surendaran Shanmugam, and Gloucestershire looking to nip out this last wicket quickly. And for Durham, their first port of call is to try and get the 7 they need for batting point number 4. And it will be from the Ashley Down road end, Ajit Singh Dale to open up. Probably deserved more than his 2 wickets yesterday, actually. And he got Michael Jones early with a ball that Jones left and did not expect to swing as late as it did. Shoulders, arms, and saw his stumps splattered. And then he got Scott Borthwick with a sharp catch from Miles Hammond. Borthwick having been dropped previously, but it was looking dangerous when he got it when he was out. So
yeah, Ajaz Patel, first class average 14, not the worst for a number 11.
No, and he's going to face the first ball of the day. The Schools are just making their way in, and here is Singhdale then, and Patel pulls that to deep square. It's a tumbling stop by Ben Charlesworth, and that will just add 1 to the total. Paul Coghlan is with him. Surprised he batted as low in the order as he did, actually, Coghlan, but I have to say that fair play to Deleda. He fully justified himself batting at 7.
Yeah, he did. Coghlan can bat though. He got 100 against Worcestershire last year, and he'd have been had a lot more impact on the game. He's had a lot of back injuries during his career.
Now this looks an increasingly good pitch, and here is Singhdale just with the 1 slip. That's down the leg side. He's asking about a little feather on that, but umpire Shanmugam is not interested. James will put our email address up at the end of the over just to remind you how you can get in touch with us during the commentary. Always welcome your input. It can lead the conversation in the day in many different directions.
Oh yes. But we're flying the flag for Bristol today.
I think Dan is just grinning like a Cheshire cat at the thought of cake tomorrow. Here is Singhdale coming in towards us in our commentary position, which is up in the pavilion. But obviously you have the view from behind the bowler at both ends. And that field is pretty well spread already here.
What's a West Country cake? Apple cake, isn't it?
Or any sort of cake, Dan,
yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Third man, long leg, deep backward square, deep point, 4 out for Singhdale. And Coghlan squeezes a single out on the offside, a comfortable one. Chris Dent's got a big area to patrol there in the covers. And the setup work is continuing for the T20, so you might just get a little bit of drilling in the background today. I hope that doesn't interfere too much, but then if you're working, of course, then you'll have the volume quite low anyway. Singhdale around the wicket to Ajaz Patel. Oh, he almost got a bottom edge on that. Could easily have dragged that on. Tried to pull it away into that gap on the leg side.
You went to Worcester, didn't you? This year?
I had a day. Sorry, when
this
did
year?
This year I've been to. I had I've had 2 days at Worcester this year.
Yeah, the cake in the Ladies Pavilion, there's
Yes,
one to behold, I believe.
Yes, so the call always goes out at 2:45.
Right.
The Ladies Pavilion Worcester is open for tea and cake. The stampede follows. Patel, bat very highly raised and gets that almost on the full toss out on the offside, but no power in that. And it's fielded by Zafar Gahar, end of the first over of the morning. And with this ball taken as soon as it could be at 80 overs, so it's 17 overs old, and we are going to see Zafar straight away. How about that?
Yeah. The cake has gone up though. I believe it's like $2.50 a slice now. It used to be £1 a slice for lemon cake, and
we had.
I expected to see our producer James Healy sitting on the steps of it, covered in crumbs.
I think we had a slice of Bakewell tart on the day I was there. Yeah, that was that was welcome. So here is Zafar Gahar then, straight into it. So he's got 4. He'll fancy his chances of picking up another 5 for here.
Maybe they were £1, and the ones at $2.50 were Madeira cake. I'll get my coat. I'm off. I've been sacked. I'm out of here. Zafar Gahar's going to take us away from the pavilion end. 3.95 for 9.
If you think you can be Dan's comedy writer, by the way, you can email us with any material.
I was told by a young lady from Durham that I should be in Vera yesterday, which apparently has got a reputation for appalling northeast accents. So yeah. Coughlin's on to 26. Patel on to 6. Zafar Gahar throwing the ball, spinning it from hand to hand as he does. Can he weave his magic? Oh, that's gone up in the air. Charlesworth was interested there.
Dropped a long way. Actually dropped on the cut strip, so
yeah,
it's a long way short of him.
Zafar over the wicket, and Patel dances down the track and pushes him for a languid single into the covers where there's a gap.
Just to sort of give you a bit more colour on that community day that the club are holding. I'll do that after this over, actually, from Zafar.
Here he comes in, throws that one up. Pleasant drive, can only find Chris Dent at extra cover. Jack Taylor at first slip, Ben Charlesworth at second, waiting for that edge. That's well bowled. Squares cockling up a little bit.
Do you see any reason why Durham, if they bat the 110 overs, would then bat on after that if these two are still there? I don't.
That's swept into the mound stand. That's 6 runs, and that brings up Durham's 4th batting point. 403 for 9. Do I see them? No, it's still the first inning. Still a long way to go in this game. I think they'll try and get whatever they can.
So you would think if they get to 450, they keep going.
Yeah, I think so, because there's our email address. Drop us a line. Yeah, I think so, because I mean, say Gloucestershire respond with 550, for instance.
It's going to be a draw.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen.
You know, but what Durham don't want is an awkward sort of last day. So I think they'll just keep going. They put themselves in a position where they, you know, they can take some time out of the game if they need to.
Right, umpire Newell's just come off the playing area to go and search for a ball, I think, because he needs to look in the box. That other ball either has been damaged or they can't find where it's gone, and therefore umpire Shun move. And this is quite a new ball too, so someone's found it. the usual trouble at a club ground on a Saturday has been sorted out here at BS7. So just to say that Pete Lamazay is going to join us a little bit later on. There are 12 schools here today, so something like 300 children. They'll visit the museum as well as having a go on the recreation wall, and of course watching some of the cricket as well. Over 75% of those attending will be watching professional cricket for the first time. So real experience for them and a lovely day on which to do it. So Singdale from the Ashley Down Road end to Ajas Patel, and he's pulled that. I say he's pulled that. He's went to pull it, and it's taken. In the end, not by Bracey. It's gone flying past him.
Bracey was going down the leg side. He's got some glove on it, and it's gone. And
initially, I thought that he hadn't hit it, and that Bracey had taken it one-handed. And in fact, he's got the merest deflection, and it's gone past the dive of Bracey and all the way to the rope. And Matt Taylor's got to go and retrieve the ball now. So again, it comes back to Durham's approach yesterday. They're prepared to play shots, aren't they, these two? I mean, I suppose with 400 on the board, it's a position where they have... Oh, what's happened here? Ajas Patel's taken his glove off. So that's clearly hurt him, I think, there.
It's his right hand, though, and he's a left-arm bowler. So this partnership now worth 33, and it's starting to becoming a little bit of a thorn in Gloucestershire's side.
Umpire's just having a chat. The over situation looks like that's +3 to me. So Gloucestershire well up on the overs position.
They should be. Zafar
after
got through
yesterday.
Yeah, Zafar got through what, 26, 27 overs.
Yeah, it was a long ball yesterday. Split up. He was given a bit of aggressive treatment earlier in the day, but really pulled the figures round. And Patel having been
There's the kids.
Seen to by the physio.
There's the children on your screen, here for the day. Hope they have a fantastic day. And if you can get just one of those interested in the game of cricket, Pete Lamb and the community team have had a result.
So Patel restored to something like full health, clips out into the leg side. There's no single there. Straight to Chris Dent, who probably mentally is already thinking about batting, isn't he? He's preparing himself.
Yeah.
With the knowledge that he could be, effectively, he could be 10 minutes from batting. Wicket falls next. He's got to anticipate the wicket falls next ball, every ball at this stage. Durham, remember, they've got another 11 overs after this to get to 450 if they can. That will be for the last batting point. Patel in, and that's off the bottom. Singdale in. That's off the bottom of Patel's bat, and up to Zaman Akhtar at mid-on. Something of a relief, I think, for him to get his wicket late yesterday when he got Matty Potts out.
Deserved it as well. I mean, he had a very good shout for LBW against David Beddingham. That would be a decent first class wicket, wouldn't it?
Yes, it was a tight call, that. Here again is Singdale, cut away by Patel this time. Straight to Josh Shaw, didn't need to move, therefore his throw will keep them down to a single, and Hammond trots away now to the deep square leg boundary with Coghlan back on strike. Pitch looks paler. I mean, we had a nice sunny day yesterday. That pitch looks paler than it did at 11 o'clock yesterday, Dan, doesn't it?
Certainly does. A bit like me, Ian.
Yeah, but we won't go into why that might be.
No.
Coghlan just takes a single out to Charlesworth at deep point. Yeah, you were on the Twitter very early this morning, I noticed.
I was up nice and early. I only went out, I had 2 beers. I was up nice and early this morning, up in my country abode.
You
the cockerel woke me up, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yes. He could well end up as my Sunday lunch if he's not careful, I tell you.
409 for 9 in the 99th. Singdale is staying around the wicket. Patel chops that away as out to Hammond, and that hoik of a blow from Coughlin has been the most aggressive shot so far, but these two haven't looked in undue trouble, even against a newish ball. And that, I suppose, ought to be comforting to the Gloucestershire batters, apart from anything else.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Gloucestershire, if Gloucestershire want to win this game, they need to take a wicket now and put 550 on the board and leave Durham an awkward Sunday. Zafar over the wicket to Patel, who plays that into the offside. He's going to get 2 there. He's placed that one quite nicely. So if they can get, say, 140, 150 lead, they would leave Durham, you know, facing a really awkward Sunday.
And that would be a similar situation that they had at Derby last week, actually.
Zafar to Patel, who's going to take a quick single, and they scamper through. For Durham, they'll want to bowl Gloucestershire out for 200, 220. They probably won't make them follow on because that's not the fashion these days, is it?
Gives the bowlers a breather.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you like a follow on? You a follow on man? Or?
I tend to think actually that there is some merit now in, say, unless time is really a problem, where you just don't have enough time to bat again, there is merit in just going for a crash for 40 overs.
Yeah. Zafar throws this one up. Coughlin drives to Miles Hammond at long off for an easy single. Steve Hannam's been on the email. Morning, Steve. Today is a massive opportunity for the Gloucestershire batsmen to prove the doubters wrong in regards to scoring first innings runs. It's been the nemesis for a very long time now. Until they sort this out, they'll never progress, in my opinion. Well, yeah, it's... oh, that's well bowled by Zafar. Left alone by...
So can I credit our friend Ed Seaborn here? I think actually the stat isn't his, but it was through him I heard it.
Zafar in, and that's gone through Patel. Inside edge down to Ajit Singh Dale on the 45. I thought it bowled him actually. Oh, it might be is that an old bye?
I think so. I don't think he's touched that.
There he's forward there. Bracey's round quickly, cuts off the single. 414 for 9. Patel 16, Coughlin 34. So go on, Ed Seaborn.
So I think his stat was that since the start of last season, Gloucestershire have made a higher score in the second innings than the first. So this is the 6th match. 14 out of the 19 games they've played.
Well,
I think that was the stat. So it just shows that they second innings runs much higher than first innings runs. Singdale still striving for this last wicket. Coughlin puts that way onto the offside, gathered again by Dent. So last season they got 26 batting points. Now that was in the first division, I get that. Durham, who were 6th in the second division, got 41. And that shows the difference. And in fact, Leicestershire, who were bottom of the second division, also got 26 batting points last year. I don't think anybody got less than that, got fewer than that. Here is Singdale in, or Coughlin just about digs that out. Bowling points weren't a problem by and large.
Yeah.
And do you think there'd be enough in the attack to take enough wickets unless it's really, really flat this season. I think a good spinner like Zafar makes a big difference, isn't it? It's not as if you're just bowling the quicks all day with little variety. It's important to have that. Coghlan waits and driven down the ground off Singdale. That's a good shot. It's going very straight. It's going all the way for 4 up towards the apartments at the Ashley Down Road end, and nothing wrong with that shot.
Very nice shot.
Graham Clark played a couple of those yesterday, and this could not have been much straight. Look how close it is to the stumps. Just a punch down the ground.
The outfield here, I would suggest it might be one of the quickest in the country.
And that straight boundary in particular is quite short, so you get full value at that end. Coghlan smacks that away through the covers. That's 4 more out towards the scoreboard at extra cover. Nothing that Charlesworth could do about that, and a spectator in a grey jacket's just thrown him the ball back.
Yeah, that's a nice shot as well. That wasn't even a half volley. He's just played that on the up, off the back foot.
Yes, actually there was no foot movement at all though. He didn't even adjust the back foot at all to change his balance. It was just the hand-eye coordination was really good. Coghlan on to 42.
Durham 28 points away from another batting point.
Singdale on Coghlan's side, he's going to steer that down to third man. Matt Taylor's down there, and they'll pick up 1. So apart from Clark's 100, Delada made 65, Borthwick made 53, and this is now the 4th other score of 40 or more in this Durham card.
Many hands make light work.
Sorry, the 3rd score of 40 or more. There's a 38 as well. Just Patel squeezes that out of the offside, but that's covered by Zafar Gahar. So Singdale started the day with 2 for 73 from 19 overs. He now has 2 for 91.
Ajaz Patel, 34 years old now. He moved from Mumbai to New Zealand when he was 8 years old. As we said yesterday, he's one of only 3 bowlers to take 10 wickets in an innings. Jim Laker, the famous one, that famous test match at Old Trafford, and Anil Kumble was the other one as well. Patel took 14 in that game. He took 10 for 119 and then 4 for 100. And his 14 for 220, whatever it was. The best figures ever against India. He also took 5 wickets on debut against Pakistan. Here's Zafar bowling to Coghlan. Defended. And he's on his 3rd county now. He's had little stints at, only brief stints at Glamorgan and at Yorkshire. And he was a seamer up until his sort of 20s. But being only 5'6", he said I had to try something different if I wanted to make it. That's wiped away there by Coghlan, who's picked Zafar up again into the mound stand. And that's 6 more to the total.
He's had 2 clean hits this morning.
Yeah.
I know that's not the longest boundary on that side of the ground for this match. The pitch is quite a good way across the square.
Yeah.
But it's not a short hit.
No. He looks like he's barely striking the ball as well. He's just sort of picking him up, isn't he? Here's Zafar. See if he's got an answer. That's chopped away, square the wicket, and that is 50. Paul Coghlan. 43 balls, well batted. And in that he has
7 4s and 2 6s by my recollection.
Yeah. Yeah, he's batted very well. And this partnership now is 54.
Yeah, that big blow took it past 50.
Zafar to Patel, who defends that one. Gloucestershire shall be getting very frustrated here.
It's not that they haven't got the wicket yet, it's that the runs have kept coming.
Zafar to Patel, defends. Patel will be quite content to block the last 3 balls of the over here.
And all the time, and you have to look at it like this in a way, it's pushing the follow-on target up.
It certainly is. Bit more flight. And they're going to get a couple more here. Marcus Harris in pursuit of that into the covers. Hurls it in. Durham 18 runs away from maximum batting points.
And 8 overs to get them, in theory. And actually, when Sussex got to this position, I should just see Don Goodman is out on the field at the moment as a fielding sub. I'm not sure who's gone off. I wonder whether Matt Taylor's coming on at the Ashley Down Red, and whether Singdale's gone off the field. Actually, Goodman is out at what will be deep square for Paul Coghlan, and Matt Taylor's going to come on from the Ashley Down Road end. James Bracey just making an early change here. He's not prepared to let this partnership drift too much. He's trying not to anyway. So giving Coghlan something different to think about. Taylor 1 for 71 yesterday from 19 overs. And this, of course, his first 4-day game since middle of last summer because of injury. Coghlan again just steers that past the foot, the only slip, and that's going to go away for 4 more.
In Bristol.
Durham. What did I say?
Taylor's first 4-day game since last summer. Played at Derby last week.
Thank you.
Got 50.
Yeah.
Career best, I think it was, wasn't it?
It was a career best last week. Yes,
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Coghlan facing Taylor in bright sunshine here. A lot of blue sky over the ground. This stand, 374 for 9. Gloucestershire might have had an outside chance of actually bowling Durham out last night, and now suddenly a half-century partnership for the last wicket has again just wrestled the initiative again a little bit. Coghlan again, almost past Dent, but not past Dent. Great stop, diving to his right.
Great cricket, all round. Good shot.
That would have been 4 more. That was travelling.
It certainly was.
It's the 103rd over of this Durham innings. They'll pinch one there if Coghlan can run a sharp single up to mid-off. H.S. Patel answered the call, so he was okay. As you can see on your screen, the overall Durham run rate, 4.26.
I think that's a testament to how Durham have played, but I also think it's the outfield definitely plays a part in that.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably, this is the first match this season where we can genuinely say, you know, the outfield is fast. H.S. Patel, little dab of Taylor's next delivery from coming back over the wicket to the left-hander. He'll get a single down to Josh Shaw. Goodman goes back out to deep square on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground.
I'd like to see Shaw have a bowl. I thought he was maybe a little bit underutilised yesterday. I thought he how many overs did he bowl?
12.
Yeah, compared to the others. I thought he bowled quite well yesterday.
Fielder at point has come in on the 1. Taylor staying over the wicket to Coghlan, and he's going to steer that out to Goodman.
Coghlan obviously fancies Zafar Gahar, having plonked him for 2 sixes into the mound stand this morning. Zafar's going to continue.
Yeah, so Goodman's going off again. It's Miles Hammond who is temporarily off the field. And he is coming out to long off. So I think it sounds a curious scenario here, but I wonder if they're happier to let Zafar bowl at Ajaz Patel, and they'll say to Coghlan, well, you can have a single if you want one. But on the leg side, there is a man at deep mid wicket, but he's quite square there actually.
Yeah, Zafar's going to go over the wicket
and
to the right-handed
an
Coghlan.
orthodox mid on in Marcus Harris.
Zafar in, and Coghlan sweeps round the corner, picks out Matt Taylor on the 45. Over the wicket, outside his leg stump, and that finds the man at deep backward square. Misfields slightly, but no damage done. Ajit Singh Dale down there.
Yes, just seeing one of the groups of school children walking behind the seats at the Ashley Down Road Inn. They'll eventually go up the steps and they'll sit on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, the stand on that side of the ground.
Half an hour gone, 47 runs been added already this morning. Gloucestershire need to stem the tide a little bit.
Slipping a short leg for Patel.
Zafar over the wicket, and Patel lets that one go. A little bit of extra bounce there. Bracey just rides that. Here he comes again. Tossed up. Patel sweeps, and he's going to get 2 for that. Didn't get enough on it to get right to the boundary, and Matt Taylor does the fielding. Nice shot.
Well, when Sussex got to this position last in the last home game, they also in the end got to 450 comfortably with inside the 110 overs, and these two only need 8 now, so it ought to be perfectly possible for them.
Patel just
Looks
nurdles
to be
that one into the
no
onside.
devilment in the pitch at all, does there?
No.
Just a little bit on bounce maybe, but that's all.
But I thought after seeing, Ben Rain got one that shot along the deck yesterday, I thought, oh, here we go. But this...
To be fair, Zafar's that was bowling from the other end.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Zafar this morning bowling from the pavilion end.
Here he comes over the wicket to Coghlan, who sweeps. And again can only pick out Ajit Singh Dale down at deep backward square. 4-4-4 for 9.
Quadruple Nelson. And Durham needs 6 runs in 6 overs for a 5th batting point. Gloucestershire have got their 3 bowling points, so in a sense there is no advantage to them to take the last wicket other than to prevent Durham pushing on any further. I think down the line might differ on whether they would continue to bat if they got to 450. You think they might?
I think so.
just wonder whether, in Ryan Campbell's terminology, the game is not moving on if we do that. They still got to take 20 wickets, haven't they?
Yeah, certainly have.
So they can't do that while they're batting. Here is Matt Taylor to half-centurion Coughlan, who will squeeze another single out. In fact, in his career, Coughlan has scored now 10 50s, 10th 50 of his first-class career. So, as I say, he's a handy bat and has more than proved handy in this innings. The third batsman to get past 50, and Clark, of course, converted that. Although, if you include Clark, it was 4, and he converted his into 100 late yesterday. Ajaz Patel, and he's gone, caught behind. Eventually, Matt Taylor removes Patel, and Durham don't get their last batting point. Outside edge, comfortable catch for Bracey, and 445 is the Durham total. In the end, it's handy runs for them without getting the extra point that they would have looked for. And Matt Taylor finishes with 2 wickets, Ajit Singh Dale with 2, Zafar Gahar with 4, 1 each for Shaw and Zaman Akhtar, who didn't bowl today. But again, and we've used this phrase before, Dan, they've moved the game on, Durham, by their approach.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, they scored 26 and 45, 71 runs this morning. You know, and that's in what, 34 minutes, 33 minutes? They've definitely taken the game on, and they were starting to become, as I said, a thorn in Gloucestershire's side, because Gloucestershire would have been looking to wrap this up in 1 or 2 overs this morning, or even 1 ball perhaps. And the fact they've been out there for half an hour is probably a nuisance. But Gloucestershire now have to bat well, and someone in the top order. Durham went the other way, where everyone sort of chipped in. But I think Gloucestershire, someone in that top 5 has to go big and get a big 100.
Well, nice way for Marcus Harris to sign off before he goes off to the Ashes potentially. The heavy roller is going to be used for the next 7 minutes, as is normally allowed. There are the short details of the Durham innings. The century from Clark, Deleda with his half-century yesterday, Borthwick with his half-century yesterday, and Coughlan completing his unbeaten 59 today. Ajaz Patel last out for 22 in a total of 445. Those are the final bowling figures, with Zafar from 32 overs, 4 for 130. A couple of wickets for Matt Taylor and for Singh Dale, and 1 for Josh Shaw, 1 for Zaman Akhtar as well. We're just going to take the opportunity of having a brief break here, and we'll be back with you for the start of the Gloucestershire innings. Durham this morning having added 52 runs in a little over half an hour. Gloucestershire's first innings will start shortly.
Welcome back. The umpires on their way out to the middle. And Gloucestershire will try and chase down this imposing total set by the visitors of 445. Chris Denton, Marcus Harris, a couple of left-handers. I think that we'll probably see Charles Worth at 3 and
Hammond at 4.
Hammond at 4 and Bracey at 5, so 5 left-handers
Yes,
in the top 5.
You could well have 5 in there, that's quite true.
So first they've got to negotiate Ben Rain and Matt Potts for Durham.
As if the bald-headed figure of Rain is going to have the pavilion end down.
It certainly does. Combative all-rounder. Started at Northumberland in the minor counties. And he made his debut all the way back in 2011. Didn't really make it at Durham. And then I'm not sure if he was released, but he went to Leicestershire. And then he made his county championship debut for them back in 2013. Spent 5 years there. And like so many, returned to the northeast. So Harris is going to take the first ball.
And I'm just looking to see who's in the slip cordon. So it is Jones, Beddingham and Lees for second and third slip for Durham. And not untypically, Borthwick's limbering up to bowl. I'm sure he won't. He's going to police things from mid-off.
Yeah. The skipper. Here's Rain. First ball of the innings. And that's wide. Harris lets it go through to the gloves of Robinson.
I think you used the word combative about Ben Rain. I think it was in his Leicestershire days where he kind of garnered a reputation for being quite a sparky player.
He's a scrapper, isn't he?
Yeah.
He influences a lot of games with bat or ball. And he's got a reputation in T20 as being a big hitter in white ball. Got a 43 ball ton against Warwickshire in 2017. Wide, and it's dropped in the gully.
I think that might be Coghlan too in there.
Ooh.
Rain put his hands over his mouth when he saw that go to ground.
That was short and wide. And Harris has smashed that straight at gully. Here's Rain in. Harris lets that one go. Harris didn't get over the top of that cut at all. And now he needs to get his head down and make Durham pay. Because as we said, someone in this top 5 needs to get in and go big. Harris defends. There's like a hush gone round the ground since then, isn't there?
Well, yes, and actually it's Delader who dropped the catch. Just as he turned around, you can see the 27 on the back of his shirt. And Alex Lees has just gone to sort of give him a tap of the hand there, which will basically be, you've got to forget about that because another one might be coming in a minute.
Yeah.
And they've got, a point and a squarish cover in here for Harris.
We've seen a lot of people caught in that sort of close, in the ring, haven't we? Rain in. Harris lets that go. We saw yesterday Alex Lees was caught in that area, just backward a point. Dave Beddingham chipped one to mid-wicket. Matt Potts chipped one into the offside as well. So I wonder if it's the slowness of the pitch, perhaps?
Well,
the placid nature of it?
We were talking about that with Marcus North yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah.
About catches being in front of the wicket, not behind. And that slip cordon really is 1, 2 and 4 really, isn't it, more than anything else?
Yeah. He's rain into Harris, and that beats him on the outside edge. That's a good first over there from Ben Rain. Gloucestershire could have been a lot worse for the hosts.
Pete Lamb will join us after the first over from the far end, from our commentary position, which is the Ashley Down Road end, and it will be Matthew Potts to open. England test bowler, of course. 5 tests in the squad for the opening test of the summer against Ireland, but that's a squad of 15, so and I think there are 6 quick bowlers in that squad, Dan, as well, so I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if neither Anderson or Broad played in that. Anyway, here is Potts around the wicket and bowls to Dent, who nice drive up past mid-off. It's all chase all the way up towards the boundary in front of the apartments, and it's gone all the way for 4. A tumbling stop can't haul it in. So a nice start for Dent. Just a little gentle push, really. No great power in that. All in the timing.
Shows the outfield as well. The pace of the outfield. Speaking to one gentleman in the crowd this morning who wanted Gloucestershire to go full-on Bazball. Then started well.
Yeah. Potts around the wicket, and that's pulled by Dent. That might be 4. That'll be 4 more. So immediately we talked about Dent thinking about batting from probably the first ball of the day. So he's got himself mentally in tune with things. And Potts has been driven and pulled from his first 2 deliveries for 4. He is again, lets that go. He's Durham's leading wicket taker last year. 58 wickets in the championship he took last year.
He's an excellent
Matthew
bowler.
Potts.
He's brisk enough, but I think Potts' main weapon is that he gets steepling bounce, and I think he's strong in red and white ball, and he's got 16 wickets in the last 2 games against Yorkshire and Derbyshire.
What can he get out of this? What looks a very good Bristol pitch. That's outside the off stump and let go. Through to Robinson. Yes, that chance for Marcus Harris, he really has to take advantage of that now.
Email from Ian from Hetton Le Hole.
Hot Potts round the wicket. Oh, that's sharp. And taken quite high up by Ollie Robinson.
There's the bounce.
Didn't have to play at that.
Morning all, enjoying the streaming. Ian from Hetton Le Hole says, well done Durham on the extra batting point this morning. Where's our Martin this week? He's downstairs. He's on the BBC. He was with me last night.
Potts with 3 slips bowls. That one kept a bit lower. And that's the end of the over. You do your email, I'll do my email, and then Pete Lamb will come in.
Yeah, Russell from Tucson, Arizona. I'm relatively new to cricket. I have 2 questions. What are the other dirt strips that I'm seeing on the pitch? Durham squeaked out a win in the last match. I saw the last runs were only run by 1 player. Can only 1 player run to score? I'm a Durham fan, but I'm impressed with your professionalism as commentators. That's from Russell Wortham. Well, Russell, great to hear from you in Tucson, Arizona. And the other dirt strips are practice wickets or old wickets as rain comes in. And Harris lets that one go. The running there was because Bryden Cast came in at number 11 and he was injured. Now, if you get injured during the course of a game, you are allowed a runner, and they would have had a second runner, but he'd have been off screen, so he would have stood at square leg next to where the other umpire is standing, and he would have done the running there. But great to hear from you, and hope you're enjoying the game as Harris lets that one go. And a warm welcome to a guy who does a hell of a lot of work here in the community, Pete Lamb. Pete, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Dan, how are you?
I'm wonderful, mate. I'm absolutely spiffing. We've done a great job here. Schools Day, 300 kids here.
Yeah, I think so. 300 children enjoying their day, hopefully.
Yeah.
Day away from school for the teachers. Bit of fun.
As rain comes in and that's pitched up, Harris goes down the ground. That could well be... No, it's well fielded there. Potts in pursuit. Keeps them down to 2. So Harris gets off the mark. Score moves into double figures. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fantastic. I mean, if you get one kid out of that 300 who goes on and is interested in cricket, I think you've had a result, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so. I think, whatever you think about cricket not being on terrestrial TV, it means that quite simply people don't get to watch it. And youngsters don't know what cricket looks like. So until they see it on a telly or on other devices,
yeah, the rain comes in and Harris defends.
Then cricket just looks like it does in the playground. So it's really nice to be able to bring in some youngsters into the ground today and on a couple of occasions a year to show them what cricket should look like.
Here's Pete on your screen next to me. He's a good-looking one. And I mean, you've done a load of other stuff as well, haven't you? You've sort of, I'll come on to it after this ball from Rain. Done a lot with Eid and sort of Ramadan recently as well, with the sort of the Islamic community here in Bristol.
Yeah, second year in a row we've privileged to host an Eid celebration here in April this year. I think obviously looking to connect with communities in all different ways, but one way that the Muslim community have spoken to us and said that they'd love to use the facility is around getting together at the celebration time of Eid for them, and we've managed to accommodate that.
Yeah. Rain going around the wicket now, and Harris has a flash at that, and that goes through to Robinson. That completes the third over, 10 for none. Slight mishap there. I mean, I think it's hugely important because Gloucestershire has a rich heritage of Pakistanis over here, from Zahir Abbas and from Sadiq Muhammad back in the 70s, and right through to Zafar Gahar in the current day. And I think sort of if the community can identify with players like that, I think it's huge to grow the game here in Bristol, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two parts to it. You're absolutely right. Kind of, the South Asian community.
Potts comes in from the Ashley Down Road end. Dent.
Generally speaking, love the cricket.
Yeah.
And so that we have cricket supporters in and around the county and the city of Bristol and Gloucester who already love cricket. It's pushing an open door, but we want to invite them in, and we want to understand how we can help those individuals come together. So one thing is around cricket, but actually the other one is around just being a good member of our own community.
Yeah,
I think it's bigger than cricket.
Pottsy, that's that bounce we spoke about. Robinson takes that head height behind the wicket. Yeah, I think that's hugely important. I think it's I mean, there's a bigger picture than cricket, isn't there? And
Completely, and you spoke about Schools Day, and really lucky to have 300 youngsters with us. And yes, if one of those goes on to play cricket to a good standard, great. But more so, if those individuals over there really enjoy their day, get stuck into a load of physical activity, and actually come away from it thinking, I quite like sport.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Oh, that's got to be close. Dent's in trouble. He's LBW offering no shot. Potts has got one to bend back at him. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Oh, yeah. That's kept low as well. Wonder if it's done too much. I think it probably is out. But more importantly, umpire Shanmugam's raised his finger, and Chris Dent has to go back. Gloucestershire 10 for 1. See if we can have another look at that again. But Potts strikes straight away. I thought that kept a little bit low, didn't you, Pete? Compared to the others, the bounce. Here we go.
It seems to keep low. I think Chris Dent's left that on length, and it's not helped him.
No. We saw Michael Jones, the owner for Durham, leave one alone and misjudged it. He got bowled sort of more or less middle stump yesterday, and I thought he Dent's done the same. This brings Ben Charlesworth to the wicket. Batted very well at Derby last week. Got 87. So, I mean, going back to sort of what you're doing with the Muslim community, I mean, Zafar Gahar sort of visited a Ramadan event here, didn't he?
Yeah, so during Ramadan, through the Gloucestershire Cricket Foundation, there was an event held here one evening where fast was broken, and after that there was some prayer, food, and then they played some cricket here on an evening, and it's really special to be able to offer that.
Yeah.
And it was obviously really special for the individuals, for Zafar to go along and kind of get to know them a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Here's Potts to Charlesworth. Oh, and he's left that one alone, and that hasn't missed his off stump by much. That's a good leave. And I mean, it's not just sort of with the Muslim community either. I mean, you're having player visits to other charity partners as well around.
Yep. So
what's going on there?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of charity partners this year in Southmead Hospital Charity and Caring in Bristol, and both charities have been visited by players so far this off-season to go and understand a little bit more about the great work they both do.
Charlesworth leaves that one alone. And you've had Jess Jones from your team. She did a sleep out. I mean, fair play to her. Fair play.
And Chris Powell as well. They both went down to Bristol Manor Farm Football Club to sleep out for the evening as part of the Caring in Bristol kind of fundraising activity. And great job. But again, it's all about raising awareness and kind of making people understand the good work that's going on through these charities.
And there was an abseil as well, I believe.
Abseil, yeah, off of Southmead Hospital that I, for some reason, signed up to.
Potts going over the wickets. Charlesworth leaves that one alone, goes through to Robinson. That's a good over. Potts strikes in that over, 10 for 1. Yeah, I mean, it's... I can't deal with heights at all. I can't do heights. I'd rather do the sleep out than the abseil.
Yeah.
Depends on the weather. Depends on the weather, but I mean, hats off to both guys.
It's only when you're at the top of the Southmead Hospital you realise it's quite a big building actually. But again, highlights the great work that the charity are doing in supporting those that need it most.
And you've been also doing a kit drop and swap here, which I'll come on to it after this ball by Ben Rain. Harris defends, goes out to Ajaz Patel. I mean, cricket kit is expensive, and I think the cost puts off a lot of people, doesn't it? So by doing a kit drop and swap, etc., I think you're encouraging a lot more people into the game doing that.
I think the idea of it is that often cricket can be branded as elitist, and I don't think we should be fearful of the fact that is often the case.
Yep.
And what can we do to make a difference on that front? So we looked at how can this kit change hands? Can we become kind of a central point for people to bring the kit to? So those, and actually what we found is that those who have excess kit or have grown out of, whether it's actual kit you wear or kit you use, like gloves, pads and bats, they're quite grateful to get rid of it as well. And get it into the hands of someone good. So not only it works both ways, but hopefully it means there's a few more people picking up a bat in the future.
Rain around the wicket to Harris, beats him outside off stump. I've got to say that I've grown out of my kit since playing. I was a medium size and now I'm an XXL, so
couldn't possibly comment on that. And nothing like in the same boat as you, Dan, he says.
And they're friendly coffee mornings here. That's another initiative from your team. I mean, it's a wide and varied sort of initiatives that you're taking up here. I'll come on to that after rain as Harris chops that into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I think we've got a fantastic facility here at the Seat Unique Stadium. We've got some really sizable kind of rooms in that facility. We've also got a great cafe that's open now year round, and we want to make the most of it. We want to, first of all, we want people to know it exists, and we want people to come and use it and come and enjoy it. But also, we want it to be a space where people can really come together and spend some quality time with like-minded individuals. Something like a deaf-friendly coffee morning. They were looking for.
Right in Harris defence.
They were looking for somewhere that they could come and meet up regularly, and we reached out and said, "Come and join us," because often, having spoken with the group quite a lot, we found that it's not that they're not welcome in other places, but it's always difficult kind of communicating if there's a lot of people around and a lot going on in the background to really kind of have a good sit down and a good morning together. So we happily had those guys in for 4 or 5 sessions with us.
And talking of which, at Bristol here we've got the Walkers and Talkers, which is a PCA awarded initiative, isn't it, with regarding social inclusion, and we're hoping to get Andy Brassington on later, who was behind that, and I'm really looking forward to that as well. That's down the leg side from Rain. Robinson can't pick that up cleanly.
Yeah, look, one of the see the end of the over. One of the big things we're passionate about is we want to help as many people as possible. We're very conscious that we can't do that all by ourselves.
Yeah.
So working in collaboration with organisations or people or projects is going to be crucial. And just over a year ago, or just a little bit longer than that, Andy Brassington came to us and said, "I've got this idea. I think it could work. I really want to use the venue."
His pots into Charlesworth around the wicket. Oh, and that beats him outside the off stump.
And I know Andy will be on the stream later on, so I don't want to kind of repeat have him repeating any stories. So he's welcome to talk through the exacts. But I think what he's proven quite simply is that there are lots of people out there who are like-minded and would love to meet up regularly, whether there's cricket on or not.
Yeah, I think so.
He deserves all the accolades he's had for his Walkers and Talkers.
Potts approaches the crease. Charlesworth leaves alone.
And he's shown that a very simple initiative can be really effective for a large number of people if it gets the right backing from everyone involved.
Yeah.
Some of the bits he may not say, later on is kind of how passionate he is about it, and you'll get that through when he talks. But enormous amounts of success, and it's having a positive impact on so many people.
But Gloucestershire backed it, and I'm sure a lot of counties, as Charlesworth has a little fish at that one outside the off stump, a lot of counties maybe wouldn't have bothered, and Gloucestershire's sort of community initiative, they are now bothering because they've seen the success that it's actually how it's developed, etc. But I think that Gloucestershire have got such a good sort of community spirit, community team here, and they're in touch with their people, not only who come here to watch the game, but the people of Bristol. and Cheltenham, and I think you guys deserve great initiative. That's taken off there. Robinson's taken that above his head. Charlesworth goes gardening. Maybe you could join your gardening club, perhaps.
It could indeed, yeah. Gardening club's back for year 2 as well.
Yeah.
And, we've got the youngsters from the school just across here, learning a little bit about sustainability and healthy eating and food, and getting some gardening going.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I mean, it's a wide range of sort of initiatives that you're undertaking, which I think is a credit to you, credit to your team, credit to the club. And as Potts comes here and Charlesworth defends, and I just think it's brilliant what you're doing with the community and getting the name of the club out there to the people of Bristol.
I think it's easy to get hung up on cricket, and of course we want the future generation of girls and boys playing cricket in schools and coming along to support the club. But ultimately, if we can become kind of a pillar of the community, and if we can become somewhere that people can rely on and come back to and create good memories, whether that involves cricket or not, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Potts around the wicket, Charlesworth just nurdles that one around the corner. He's going to get off the mark.
Even in the busiest of seasons, we have 50 days of cricket here a year, so the challenge is, what are we doing for the other 300? Yeah. How are we engaging people there? How are we bringing people through the doors and welcoming them? Yeah. And making this a kind of a place that they want to spend time. We've seen through a lot of these initiatives, and we've seen some goodwill from local people, and we've seen people kind of buying tickets and buying membership off the back of it. So it's got to be understood that there are rewards, and there is there's things that come from these initiatives that you can kind of see and measure, but actually just having a better feel around the place, I think, is really important.
Definitely. I think it's the whole ethos. I think if you can get cricket into state schools, that is the key, because I wrote a piece in the Cricketer last year where in certain parts of the country, I'll come on to it after this ball from Ben Rain to Charlesworth, who defends. I think in certain parts of the country, I think it's the East Midlands, you're 17 times more likely to be a professional cricketer should you go to private school. And for me personally, there's something wrong with those figures. And I think if you can get cricket into state schools, and it's not played that much in state schools for a number of reasons, playing fields being sold off in the 80s perhaps, or maybe teachers who don't really understand the sport. As rain comes through here, and Charlesworth defends that into the onside.
Look, I think what cricket has that a lot of sports actually don't is because there's so many facets to it. So I'll take the schools day to day. The youngsters over there, they'll be batting, bowling, and fielding. They'll be having a go on the reaction ball. They might be, greatest respects to them, they might be useless at batting, bowling, and fielding.
Yeah.
But their reactions might be fantastic, and that could draw them into how enjoyable their day was. That person in that class could win the reaction ball for their group and think they've had a fantastic day. Or they might not like any of the activity, but they've gone along to the museum and learning centre, and they've found out a little bit more than everyone else about the history of cricket. Well, fantastic again. We've got them engaged in something to do with cricket that kind of there's so many facets to the game, and you can be really strong in one area, and that kind of draws you into the game quite a lot. So
for those listening from home who don't know what a reaction wall is, it's a sort of a flat wall with lights that light up, and you have to hit them as quickly as possible, don't you? Rain around the wicket. Charlesworth gets squared up a little there, but no harm done. The ball goes out into the offside.
A question for you, Dan, because you're firing them at me. So
Go on.
Out of all the playing staff who have been up on the commentary, who has been your favourite and why?
Well, Graham was very good yesterday. I thought he spoke candidly. I thought he spoke honestly. I thought Josh Shaw is always very good value. I think Jared Warner's very good value. obviously sharing a microphone with Mike Proctor last year at Cheltenham, as that goes into the onside. Mike Proctor, I mean, just sharing a microphone with a legend of the game like that was excellent. But for me, probably the best one we had last year was Chris Broad, who, had a wonderful track record for England. He had that amazing tour of Australia in 86, 87, and started his career here at Gloucestershire. And he was a good laugh as well. He was good fun. He was good entertainment, I thought.
Nice, fantastic. And
obviously you, Pete, of course.
No, so to get you off the fence, current Gloucestershire player, favourite one. Here we go.
My current favourite Gloucestershire player,
who you've commentated with.
Who I've commentated with. I mean, Josh Shaw and Jared. I think they're sort of my sort of buddies around this, and a couple of the Yorkshire lads. It's an interesting field here to rain. Silly mid off and a silly mid on. Charlesworth gets that down, and that's gonna not quite go to the boundary, but he's going to get a couple for it. Runs that one down through the vacant gully, and the score moves on to 13. Yeah, I'd say Josh Shaw and Jared. What about you? Do you have a favourite player?
Absolutely not, Dan. Absolutely not. No, in all seriousness, I think we're very lucky as a team as a club to have a very good set of players.
Without a doubt.
And naturally, it's not my capacity to talk about their on-field ability, but off the field, they never say no to an opportunity to get stuck in, get involved in almost whatever we're asking, and that's a huge asset as a professional sports person.
Yeah, we obviously, for those listening from Durham, they'll be aware that we had the Yorkshire game was completely washed out. We lost all 4 days of that game. So we did some content work with the players, and none of them were sort of prima donnas, for instance. They all gave up their time. They didn't have to. They all came up here, did Q&As with us, and we've got some really good content over the season. So if we have any future rain breaks, which I'm sure we will at some point. Here's Potts. Oh, Harris has a little prod at that. But
I think there's a real understanding in the playing staff around their responsibility towards their role, and it's further than on the field. So especially that's where our community arm and my team intervene is getting those players out there and have them as role models. But they don't see themselves as role models. They're a hugely emotionally intelligent bunch, to coin a pretty boring phrase, but they're fantastic on that level.
Nice shot there from Harris. That's gone square. That's going to run away over the boundary, and that's well fielded. Dragged back there. I think that's Michael Jones. There, brings that one back, and 3 runs. Yeah, I think sort of cricketers are, generally, they're not like footballers, for instance. They're a lot more approachable when you ask them for interviews. I sort of am involved in a weekly podcast where we get a professional, somebody involved in the game, and most are sort of quite happy to give up their time as Potts comes around the wicket, and they're just normal blokes like you and I who happen to be good at cricket.
Completely. They, I think one thing that is obvious from knowing them somewhat is their emotional intelligence, but also it's Mental Health Awareness Week this week.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of awareness around mental health, especially in the dressing room.
Yeah. Potts around the wicket.
And I just wanted to raise a piece that I read earlier this week from Tom Lace that's on the Sporting Chance kind of website, and through the Sporting Chance and the PCA and the Trust, he's written a piece around anxiety in cricket, and I think it's a fantastic piece. I think it's really powerful, and he should be proud of what he's written and been able to write on that.
I read it this morning and I thought it was courageous, I thought it was brave, and I thought it was open and honest, and I was that just defended there. I've known Tom since his early days back in London. I think he got 100 for Middlesex twos on my ground back in about 2016, something like that. And I felt quite sad reading it, but I was really impressed with his candour, and I just was. I'm going to give him a big hug when I see him next.
I think something like anxiety, I guess you don't know about it until you're in the midst of it, and you only actually realise about it when you're coming out the other side, and that's a generalised, ill-informed comment from me there. But I think what reading pieces like this show is that Tom's also keen that other people can potentially relate to it, and if other people can relate to it and it can support them in their journey and gaining a more positive outlook on their mental health, then it's worth writing. There was something on the BBC in the last couple of days from Ethan Bamber, who did have a spell here, didn't he? Around the fact that he says, why should we talk about this kind of thing? And actually, are we silly to talk about it all the time? And the piece ends up saying, the more we talk about it, the more we realise we need to talk about it. And mental health's very much like that. So just going back to my point, I suppose we've got a very mental health kind of a conscious dressing room on this front, and I think that really plays into the humble nature of the group, and that kind of humble nature then rolls itself into, okay, how can we help in other ways? How can we help with community work? How can we help with sustainability initiatives that the club are trying to kind of use and launch, and putting themselves out there because they know that there's a role for them further than cricket within society.
Yeah, but I think it also just comes down to, take cricket out of it. It's just looking after your mates. And as rain comes in, bouncer, bit tennis ball bouncy there, and it's actually a no ball. I saw a lovely tweet from James Bracey about the article with Tom Lace, and they're good mates, but I just thought it was real friendship what James Bracey wrote there. So have a look on Twitter if you're on there, James Bracey's timeline, and you'll see what he wrote. But he just echoed my words, how it's courageous and brave and very good of Tom to come out, and if that helps one other person, I mean, it's had a huge impact, hasn't it? Rain around the wicket as Harris goes cutting, doesn't time it.
I think the good thing for me is that there are organisations that exist who are trying to support professional athletes in their journey. It's a great job. A lot of people will call this their hobby.
Yeah.
The hobby that they can call a job. So at times, these individuals who are professional athletes are very fortunate to be doing what they're doing, and they're well aware of that. But equally, it can get really difficult and lonely at times, and I think that's probably sometimes taken for granted.
Very much so. As Harris defends that one from Rain. Yeah, I think there are pressures, and there's more of a media glare, isn't there? I mean, now county cricket is streamed. We had 27 million views last year across the whole streaming network. So that creates a media glare which increases pressure, doesn't it? And I think these guys are sort of under probably more pressure than their predecessors perhaps. Rain around the wicket, that's gone down the leg side. Robinson can't collect that. It's a little tickle actually from Harris, and he's got 4 runs. He's got that very fine. That went under. That went under Robinson's gloves. I'm going to hand over to Ian Randall, and I'm going to let Ian's going to come in, and I will disappear, and I'm going to go and grab myself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, you're a big coffee drinker, Dan, aren't you? I never have been myself. 40 minutes to lunch. Pete, I'm just going to switch seats temporarily. Do you have a mental list of the schools in your head over here today?
Do I have a mental list of schools? I know every single one of the 12.
Do you? Good.
And
here's Rain into Harris. That's just dribbled out to Paul Coughlin, who's in at that almost a silly mid-on position. He's about 10 yards from the bat there, very straight. Just trying to stop that little push down the ground.
I couldn't possibly tell you all 12, or any of the 12 actually, Ian, because of GDPR rules. So I do know them all. In fact, all the children's names as well, but no, can't disclose.
Okay, I'll ask you a different question. Here's rain around the wicket, and that's gone off the thick outside edge. Are they all within a sort of a 10-mile radius of here, would you say? In the sense, or are they spread throughout Gloucestershire as a whole?
Yeah, so generally speaking, the individuals and the schools here today will be probably from about a 10-mile radius,
right,
at most. Not just because those are the schools invited, more so because of the practicals of getting them here.
Yes, and we just touched on it earlier on. They've got to come in and out of the ground within the parameter of a normal school day. So they get on the coach or the minibus or whatever it is from their school. They come to the cricket and they've got to get back to the school by the normal time that the parents would be expected at gates. Here's Potts to continue from the Ashley Down road end and out to Coughlin, who's in. He's not quite in the gully, more backward point there. He's got Ajas Patel in the gully, and then Michael Jones, David Bedingham, Alex Lee's first, second and third slip. The core details of the Gloucestershire innings at the bottom of your screen. 22 for 1, Chris Dent the man out, LBW to Potts, not playing a shot, probably deceived a bit by the bounce as much as anything else, and Potts over the wicket to Charlesworth, who pushes that out on the offside, but he's not afraid, Pete, is he, to leave quite a lot of deliveries when he first goes in?
Yeah, I'm interested to know what the thought process of Durham is, putting the one fielder or at times two fielders straight in front there. I don't know if they think that Charlesworth likes to drive the ball straight early on the up. I'm not sure, but I think he's leaving the ball on length really nicely at the moment.
Back around the wicket, Potts, and Charlesworth does come forward and play. That pushes that up to mid-off. I don't suppose this is the thinking. Are they wondering whether there's just a little bit of inconsistent bounce, or one might stop? Maybe.
I think we've already seen that this innings, haven't we, with that inconsistent bounce once from Potts from around the wicket. So yeah, potentially. Agreed.
Potts back at the end of his run. Very upright approach. Comes in bubbles and Charles clips. That's nicely through mid-wicket. He's timed that pretty well. That's going to run all the way for 4. The fielder will not be able to hold that in. And it runs over the rope now just in front of the scoreboard. And that'll make him feel a little bit better. He's got a first boundary. He's up to 7. And it was a little bit leg side, but he head over the ball, just did the simple thing. Didn't try to overhit it. Just timed it away well. And you can't believe that, having had, best part, what was it, 4 hours, more than 4 hours at Derby in the middle last week, would not have got his season going, hopefully. Waits here, Potts to him again, and he defends. And I know he's batting at 3, but everything that I've been hearing suggests that when Marcus Harris goes off to the World Championship Test and then the Ashes, that the expectation is that Ben will move up and open, because that really is where his long-term future is, isn't it? Given a player of his ability and what he can do.
I mean, it makes complete sense to me. I suppose, it's the age-old left and left at the top, but it doesn't solve that issue. But equally, he's certainly both made for it and capable of batting there.
Potts again to Charlesworth, who doesn't see any need to play that, lets that go, gets the bat one out of the way. 26 for 1 Durham after Gloucestershire after 10 overs. Harris 9, Charlesworth 7, as you can see. Durham earlier today 445 they finally were dismissed for. Ajas Patel last out for 22. Paul Coughlin 59 not out. And
Ian, I've just noticed that I think it's Graham Clark who's
yeah, it is,
who's made his way over to the youngsters on Schools Day. he's doing the very commendable thing of signing as many kind of 4 and 6 cards as possible, which is great. I think he probably also doesn't realise there's 300 children over there.
Could be a long queue. Here's Rain around the wicket again to and Marcus Harris.
He's now running ball by ball over to the children, so very, very commendable. And as we were talking about earlier with the Gloucestershire squad, it's really nice to see that those youngsters are kind of getting appeased by the fact that a cricketer is willing to go and spend some time.
And also, he's right on the rope, but he's not right in front of them. So he's got to make a move after every ball. Rain in again, pushed out again by Harris. So he's literally trotting maybe 15 yards off the playing area, away in front of those children who are all tapping their 4 and 6 cards against the advertising boards, and he's trying to sign as many as he can. I think there was a conversation or appeared to be a conversation in an earlier over, and he was sort of indicating to them that when there was an appropriate moment he would try and do it, and he's kept that promise.
Yeah, it's really good of him. I know that
Rain past umpire Newell, it's down the leg side, and Clark's got fielding to do here. And in fact, he won't be able to keep that in. It's going to go all the way for 4. Very, very fine. Rain trying this different angle of attack. Rather than bowling as he was initially over the wicket, he's keeping now going round the wicket to these 2 left-handers. And that was very, very fine. And Gloucestershire 34-1. We've got about half an hour to go on this morning session. Durham still with the 2 openers, striving for a second wicket. Chopped away. That's a good shot by Harris. That's gone past Baz Deleda at point, and that will be cut away for 4 down over the old net area, which is not really used much during the red ball season, but I think remember there was some nets put up there during the white ball part of last summer. So in fact there are 2 areas that the players use to warm up.
Yeah, I think trying to the strain on the wickets is one thing there.
Rain still with 2 slips and a gully around the wicket, and Harris again forward and defends up to Borthwick.
And I'm probably not. I'm certainly not qualified to discuss why they might be used, but obviously in the white ball season, kind of ensuring range hitting or whatever you want to call it is far more appropriate, and they probably use those nets to try and kind of measure how far they're hitting the ball each time. So that would make sense for them to be on the outskirts of the field,
where the batsman is effectively backing on to the crowd, and therefore the ball is not being hit dangerously towards the spectators. One of the things about going to cricket, I always say, watch the ball.
I suppose what it is while we wait for the field here to make sure they're all stood in the right place, which seems to be taking up a little bit of time.
Yeah, Patel and Cogler now in very short at silly mid-on and silly mid-off for the last ball of the over, and they're just making sure that obviously it's not allowed, but the shadows were not encroaching. So Rain at the moment has bowled unchanged from this pavilion end. He's taken 0 for... my board hasn't updated there. He's taken... 0 for 60, not for 14, and Potts 1 for 16 from his 5.
Just to jump in on Rain and on the nets over the other side, just to mention, obviously the ground staff that we've got here at the ground. Not only are they kind of producing wickets from an impossible situation with the rain that we've had over the start of this season, they're also producing additional practice facilities in the corner. As you've seen, we've got the nets in the other corner of the ground, the work they put in is unbelievable.
Paul Coughlin into the attack for the first time, and Charlesworth defends. You're talking about the Andy Brassington walkers and talkers scenario. Are you a team where you sit down and have brainstorming sessions of ideas and your general approach is right there? No idea is a bad idea. Any idea can be put on the table.
Well, from some of the ideas I hear, then that must be the case.
Coughlin again, and that's not taken cleanly by Robinson outside the off stump.
I think, I spoke slightly earlier about collaboration and working with other partners, and I think part of the beauty of working with other partners is to listen to what opportunities there are. So what you're listening for is something that really supports the community, and listening and trying to find a way that something can work. And I think that's the small part that we've played with walkers and talkers.
Charlesworth waits for Coughlin. He just dabs that into the leg side, fielded by Ajaz Patel. But
inevitably, the credit to Andy and the team of individuals he's got that support the programme. He does drive it, but there's a number of people who turn up early, help set up, kind of go and support with the museum, go and support with X, Y, and Z. And you're right. The no idea is a bad idea approach should be seen.
Coughlin outside the off stump, too wide really for Charlesworth to be tempted.
But it's also about making sure that you're listening and looking for good opportunities to support.
Nice to have Pete Lamb with us this morning from as he says, the community arm of the club. But you're quite a small team yourself, aren't you?
Yeah. So unfortunately, John, who was with us, has moved on, but he was supporters of some fantastic initiatives. John drove kind of some cultural awareness sessions that we went along to. He was instrumental in running community days here at the ground last summer, which we will have this year. And he brought some fantastic initiatives to the forefront of Gloucestershire cricket, and obviously wish him well on his future endeavours.
Here is Coughlin again around the wicket, short one, and Charles says out the way. He's actually stayed involved in the game too, hasn't he, and gone on to a different facet of cricket. Coughlin takes his sweater from umpire Shanmugam. I wonder if Ajaz Patel is going to come into the attack shortly, because Ollie Robinson's called for the helmet and he's taken another one out as well. So I think Ben Rain could be due a breather here, and there may be the first spin of this Gloucestershire innings. Dan said earlier on, he said he wouldn't be surprised if we saw a spin introduced early, and here we are, only 12 overs in, and we've got Ajaz Patel going to bowl here from the pavilion end. His last man out when Durham batted early today. 445, remember, they got. Gloucestershire 34 for 1. Chris Dent out to Potts, LBW. And here is Patel off a very short approach. And tossed right up and tries to draw Harris forward. A little bit like Graham Van Buren, actually, isn't it? Very short approach. Trying to use the flight. That was a bit too short, really. It's just dabbed down into the ground by Harris. It's not going to take him long to get through an over, Pete, is it? If he's bowling a maiden, he can probably bowl in a minute and a half. How many paces? About 4. That's tossed right of Harris, and it's just gone past the dive of Scott Borthwick. It's going to go out for 4, out to this sort of straight mid-wicket boundary. Harris using his feet, but that was quite close, and you could see the reaction of the Durham keeper and first slip there. Michael Jones and Robinson with the gloves. Harris has had a couple of near things this morning.
Yeah, I mean, looking to be positive against the spinner who's just come on. I think, use your feet, get get to the pitch of it and show them that they're not just going to be able to bowl at you. I think that's really positive. I think that's what Dale would like to see.
Patel once more to Harris, who goes back this time. There is a short leg in. It's gone past him, and Matthew Potts does the fielding. So, are you this? I probably ought to ask this question while Patel's bowling, because he's racing through this over. Slip and a short leg for him, and Harris again goes back. And it slides down the leg side. Fielded by David Beddingham, who's at short fine leg. They're on the single. Graham Clark is away at deep square. The autograph signing Graham Clark. Patel in once more. Harris again uses his feet and work for Clark this time. He'll just take one and he'll retain the strike at the end of the over. Are you in a role where no 2 days are the same?
Yes. See, we could have done that while he was bowling.
Yeah, okay. But that's because there are, as you talk about, different strands of how the club pulls people into cricket. There are multiple strands in your job as well.
Absolutely, and I think there are long-term strategic goals for who we want to be working with, how we want to be working with those people. But ultimately, if we're working in partnerships with other organisations, and when we talk about listening, then we're never going to know what's around the corner. If you'd have said walkers and talkers to me 18 months ago, I'd have said, well, it makes no sense. I don't know what you're talking about. But now it's an enormous initiative that, with a bit of very little luck needed, will end up going probably national.
Harris squeezes that off the outside half of the bat. Well, I think, and I say this, we might talk to Andy about this later on. I hope he's kind of copyrighted the name, because at least one other county are doing it with the same branding.
Oh, well, he's involved in those.
Right.
So yeah, he heads down to other places, and as you said, we'll let him talk about it later, because I don't want to, it's certainly his thunder to be spoken about. But yes, it's all in hand, and I think it's just going from strength to strength.
Coghlan almost bounces Harris, who sways out of the way.
So I think that stayed low. Did that stay low? Even from there, that looked like it stayed lower than it should have done.
He's a tall man, Coghlan. He wouldn't get that, expect that sort of tennis ball bounce that you sometimes get at other venues. Is he going to persist with that here? No, that's a bit fuller. And Harris again forward out on the offside, fielded by Ben Rain. So what does the rest of your day, for example, involve today?
Yeah, so today we'll go and probably pack away Schools Day once they disappear around 2 o'clock. Looking forward to a meeting later about the ACE programme in Bristol.
Coghlan again, another short one.
Trying to figure out what their involvement in the bottoming out what their involvement in T20s looks like, and making sure we've dotted I's, crossed T's, and ready to roll.
That's a week today, T20.
Starts a week today, yeah. I'm looking forward to the T20 season, actually. I think the Gloucestershire squad, yes, there's a couple of people who were probably missing who were shoo-ins for that last year, but I think that opens up opportunity.
Steered away with the soft hands by Harris on the bounce to Alex Lees in the gully.
I think that opens up a bit of excitement, possibly a younger squad. There are some, more experienced heads in there as well to guide the way. So, yeah, very exciting to see what the T20 season brings. And
Grant Rolofson, who a lot of people over here would not have seen much of, potentially. Not in UK conditions anyway.
Yeah, I think, and they were training with white balls a couple of days ago.
Coghlan in, steered away by Harris. That'll be 4. It's gone past Ben Rain, and it goes over the rope now at deep backwards point, and Gloucestershire ticking the runs up slowly at the moment. These two have conscious of the loss of Chris Dent. They've seen off Matthew Potts, at least for the moment. I'm sure we have another burst maybe after lunch, but they're just re-stabilising the ship. Remember, the first target for Gloucestershire is to get 296. That would mean that they would not be asked to follow on if Durham felt they wanted to enforce it, but it tends not to be the modern way.
I suppose I better ask you a question as I asked one to Dan. So,
Yeah.
It would only be fair, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And I suppose you could probably answer it whilst this entire over takes place. But what do you see as the key to the Division 2 this year? What's the key to creating success in Division 2 as a team? From what you've seen of results that have already come in and what the schedule looks like, how do you think the league will pan out, and what do you think the key to it is?
Taking 20 wickets. I think that's the thing that Durham have already proved, and this time it's Charlesworth who's lofted Ajas Patel all the way over the boundary at long on for 6. That's a clean hit. It's gone on the full into the white picket fence around the perimeter of the ground here, but that's a really clean hit from Ben Charlesworth. First time he's really seen the ball on the right length from Patel. He's got 3 close catches around him still, and used his feet there well to block any spin. Yes, for me, you cannot win a game unless you can bowl sides out. And having, I'll come back to that after this Patel delivery, which Charlesworth defends. Zafar's inclusion in the club, I think, was a big step forward to have a spinner that would give you potentially a lot of overs, and B, important variety in the attack as well, and threat. Charlesworth goes back this time, and Patel just watches him defend. And we've not seen a lot of him yet, and he's not fit at the moment, but Marshal de Lange gives you that potentially that blast factor, not the T20 blast factor, but the potential of blasting a tail out with his extra pace. Patel a little bit round arm with that delivery, but again Charlesworth goes back into his crease.
Do you think Marchant also plays a role in other ways, not just,
Oh, he is probably one of the most friendliest men I've ever met. Patel again, this short run. And that is off the field. I'm not saying that he's friendly on the field. I'm sure he's ultra competitive on the field, but off the field, I'm sure he pulls people along with him because of his very personable attitude.
Yeah, you look at the likes of Tom Price, Ajit, Dom Goodman off the field. It's nice to think that it's probably an arm around the shoulder when it's needed there from the likes of March and de Lange. All the experience in the world. It's played in every situation, and I think it's really positive to have someone like that who's got so much experience from so many places to be able to take those bowlers aside and say, whatever's going on, it's okay.
Coughlin in from the Ashley Road, and Graham Clark is down at fine leg. The one thing I would say, I did ask him about that role in the winter, and he sort of was very humble about it and said, "Oh, really, me? Question mark." But ultimately, I think you are probably right on that, in that he's almost got a word or a phrase that would fit nearly everything. Pete's going to leave us at the end of the over, off in search of a packet of crisps and a cup of tea for lunch. Well, I don't know what his diet's like, but
appalling.
Appalling.
Yeah. Great food here, by the way, at the moment. We've got just taken catering in house, and the food at the Seat Unique Stadium, for anyone who's wondering, is absolutely phenomenal. So get yourself down here for a bit of grub.
14 minutes to go until that lunch interval. Gloucester get to lunch one down. They would feel that they've got through this hour and 20 minutes or so in reasonably good shape. Pete is so important. He's got 2 mobile phones.
Seen a message that says, "Can someone bring an ice pack to the schools day?" So that's always a bit of a concern. Sure, it's just to chill someone's drink.
Coglan staying round the wicket to Charlesworth.
Ian, what most excites you about the T20 season this season? What are you looking forward to the most? Is there a fixture? Is there a standout person you want to see here at the Seat Unique Stadium? Is there a battle you want to see?
Battle?
What is it? Yeah,
So I've not seen Rolofsson in the flesh. Coglan to Charlesworth, who gracefully plays that away through extra cover. They'll take us 2 as a sliding stop from Delada, and that's all there will be. 52. I think so. My view would be, if Gloucestershire are going to have a good season, it's going to be an absolute team effort rather than one player pulling the team along on their own. I think that's they haven't. Some sides go with big stars. Short again from Coglan. Charlesworth throws out the way, but that's never been the way here, has it? It's always been, even with go back to Michael Klinger's team, there was always an element that 7 or 8 of that side could have delivered you a match-winning performance, and that this year possibly even more so. You've maybe got to have at least 2 or 3 coming off in each game. Not to say it can't happen, but I think it's got to be that way rather than, for example, is anybody going to score 500 runs like Glenn Phillips did? Not sure.
Yeah, I take your point. Sorry, I'm outstaying my welcome here a bit, but I take your point. I think that also comes with the, a really positive upside of every player knows they need to walk onto the pitch and perform at every possible game. I don't know. I certainly haven't played professional sport, but if you have a team where you have superstars in it, and those superstars get off to a possibly a bad start or have a bad outing, what effect does that have on others?
I think Dan and I have used this phrase before. Sometimes 3 players can carry 11 in a cricket team, but more often than not, 8 can carry 3. And that's what Gloucestershire need. Patel in, and Charlesworth again gets well to the pitch of that and just squeezes it out on the offside. There was quite a puff of dust there, actually. Pete, can we keep you to the end of this over?
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to be 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it is quite almost certainly. Patel again to Charlesworth, goes back and defends. Grateful for your time this morning. Thanks for giving it up for us. And we'll have Andy Brasting with us this afternoon. So thank you.
Pleasure to join you, and thanks for having me up here.
Not at all. Much fuller from Patel this time, and Charlesworth on 15 gets a bat well over it.
I noticed, we've obviously swapped locations. I'm sure you've spoken to people on the stream about the change in location.
Patel to Charlesworth. Oh, and he's got away with that. The ball has nearly deceived him with a fuller one. It's gone all the way to the boundary at the Ashley Down Road end for 4. Let's take a second look at this. Will Robinson see this as a mis-stumping? Oh. He's got fortunate there, Charlesworth. He's picked the wrong length. And I'm very pleased, Pete, that you leave having only seen Gloucestershire lose 1 wicket.
Yeah, I've done my job. Done my job here today. No, thanks for having me, and I'm sure I'll be up against you.
Pete Lamb with us from the community arm of Gloucestershire Cricket here on the stream this morning. Thanks to him for his time, and That would have been a real blow down if Ben Charlesworth had lost his wicket off that last delivery.
It certainly would. It went down as runs, so he's an inside edge there.
Coghlan to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Probably 3 overs to lunch, I would think. And that, I suppose, is still the thing with a batsman of 22 like Charlesworth. You just get, the odd moment where the concentration and thinking don't quite compute correctly.
Did we read out that email from David Fennick?
I don't think we did.
A lot's been made about. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Coghlan again. Harris gets up onto his toes and dabs it out into the leg side.
Lots been made about Graham Clark's first century in the county championship for 6 years, but as David points out there, he can't have made more than 25 appearances because he's mainly sort of been perceived as a white ball cricketer. But new broom there up at Durham, Ryan Campbell. He's seen something he likes and he's been rewarded. He's been justified by doing so.
Coghlan going to Harris. Well, this is Clark's 43rd first class appearance of his career. So Dan's lost his pen.
Oh, come on,
now reunited. How pleasing can that be?
I'd rather lose my right arm than my pen.
57 for 1. Again, very short. We can mention this now because he's still in the room. He's about to leave. When Gloucestershire started their reply, Pete Lamb said they'd have 56 runs by lunch. He's very close.
He's
very close.
Yeah. 8 minutes to lunch.
That's a pretty good reading of a match situation.
There's a lady down there with her back to the cricket, and that 6 from Ben Charlesworth landed just short of her and hit the fence.
Coghlan's got 2 slips and he won't be getting them in the game if he continues to bowl short like that. It appears to be a little bit of a concerted tactic here by Coghlan to Harris to try and tempt him into the hook. So far nothing doing, and Harris's concentration is routinely good. Durham has got 4 saving a single, and they won't save a single there because Harris has picked the gap on the offside. It's a lovely shot away to the extra cover boundary for 4. And somebody said to me on the way into the ground today, Harris announced his arrival here with a century at the start of last season, and they said, wouldn't it be nice if he announced his departure for the Ashes with another 100 in this game?
Yeah, it certainly would. That 100 against Yorkshire was absolute quality. Harris Ralph, I thought, was the quickest bowler I saw all of last season, and Harris kept driving him to the fence, and it was a real good battle between 2 quality internationals. John from York has told me that he wants me to stop saying rain coming in with Gloucestershire's track record of being off the pitch this year. So I do apologise, John. We'll try not to say rain coming in. Patel over the wicket. Charlesworth lets that one go. If there is...
He's trying to take the footholds out of the equation, Charlesworth, isn't he, wherever he can?
Yeah. That's flighted. It's too wide. Charlesworth leaves that alone. Yeah, I think if there is... The weather does turn and there's rain without an E on the end of it coming in, then we'll call it precipitation. Oh, is that a chance? Is that gone on the way the slip fielders and Ollie Robinson are holding their heads there? Let's have a look at this again. It was a tough chance. I've seen them taken. Charlesworth goes back and defends.
Yeah, that's Graham Clark in there under the lid.
Yeah.
That short leg.
Mm.
He'd have to really scoop that up, wouldn't he, to have taken it?
Yeah.
Oh, Patel's coming round the wicket.
Yeah. Interesting. Trying to change the angle. Charlesworth defends. So what Patel's trying to do here, rather than going over the wicket and throwing it into the dirty stuff, he's actually trying to change. Oh, he's going back over the wicket. He was actually landing the ball there on what they call the posh part of the pitch, Ian.
The middle then.
Charlesworth plays that one elegantly out to long on. Charlesworth's a very elegant player, isn't he? I like watching him bat. He's easy on the eye. He drives well. He's very strong down the ground. I saw his 97 against Middlesex at Radlett last year in the Royal London Cup, and it was an innings of real quality, and you can see why he's been offered an extension to his contract this week, because I think he is, well, I mean, he's been around a long time now. Made his debut at 17, didn't he? But I think he is a really good cricketer.
This might be the last over before lunch. I wonder if they might have got more than one more in, but a bit of a brains trust between Potts, skipper Borthwick and Coughlin. And Charles was just taking a fresh guard, which will waste another few minutes. So that would mean Durham would have got through 20 overs of the 85 that were due left on the day when Gloucestershire started, and Charlesworth lets that go. So the second new ball element is not a factor in today's play. And I think we spotted yesterday that once the ball gets to about maybe 30 overs, it really does get quite soft and it looks much easier to bat, and that's the period that Charlesworth and Harris are trying to get through now, isn't it?
Yeah, if they can negate this period, they can take this period out of the game.
Coughlin, again, Charlesworth gets it on the upper half of the bat, but it's only out to Patel.
Yeah, if they can
short cover.
Take this period out of the game, they'll make hay later on. And they're doing a really good job for their side here.
And I do refer to him on occasion, but former Gloucestershire coach Richard Dawson said, so sometimes you've got to just stick around for 2 sessions and then you might find you can accelerate the run rate in the post-tee session, which will actually make it a reasonable day at the end of it. It may not seem like that as you're going through the grind of the morning and the afternoon, but against an old ball you can then cash in, and that's what these two are in the early stages of, they hope. Coughlin with a gully, a point and a short cover on the offside, but I say he's not pitched very much up so far, has he?
I think of it as, if I want to watch sport on a Saturday afternoon, I have to do my domestic duties in the morning. You have to get through the ugly stuff first to be able to get to the good stuff later on.
Patel's going to go from short cover to almost like a leg gully here.
I just got an eyes to the ceiling from Jack.
Well, and that's edged through the gap where third slip would have been, and it's gone all the way for 4. I might say Charles has picked his gap there, but it was off the edge, would have been certainly catchable to third slip, but there wasn't one. And Charlesworth advanced to 24. These two came together when the score was 10, so they've added 56, these two.
Yep. Batted well. But the outfield's so quick. Runs do come naturally, don't they?
Coughlin around the wicket to Charlesworth, who defends. My clock says 1300, and I think the players think the one that we can't see on the pavilion also says 1 o'clock. They head to the Sanctuary of the dressing rooms at 66 for 1. Gloucestershire 28 to Marcus Harris, 24 to Ben Charlesworth. As you can see, the strike reasonably equally shared between the two. And the one man out, Chris Dent, LBW to Potts, not playing a shot when the score was 10. Dent had made 8 of those. And I think on balance, Gloucestershire's morning, because although Durham did add 52 for the last wicket, they haven't maintained that momentum when Gloucestershire have come into bat.
Yeah, I'd go even Stevens. Ben Rain, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Potts, 1 for 16 or 5. Coughlin, none for 15 or 5. And Patel, none for 17 or 4. We're going to have a break, we're going to have some lunch, and we'll be back here just before 20 to 2. We'll see you then.
Terrific catch. Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.
go. He might have just turned his bat on.
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. Players went off the field at lunchtime in bright sunshine. You might be thinking, why are the covers on? Well, if you saw Dan and I about 10 minutes ago, you'd understand why. We looked a little bit worse for wear. We got caught
bedraggled, I
yes,
think.
we got caught in a sharp shower that came over the ground during the lunch break. It must have lasted no more than probably 5 minutes, but it was the definition of sharp.
Yes.
And the ground staff therefore had to try and get the covers out as quickly as they could, and that is going to mean a slightly delayed start after lunch as well, because they've got to get the covers off again. Still 3 sheets to be removed and the pitch covers. So do we just remind you of the position at lunch? There it is, bottom of your screen, 66 for 1. Harris and Charlesworth having come together when the score was 10, when Chris Dent was LBW to Matthew Potts. Overall match position, Gloucestershire 379 behind. Durham this morning batting on. They got the 4th batting point, but not the 5th one, because the last wicket fell with a score at 445, so they were just short, but still well within the overs. Still had more than 5 overs in hand, but Matt Taylor got the last wicket. Ajaz Patel edging a catch to James Bracey, so he finished with 2 for 79. Ajit Singh Dale 2 for 91. Zafar 4 for 130. Josh Shaw and Zuman Akhtar didn't bowl today, 1 for 35 and 1 for 82 respectively. But I said the forecast this morning was that you might be unlucky and catch a sharp shower, but it might be a bit lively if you did, and we definitely did.
It certainly was lively. Yeah, it certainly was lively.
So the umpires, I mean, at lunch the position was that 65 overs still had to be bowled, and the umpires, Mark Newell and Surendaran Shanmugam, just chatting to Paul Collett and amongst the ground staff out in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, I think it caught the ground staff out a little bit, didn't it?
It might have just been. You and I were partly walking around the ground and said, "Oh, I felt a spot of rain."
Yeah.
And within 30 seconds, it was actually quite heavy.
Hosing it.
Actually quite heavy, but I say it was brief.
Yeah.
So, I think there will be a slight delay to the afternoon, but it may not mean that we lose any overs. I wouldn't think that will be the case. Durham quite well up on the overs at the moment. They are +1, and obviously the hope would be that we wouldn't have any further interruptions for the rest of the day. So any news we have of this afternoon's resumption, we'll bring it to you here on the stream. But 66 for 1 at the moment, and the ground staff just pulling off the covers off the part of the square closer to the scoreboard side of the ground. We'll be with you as soon as play resumes, but with Andy Brassington with us this afternoon, his walkers and talkers idea has really come into the Seat Unique Stadium and taken off like the proverbial rocket over the last 12 months, and this is what it's all about.
Even though it's almost 20 years since I played my last game for Gloucestershire, coming back here today seems like coming back into one big family. So many friendly faces. The club do things properly. You know, in Andy Brassington, and Roger from the museum, you've got people who are genuinely passionate about the club and, want to make sure that people have a, good experience and a wonderful morning. It just builds on what is already a wonderful atmosphere at a great club. Absolutely thrilled. I had no idea it was coming when the club rang me a month or so ago. Very surprised to have that honour bestowed, but absolutely delighted, and it's been a wonderful morning for me. I think the first thing I noticed was how happy people look. I mean, people genuinely look forward to coming here on a Wednesday morning. They can see old friends, they can have a chat. There's always a different guest speaker. somebody who comes at it, from different angles every single week, and you can tell that everybody's having a wonderful time. The weather's been not very good today, but it hasn't spoilt it. We've all wandered over to the museum, and Roger's given us an insight into the history of the club. So it's an unbelievable initiative. I mean, for those who started it and have kept running it with so much commitment, so much passion, it just makes everybody's life brighter, doesn't it?
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. Much later than we anticipated. There we were at lunchtime saying, even at 20 to 2, we had a shower, it had stopped raining, and we thought play would probably resume within about 10 minutes. What happened then was we had another rather lighter shower, and the umpires wanted to be absolutely convinced that when we did resume there would be no further interruptions. So hopefully that is the way of it. Play for the rest of the day will be 52 overs, so we have lost 13 overs on the day, assuming no further interruptions, and tea will be taken at 25 minutes to 5, so you can just factor that in to the rest of your Friday afternoon. Obviously 8 overs of that 13 could be made up tomorrow, so the net effect, Dan, may be almost minimal over the 2 days, but obviously it has given us a break today, and the one thing it's also given is the Durham bowlers a breather, which may mean we may see rain and pots again.
Yeah, it has. They'll have one eye on the game at Hove though, because Sussex are breathing down their necks, and Sussex are 400 for 6 in response to Glamorgan's 1-2-3.
Now, did I see James Coles had got 100 there?
I will tell you. Bear with me. Yeah, he's got 132.
Right, he's got a young 19-year-old. He got runs here. He got runs at Worcester, I think, as well.
Impressive individual.
And it will be rain to resume. And I'll try and rattle through the other scores as they stand as we go through these first couple of overs here on the resumption. So 66 for 1, as you can see, in the 20 overs that Gloucester batted before lunch.
Yep, Ben Rain's going to take us away from the pavilion end. Bowling to Marcus Harris. That's very wide, and Harris doesn't need to play at that. Let's have a look. First ball after the resumption. And he got into trouble doing that in the first inning, in the first over of the Gloucestershire innings. Dropped in the gully, went on naught. And Gloucestershire are going to put an imposing total on the board. Marcus Harris needs to be there.
Yeah, Potts, as you can see, is back in that position at silly mid-on.
Well, he's very close. He's being moved now. He's very close there. Ben Rain in.
As long as he's going to hurry through this first over. So Division 1, Hampshire, 367 all out. Northants, 51 for 8.
Ouch.
Keith Barker had at least 4 of those. He still has 4. He has 4 for 13, Keith Barker, in that Northants innings. Somerset, 404. Middlesex, 110 for 5 in reply.
Rain in. Left alone.
No, it's not raining, Dan. Not anymore. At Trent Bridge, Essex 298, Notts 151 for 2. And at the Oval, Kent 218 for 7. They've had a rain delay at Worcester as well, but they haven't resumed in the second division. Leicestershire 173 and 148 for 5. Worcestershire bowled out yesterday for just 83, so their lead is 238.
Harris defends, goes out to Borthwick at mid-off.
And that score that Dan gave you at Hove, Glamorgan 123, and Sussex have now got that 4th batting point, 403 for 6. They are in reply, so building a big lead there. And Coles 132 not out. Steve Smith made 89.
Pujara duck. Not often that happens. Harris leaves that one alone.
Yes, I don't think they're going to get the 5th batting point because they only have 5 overs and 5 balls left, so it would take a real onslaught to get there. But yeah, they do lean heavily. We're talking about star players in the T20 with Pete Lamb this morning. Sussex do lean heavily on Pujara, and for the ball with the ball. They're leaning heavily on Robinson at the moment.
Harris leaves that one alone as well. Just to let you know that you can grab your Gloucestershire one-day membership for just 133 quid. That gives you access all the T20s, all the one-day stuff. Later in the year, it used to be called the Royal London Cup. It's just the 50 over cup now. You can also get a young adult membership for all the matches here. So county championships, T20s, whatever, for 62 quid. That's if you're aged between 16 and 24. There's also 1 month to go until England versus Australia women in the Ashes match here in Bristol. There's a ticket link in the description there on YouTube. And just to let you know that we've got Glamorgan here next Friday. Grab your T20 tickets, they're really good value. And it should be a really good event. There's nothing like Bristol under the lights, is there, Ian?
Or under the sun, to be fair. Here is Matthew Potts in to start a new spell in this afternoon session. I say delayed by an hour and 20 minutes, but we'll make most of that up. Make 8 overs of the 13 potentially up tomorrow, and we can make half an hour up tonight, so the net impact shouldn't be too great. I'll remind you of our email where you can get in contact with us after this over, Charlesworth forward. And as he's having to restart here, Charlesworth, and he's used to opening, it's not a foreign situation for him, and he is somebody who is not afraid to go really quite slowly when he's initially at the crease. There's our email, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Always open during the play. Here is Potts in bright sunshine now, and Charlesworth lets that go. Again, that's one of his trademark. I say it's a shot. I suppose it is a shot in a way. The ability to know which balls to leave. Trademark movement would be a better word, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Potts staying around the wicket. That's not the right line, really. It's too wide, and Robinson takes it low. So Michael Jones at first slip, Bedingham at second. Alex Lees, he's pretty in a fine gully there, really, you'd say, and Coghlan is at point for that steer through the offsides. Big gap in the covers. Borthwick patrolling the whole area on the offside in front of square. Charlesworth again lets that go. He left that on length, I think, as much as anything else. You've mentioned a lot, Dan, about the bounce from Potts, and we have seen a couple be climb quite steeply.
Yeah, I think that is why he is at international level. Mike Atherton always said that, pace is important, yeah, but bounce is often an opening bowler's biggest weapon.
Potts again. Charlesworth stands tall, defends out on the leg side, no run. End of Potts is over, and Gloucestershire 66 for 1, as they were at lunch. We've lost an hour and 20 minutes this afternoon. That will be made up with play through until 6:30 and a later than scheduled tea. 25 to 5 will be the tea break, and Ben Rain and Matthew Potts quite understandably back for a second burst. They weren't bowling up to lunch, both. Coghlan and Patel were at that stage. Here is Rain from the pavilion end, and again Harris reaches for one that he probably didn't need to, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. Spectators were rushing for shelter when that sharp shower appeared at about 1:30. It was quite late in the lunch interval, and that's why there was the delay. Rain quite close to the stumps, and Harris pushes that down the ground. A diving stop from Borthwick. They'll not even be able to take a single there, prevented Harris from doing so. We did flag up earlier today that we would have a guest with us this afternoon. He will be with us very shortly. Just climbing into position, so to speak. Rain past umpire Newell, and Harris lets that go. Good afternoon, Andy Brussington. How are you?
Ian, hi, I'm fine. It's nice to join you up here. I'm usually in my office at home listening to you guys.
And watching, hopefully.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I really appreciate you have work to do.
Yeah, I'm still working, believe it or not, so I have to spend a little bit of time with my staff to lead from the front.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the walkers and talkers this morning, and we played the trail for it, I think, as we went off at lunchtime, not thinking we wouldn't be back for 2 hours.
No, exactly. Well, I was actually in the bar at the time, so I watched it from the bar, and then the rain came, and I wasn't quite sure if I'd be lucky enough to come and join you.
Rain again on the leg stump, clipped away by Harris, and fielded by Potts once more. So we'll talk about W&T, as I'll call it, in a minute, but what about the cricket you've watched today?
I must admit, I haven't seen much. I came up yesterday and had a couple of hours at the far end in the south of France, as most locals call it, along with a lovely group from Walkers and Talkers, and it's a really nice view over there, and I did watch a bit of cricket. Normally I'm in the Premier Suite, and you actually don't watch too much, I'm afraid.
I never knew that it was known as the south of France end.
Didn't you really?
No,
yeah,
somebody told me that this morning.
Yeah, that's where the sun is. Yeah, and it's a lovely view from over there. So I watched a bit yesterday. I thought our lads stuck at it pretty well.
Rain to Charlesworth, who's respectfully forward, pushes it back up the pitch. No run.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good watch, wasn't it? I think
it was a good day yesterday.
I think they scored at 4 and over, did they? Which is always good to see the runs flowing. And I thought our boys stuck at it pretty well. It wasn't easy. I think it's one of those wickets, if you get in on it, you can get a big score, but if you nick one, you can nick 2 or 3.
And to be fair, a lot of the Durham batters got a start, but then didn't really go on other than Clark. Charlesworth again defends out on the leg side. End of Rain's over, still 67 for one, just a single added since we resumed play at 3 o'clock. But Zafar got 4 wickets after tea, and that changed the board a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, he did. I didn't really see that much, but as I say, I follow it quite closely. If not on live stream, I'm always on my phone, keeping up to date with the scores. Bit disappointed this morning to see that they carried on batting. Did we look like nicking one out early this morning, or?
There wasn't really much of a chance this morning. A couple of early blows sort of set the tone, and it looked as if they were going to get to 450, but in the end, not that the time was a problem, it wasn't, but H.S. Patel nicked one, James Bracey did the rest, and that was it.
He got a few victims, did he, James, in this game?
He got, I think, 2 catches and a stumping, I think.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a stumping, you know. As a keeper, they don't come along all that often, so it's you'd give up 3 or 4 catches for a stumping, you know, definitely.
Potts continuing from the Ashley Down Road end, and Harris lets that go. To be fair, it was not the most difficult one. It was one where you felt the batsman was sort of toppling.
Hey, don't you tell me any stumpings he's seen
really?
Now. I'm telling you, they're all difficult, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, they were in my day anyway.
Delayed. So he was obviously shuffling forward, lost his balance a bit, and it looked a fairly straightforward one.
Yeah, you know the ones that are most difficult?
Here's Potts in again, and Charlesworth works that off his pads down to Ben Rain at fine leg. He'll pick up 1.
The ones that are most difficult are the ones that the crowd and the supporters think are so easy. When a batsman run down the wicket and suddenly he's 5 yards out of his ground, everyone thinks it's an easy stumping, but as a keeper, when you see the batter starting to leg it down the wicket, you get a bit of a panic attack on to start off with, and then a lot of the time the ball can pass between the bat and the pad and you lose it for a period of time. So the supporters think because they're a long way down it's easy, but that's not the case.
Potts in again, just pushed at and taken by Robinson. Charlesworth can sometimes feel as if he takes a little while to get his bearings, and having had a longer than expected break after lunch, it might just take him a little while to get.
I don't often come up this high, you know. It's a great view, isn't it?
You need you don't need to be afraid of heights to come up here. Charlesworth again lets that go.
You actually see my house from here, up on the hill there, top of Churchway Crescent, up in Upper Hawford, as we call it.
Upper Hawford, So do you walk to the ground from your house?
I did today. Do you know why I walked to the ground today? Because I came in my car yesterday a little bit late and I couldn't get in the ground. I was told by the car parking attendant they were full.
Oh.
I thought it's easier walk. It's 0.6 of a mile it is, that's all.
Oh, well.
I've done it many times in the 50 years.
Then.
It's a nice little stroll. It takes me a little bit longer to get home after a couple of pints, but...
Potts in again and driven by Charlesworth, but not past Borthwick. So let's talk about walkers and talkers then. Was there a light bulb moment when you thought of it?
Yeah, there was actually, yeah. I'll talk in between deliveries because I know you're a professional, so I'll try and do it right. It all started in lockdown, and as the listeners might know and the viewers might know, I played a bit of cricket, so I took it on under a few years ago now, to say the least, to keep an eye on all the lads and look after the boys and keep in touch with them. And during lockdown, I made it my business to call everybody.
Potts into Charlesworth, who's moved Patel for the last ball of the over just into that short cover position. He does the fielding. There's no run though. Charlesworth has 24. Marcus Harris has 30. He was dropped on naught in the first over by Baz de Leyder at point. Probably a ball he didn't need to play at. But like Borthwick yesterday, Borthwick made 53 having been dropped on 20. He wants to try and profit from that now in Gloucestershire. I've only lost Chris Dent so far. LBW to Potts for 8.
Now, meanwhile, listeners, back to walkers and talkers.
Yeah.
So you forgot all about me then, you know. He was away. He's away, isn't he? So it was clear to see some of the boys were struggling. So one in particular was struggling, so I went to see him.
Rain. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good delivery. It's forced Harris to play at it. He's played inside it ultimately. This is in slow motion. It's just held its line. And you can see why Robinson almost went, ooh, you could see him go, ooh, for that.
So I went to see this former player in his workplace. And
Former player,
one of the boys. He was struggling, so I eventually, after about 3.5 hours, persuaded him for me to contact the PCA and get someone to try and help him out. He was going through a bad time and was feeling it a little bit. So I said, listen, let's meet up next week, but not in your workplace because it's a bit difficult for you. So we met up on the Downs, and everyone I know the Downs is a lovely green area to have a little walk. And it was at that time when you could get a cup of coffee, but you couldn't sit down. There's no seats anywhere. So we had to go for a walk. So we got a cup of coffee, went for a walk, had a chat, did him good, did me good. So I rang a few of the lads over the next coming weeks and said, look, I'm meeting up on the Downs on a Wednesday, why don't you come and join us and we'll have a little walk. And we had 2, 3, 5, 8. So there's a group of us walking around every week having a cup of coffee and a little chat.
Rain from the pavilion end. Again, Harris drawn forward. The yelp you can hear is from the slip cordon, and these were all former players.
All former players. And I suppose a light bulb moment was, I was thinking, well, if things ever got better, wouldn't it be nice to do this and include everybody in it, not just the former players or other sportsmen, but everybody out there. So I had this little light bulb moment, which I'm going to tell you about in a minute.
Rain to Harris. We didn't anticipate that going out on the offside. He's trying to play that almost a square leg where umpire Shamugam is.
So we Yeah, so I thought, wouldn't it be nice if we could do this and walk around the county ground, get everyone involved, and some of the supporters who'd watched, say, Sid Lawrence play cricket 20, 30 years ago could have a little chat to him while walking around the ground. And that's basically how it all started.
There you go, simple idea, isn't it? Rain in, Harris forces that but straight to Patel.
So we got it up and running, and the first one we ever had, we had 25 people there, and I thought, who should we get to be the first VIP guest? So I thought David Lawrence was perfect for it. So we got Sid, the club president. He's a great lad, and he came along. So I'm doing the Q&A with him in front of 25 people.
Rain. In again, Harris turns it away on the leg side. He'll just pick up one. Clark is down at deep backward square.
And we encourage people to ask questions from the floor so they can get involved, so they can feel part of what was going on. So one lady said a question, how are your parents, Sid, and did they have a big influence on your career?
20 minutes later, you were still talking.
Well, Sid lost his parents very close together not too long ago, and believe you me, he's a big family man. So I look at Sid, and Sid kind of broke down and started crying. And I said, "Oh, you all right, mate?" And he said, give me a minute. Just give me a minute. And he got his hanky out, and I got my arm around him, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what do I do? And I looked up, and there was 25 people staring at Sid with their mouths open. And I thought, this is great.
Rain. Just worked into the gap on the leg side by Harris. They've moved one of the fielders. There's a long chase out for Potts once more. He seems to be everywhere in the field. And they're going to come back just in the end for 2.
And the reason I thought it was great was because if 25 people could see a big, tough boy like Sid Lawrence show his emotions, then there's no reason why they shouldn't. And we didn't know at the time, but Sid set the platform for the group to feel easy, to talk about whatever they wanted to talk about, and just to show the feelings in front of everybody. And he really did set the tone for what we've done now 14 months later. And the group has provided a platform for everybody to just be themselves and have a chat and relax and talk about things they want to talk about.
And you started with cricketers, absolutely, but it's widened out a little bit in terms of other people, particularly from the Bristol area, who people would know.
We've had sports people, politicians, newscasters, actors, actresses, Olympic medalists. We've had it all. We've even had Dan.
Charlesworth waits for a new over from Potts. I was going to say that, but that would have been the punchline, which
I don't want to embarrass him, but he was charming, he was great, and he came and told us his life story, and everybody loved it. It was really good fun, and I think Dan enjoyed it as well, to be honest. And and that's one of the things that's come shining through. All the guests enjoyed themselves, and we get emotional, we have tears, and the guests do as well.
72 for 1. Charlesworth again can work that onto the leg side from Potts. The line was just enough for him to squeeze it out to the fielder on the square leg boundary, who I think is delayed at. That's the short of the 2 boundaries, so it was only a single. And you're now getting how many on a Wednesday morning?
We're getting, on average now, about 145. We've been up to 190. We've started with 25.
That is remarkable.
It is. It's amazing, and it's all down to the group. That it's a group that makes it so special. The people themselves, and they're like-minded people.
Potts into Harris. It's a short one, and Robinson just gets the merest glove on it. It was bounced the batsman, and they're going to come through in the end for just 1 by. I thought it might have gone for 4, but it was chased down by Michael Jones.
Well, so many of the speakers, they're so inspirational, you know, actor Joe Sims, people like Ian Holloway. We've had Bryony Williams, the chef, we've had them all, and we like to get their story, where they came from, how they started, who inspired them, how they got to where they were.
Potts with 2 slips and a gully, and Charlesworth again, long way forward, head over the ball, defends.
And there's one thing that comes shining through is that they've all reached basically the top of what they do, and they've got there. They've been knocked down, but they get back up again. They've been got down. They keep sending this message: you don't give up. You keep on going. And there's nothing you can't achieve. And you know, we're a bit of an older group, and 60, 70, 80, 90-year-olds, and everyone walks away totally inspired.
Charlesworth, firm shot up to Borthwick at mid-off. Potts is persisting round the wicket here to the two left-handers. And how much, I mean, it's said, isn't it, that often the simple ideas are the ones that work the best. Do you think the fact that he's in the middle of the day rather than in the evening persuades, dare I say, the more mature person to be out at that time of day rather than in the dark?
Very much so, Ian. I think it's a perfect time. 10 till 12. It's not too long. They could have time to have a little lie-in. But yeah, the timing of it is very good.
Potts switches to over the wicket now, just to offer a bit of variation at the end of the over, but still no breakthrough. 74 for 1.
But I love that first hour, Ian, and we have the Q&A, which is brilliant, at 11 o'clock, but that first hour where people arrive and catch up with people, and within 2 minutes of coming on your own, you're talking to somebody else and part of the group and wandering around, and everyone keeps in touch with one another. They email during the week, they call one another, and these were people who hadn't even met a few weeks ago.
That was in my next point, in a way, is that did effectively you start with, you said 25, most of whom were coming by themselves initially?
Very much so, and it takes a big thing to go anywhere by yourself. Even now, for us all to go to a function we're on our own, you know, there's always that little bit of nerves there.
Hear the wind a little bit in our effects mic. I'll just turn that down a little bit. Ben Rain bowling from this from this pavilion end.
But that's a lovely thing about it, Ian. You can walk in on your own, and within seconds you're greeted at the door. You're given a cup of coffee and a chocolate biscuit, and off you go chatting away. And
Rain again in the Harris very nearly drags that down onto his boot. He didn't get anything on it in the end.
And so we have a cup of coffee and a chat, and we walk around the ground, which is fantastic to see. To see 150 odd people walking around the cricket ground is amazing. And we pop into the museum as well, and Roger Gibbons, who looks after the museum, it's a fantastic. He does 10 minutes little slot on a piece of an old bat from 100 years ago. He was reading out W.G. Grace's letters the other week.
Rain staying over the wicket on Harris. He's hit on the pad, a big appeal, a long and protracted appeal by Durham, but umpire Newell unmoved, possibly going over. Well, I would think might be.
It's great being an expert, isn't it? I'm just looking at that. I'm saying that might be just pitching outside, but I'd like to look at it again. But yeah,
well, we can probably sort that for you, actually.
Yeah, let's have another look then. Yeah, let's have a little look.
So Andy is seeing what you're seeing at home. So there's still 3 balls left in the over. So maybe at the end of the over we'll get James up.
Okay, I haven't got my glasses on, by the way, everybody. Yeah, but going back to the museum, it's great fun in there.
Rain into Harris, who again defends, this time bat firmly in the right place.
And Roger was reading these handwritten letters by W.G. Grace over 100 years ago that he'd written to the players just after the season, basically telling them not to worry about the club. The committee had no clue, but he was going to try and change that. And I did chirp up and said, well, nothing's changed really, but there you go. And then he's got bats and he's got balls that hat tricks were taken with centuries ago. It's so fascinating, and it's just part of the morning's fun.
There's a lady downstairs with an umbrella up. I hope that doesn't mean there are any further spots of rain around. Only one. And here is the second look at that LBW. If Andy would like to look at the screen to your left, with your glasses. Say, to me, it might have been going over.
I think it pitched outside and going over. We're both right. He's not out anyway.
Makes a change.
It's not easy, mind, is it?
Being an umpire, definitely not.
No, not easy up here either.
They only see it once.
Yeah.
At full speed. Rain. And that's chopped away by Harris through the gap between gully and backward point. Nothing Paul Coughlin could do. And it's gone racing away down over the old
practice wickets for the nets of the T20, and Harris picks up 4 more. There's a second look at that. Chopper just it's wide enough. He's had a couple of those which he hasn't quite got right today, but that was well placed. 78 for 1. We've only seen 2 wickets on the ground today. Ajaz Patel, last man out for Durham, when he was caught behind off Matt Taylor for 22. That got their first innings over at 445, and then Chris Dent, LBW to Potts in the 4th over of Gloucestershire's reply for 8. Potts and Rain sharing the duties once more after the rain break.
Although there's been a lot of runs scored, it does seem like a good competition between bat and ball, doesn't it?
It looks a good pitch, this. We were talking quite a lot on the stream yesterday about effectively the positive can-do type of approach from Durham. They weren't here to plod along through the day. They were here to put bat to ball, and that's created a situation which has taken the game on quite a long way, despite that rain break. And Potts just turning Charlesworth round there.
It's nice to see cricket played on wickets like this, because the ball that went for 4 a couple of balls ago had a little bit of width and he was punished. And then he's pitched the ball. He's obviously hit the seam and just straightened a little bit and caused Charlesworth a little bit of trouble. So you've got to be on top of your game as both a batter and a bowler, and that's how you learn to play the game.
Potts in once more. It's a bit down the leg side. Charlesworth has got that round the corner. He's got, well, it's a very good stop. I was going to say he's got 4 for it. He's going to get 2 anyway. It's a very good diving stop by Deleda out on the deep square leg boundary. He's got some help from Rain with the throw. They've relayed it in, and Gloucestershire have still picked up.
What's the fielding like this? Hey, what's the fielding like? I couldn't imagine Davy Shepherd doing that in my day, that is for sure.
Yeah, but Shep wouldn't have been on the boundary, would he?
No, he'd be tucked away somewhere safely, the old boy.
Potts got a springy approach, and Charlesworth, again, that's a good carry. I mean, Robinson's having to jump to take that.
Yeah, that's a great delivery. Pace going through. Again, getting the ball in the right area and causing the batsman problems. So, not a great deal of foot movement there, which caused the problem for him. But again, it shows you, he's been batting a long time. He's in, but if the bowler puts the ball in the right areas, the batter's in danger.
Yeah. Potts in his 9th over, and Charlesworth again lets that go. I don't know what the wagon wheel would say on the analyst grid about the number of balls that Charlesworth has actually let go of the 81. I think he's faced.
Didn't have a wagon wheel in my time, mate.
No.
It used to be a chocolate biscuit, I think, in my day.
Probably still is, actually. Others are available. Dan's going to join you at the end of the over.
Oh, we're not going to go through that Q&A again with him, are we?
I don't think so. Potts, again, Charlesworth again lets that go, and Robinson has taken it, but Potts has called a dead ball. Now, is that because, why is that called a dead ball? My eye line went to keeper Robinson. Potts has tumbled over in his follow through.
It's gone past the keeper, hasn't it? It's hit him on the pad, I think. He didn't play a shot. I'm not quite sure. You're the expert. Hold on, Dan's coming, have a look.
Well, umpire Shanmugam has called it as a dead ball. It is the end of the over, though. Some umpires have... unclear why that's happened. 80 for 1. Andy Brassington's going to stay with us, and Dan Whiting's going to join him.
Dan's moving into the seat now. It takes Dan a little bit longer to get in, I'm afraid, guys.
I'm not svelte like
he'll be with us. He'll be with us in the next 10 minutes.
How are you, mate? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm good, Dan. It's really nice to be up here. Thanks for the opportunity to come up and talk to you guys and to the listeners and viewers. It's great. I'm really enjoying it.
Well, Ben Rain's going to take us away from the pavilion end. There's Harris. Defends that one out. Andy, I want to talk to you about your debut for Gloucestershire back in 1972.
74. No, 74.
74.
I'm older than I look.
And without swear words, you
course.
got a warm welcome to the crease, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I did actually. It was a bit of a. We were playing notch, yeah, and there was a little bit of banter going on. Even the umpire gave me a bit of stick on walking out to bat. But it was Bill Taylor who was bowling at the time. Who was, if you know Bill Taylor, he's actually played at Notts, but I think he's from Yorkshire, and a broad Yorkshire accent, and Bill Taylor, if the people remember, he was a quick bowler and fielded on the boundary, and he used to pretend he had a dog with him all the time out on his lead. And he'd be walking this imaginary dog and talking this imaginary dog all the time. He spoke about his dog all that time. And when I walked in and took my guard from Cess Pepper...
Rain comes in, approaching the crease. Ben Rain, that is, and not the precipitation. As they scamper through for a single, yes.
And Bill used to play with his dog and throw an imaginary ball, and the dog used to go and get it and bring it back. So I took my goal from Cess Pepper, and before bowling the ball, Bill walked down the wicket to me and said, "Hey up, lad, they should be at school, shouldn't they?" And I didn't really say anything because I was quite shy in those days, actually.
Were you 18 years old?
Yeah, just a young lad from Stoke. Not many people escape from Stoke, but I managed to. So it was all a bit new to me. So this big, aggressive bowler talking to me on my debut was a bit alarming, in all honesty.
Here's Ben Rain. Past the umpire. Charles Worth just plays that one to the onside, no run.
So he's talking to me like, I'm on his son, it should be at playground. He said, "I bet my dog can bat better than they can." And anyway, I thought, you cheeky get like first ball, he's running into ball, and I'm not very happy. And this will surprise a lot of people, but my first ball in county cricket from Bill Taylor, I had my eyes closed, it was half volley off stump, and I hit it for 4. It went through extra cover, not at a great pace, and it's not a big ground. It went for 4 at the boundary rope, went for 4. The ball was at the just outside the dressing room pavilion.
His Rain at the top of his mark. Bouncer. Charlesworth weaves it.
So I wandered down the wicket, tapping the wicket, trying to look impressive, but not. I said, "All right, Bill," I said, "can my dog go and get that back for thee then, son, so you can bowl another delivery?" So everyone went a little bit quiet. Derek Randall was stirring a little bit, but then we all burst into a bit of laughter and had a bit of fun.
Exactly, that's what it's about.
And I actually hit another 4 off Bill before we were bowled out, and I was a not out batsman, and we walked off together. So we've been good mates ever since.
Charlesworth just defends that into the onside. So, I mean, obviously the 70s here at Gloucestershire, you play with some wonderful players. Procky.
Yeah.
I mean, how good a player was he?
If Procky was playing now, I'm a great believer any great player in any era would be able to play any time. Now, just imagine Mike Proctor playing in this era with T20 cricket, the 100. He was a magnificent cricketer, and he won matches for you with both bat and ball. And people forget he used to bowl off spin very well, and he was a fantastic slip fielder. He used to catch most things. So you know, for me, he's the greatest cricketer I've played with.
Yeah.
A great lad, but also we had people like Zahir Abbas.
Yeah, I was going to come on to Zahir. I mean, well, there's a delay in play. I mean, how good was he? It was 1976. He scored 2,500
I know,
runs.
2,500 runs. Oh.
Yeah. Here's Potts. As Harris defends that.
He was a wonderful player and so stylish as well. He just loved to get inside the ball as a spinner's left arm was the ball, and he'd get inside and hit you through the offside. And he very, very rarely played an attacking shot and hit a fielder. He would find the gaps, which again is a class players can only do. He was wonderful. But what a time to play county cricket. I was so lucky. 73 to 88.
Yeah. Here's Potts in Harris defends. So, I mean, you must have played against Viv.
I played against Viv a lot. Like Viv and Beefy Bottom, we were all together at the same time, and with Gloucestershire and then in Somerset, it was like we were always playing against them. So, played against Viv, and again, what an awesome player, could just take the game away from you at the drop of the hat. Played shots that nobody else had played. Imagine him playing now.
Was there big rivalry between Gloucestershire and Somerset? I'll come on to that after this ball from Potts.
Harris lets that go.
Yeah, there was. It was not. They were a lovely group of lads. Dasher Denning, Howard Burgess, Dave Taylor, keeper, Brian Rose. They were wonderful lads. But yeah, there was. You couldn't help but be competitive because we used to play a lot of championship cricket against them on bank holidays, and we would get big crowds here, right? Thousands of people, watching us. So everyone was under pressure to go out and do the business.
Harris just doesn't get all of that, just defends it out onto the onside. You're listening to Andy Brassington here, you're joining me, Dan Whiting. So the West Country derbies were a bit spicy. Sadiq Mohammed, he was another lovely player.
Great player. The Arthur Daly of Pakistan.
Really?
You know, Sadiq and Zed, they were big mates obviously, but they came from different backgrounds completely in Pakistan. Zed was like a prince.
Yeah, here's Potts. As Harris whips that one out to deep square, and just gets the single.
And Sadiq really was your wheeler and dealer, and nothing's changed in 50 years. I speak to them both I speak to Zed on a very regular basis, and nothing's changed. But totally different characters and totally different players. Yeah. Sadiq was more of a grafter, worked hard. When you think, Sadiq was out there facing the new ball in an era where every single club had quality quick bowlers.
Yeah, you think of the overseas quicks around at the time, people like Wayne Daniel, Sylvester Clarke, Garth LaRue, Imran.
They were all there. No wonder I didn't score any runs. Flipping ink. That's not easy, is it?
Bouncer from Potts, Charlesworth weaves it. Yeah, I mean, everyone, apart from Yorkshire in those days, had an overseas quick. Michael Holding was over here.
Yeah, Michael. I was lucky enough to play against all those cricketers.
Marshall.
And yeah, Macca. Oh, Marshall. He was quick. And with him not being too tall, I can remember going in as night watchman because I used to get the night watchman's job. I don't know why, but I used to get it. And I can remember going in as night watchman, and he knocked my middle pole. He nearly stabbed Bobby Parks, who was like 50 yards back, but came tumbling out the ground. But as daft as it sounds, Dan, people often said to me, "God, they were quick. I bet you were scared." No, you enjoyed the challenge. It was and I was not a batter as most people will know, but the challenge of going out there and playing against the best and the quickest in the world was brilliant.
No helmets in those days either.
No.
Did you? I mean, you must have worn one in the 80s when helmets started to come out.
Yeah, we did it. We did in the 80s, but when we started off in the 70s,
we're going to see Ajaz Patel into the attack. He's going to have a bowl at Marcus Harris. Yeah.
But it was amazing how many people didn't get hit on the head. And do you know why? If you haven't got a helmet on,
you weave it or duck it.
You weave it and duck it. You watch the ball all the way. The guys now with a helmet will take risky shots, pull and hook, because they know they're protected.
Yeah. Patel, as Harris plays him pleasantly into the offside, picks up a single. Who was the quickest?
Oh, there were so many depending on wickets. Imran Khan could bowl very, very quick. I can remember Colin Croft at Guildford on a reasonably quick wicket at Guildford rushing in, and he was a bit like Mark Proctor, and the ball swung into a right-hander.
Defended by Charlesworth. He went wide on the crease, didn't he, Colin Croft?
Went wide on the crease, and it'd be short, and you think you could get out the way of it, but it just kind of followed you.
Yeah.
Which is not. That's why you'd see a batsman fall on his backside now and again.
Yeah. Here's Patel with that minimalist run up. Charlesworth plays him into the onside. No run.
But Imi, for instance, could be aggressive.
Yeah.
Like I remember playing at Hove against him and batting for 5 hours at Hove. I don't know how against him. And
Charlesworth defends.
He planned in the afternoon. It was the second day, and we were trying to save the match on the second day. And he planned with Garth LaRue at lunchtime that they would go into London. The game would be over, and they'd go into London at the night time, go out for a night out, because Amy liked a night out now and again. He's struggling to get a night out at the moment, by the way.
It's Charlesworth that defends that one.
And me and Grav batted for about 4 hours together, and he was getting more and more and more upset that he couldn't get out. And they took the second new ball, and he was very angry, and he bowled very, very quick.
Patel over the wicket. Charlesworth defends off the back foot. So, I mean, cricket's obviously changed. There's much more of a emphasis on fitness. I mean, you guys enjoyed yourself post-match, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. You know, fitness was funny for the lads. Brian Brain used to get fit in the winter by playing darts and drinking in the Worcester pubs. Shep never did anything anyway. Like Shep used to go around with the odd newspaper to post back in Instow there. But I was at Port Vale and playing a bit of football, so it was a lot easier for me. But no, the fitness wasn't great. Les Barsley was our physio, come trainer, come everybody, and he used to have a little chat in the middle to someone and just keep us running around the ground. But not many of the guys used to run, and certainly not any pace.
Well, there you go, guys. That is cricket in a nutshell. Here's Potts as Harris defends. I mean, you know, now warm weather training, they go off to Abu Dhabi or Dubai, and Brian Brain's warm weather training is a pub fire and a dartboard.
Exactly. But you know what was interesting? Brian Brain he came to us from Worcester. He came with a bit of a reputation, but he was absolutely fantastic, great with the young lads. And he did something which a lot of bowlers could do now that don't. Pre-season, he didn't do any training, but when we were outside in the nets at the far end there, he'd bowl off his proper run-up, and he'd bowl and bowl and bowl. He insisted on having one of the lads to be umpire. He never bowled a no-ball. And that was the way he'd bowl over after over after over in the nets. And then he was prepared for the season. But it was a different era, and it was a great era. But just going back to yeah, we enjoyed ourselves a little bit. We enjoyed the social side of it.
Potts around the wicket. Harris lets it go.
We'd enjoy a few beers after, and in those days the opposition used to stay and have a drink with you, and that's why we were all great mates from that era, because we spent a lot of time getting to know one another. But it never took anything away from 11 o'clock the following morning, stepping on the grass. He was played serious stuff. Yep. But we enjoyed it, and players just like now then were under pressure. If you didn't perform, you didn't play, and you got the sack. Yep. And in my 16 years as a pro,
Harris cuts. That's found the gap. That runs away for 4 runs. Back with a point.
A lot of my friends over that period of time got released. Yep. You know, got sacked. Yep. So you're always under pressure of losing your job. You had to perform.
Yeah. And I mean, Jack Russell obviously came here in the 80s.
Oh, don't mention that little git. Hey, Jack Russell, I wonder when he'd come up.
I mean, it's not a bad guy to be replaced by, is it? I mean, listen, what a cricketer.
I love Jack Russell. We've got a special relationship, and Jack took over from me, and people say, "God, but you don't talk to him." We're really, really close. He's an absolutely fantastic lad, and I'd like to think, and I know Jack believes this. He put it in his boot that although he took over my place, I tried to help him as much as I could.
Harris defends that one backward of square on the offside.
And what a talented cricketer, you know, what a unbelievable wicket keeper, and obviously got stuck in with the bat and scored lots of runs, and now he was an artist as well.
Yeah,
I was an artist, but not
a different type of artist.
Very much so. Back to the bar. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously you played you're a wicket keeper. You played in the same era as people like Bob Taylor, Alan Knott, Jack Russell. I mean, the three of those. Who would you put in your 1, 2, 3 as keepers? As Potts. I'll let you ponder that one. Oh, that's well bowled. Goes past the outside of Marcus Harris's bat.
It's a great question. You know, you look at if I was going to say to any kid what's a keeper, Bob Taylor was absolutely fantastic, technically wise, absolutely brilliant. To be a top keeper or a batter, you'll have to have a great platform, but around that platform you put your own individual style on it. And Jack was a little bit like Notty in many ways, you know, a little bit different. But I saw so much of Jack.
Potts, Ian, Harris defends.
I saw so much of Jack week in, week out, matching after match after match. He was unbelievable, and the amount of mistakes he made was so limited. He used to write down in the early days everything in the book at the end of the day's play, which is a bit difficult because he wouldn't take his gloves off. So it was a right mess.
So he's writing in his wicket keeping
exactly.
gloves.
He used to go. He did everything in his gloves, that lad, and
with his hat on.
But his hat on as well. You know. So I saw Notty and was lucky enough to get to know Notty, and I got to know Bob, but. Just watching Jack week in, week out, day in, day out, his dedication, his beautiful hands, it would be hard to put anyone in front of Jack.
Patel over the wicket. Charlesworth lets that one go.
Plus the fact, if Notty was number 2 here or Bob, they wouldn't have knocked me off my spot, would they? You know what I mean?
Very true.
We wouldn't even be talking about them.
No, exactly. Exactly. You were here yesterday. I thought James Bracey's catch standing up. I'll come on to it after this ball from Patel. Charlesworth moves his feet, plays him out to Alex Lees at long on for an easy single. I thought Bracey's catch standing up yesterday was superb. The under edges are always harder.
Really, again, like Ian mentioned about the stumping, there's not an easy stumping, and there's not an easy catch standing up. Honestly, it's so difficult. James has done so well.
Patel in, Harris defends.
He's forever working on his game, always want to improve. He would probably be the first to say he's not the most natural of keepers. You know, you look at someone like Jack and they naturally, you think, oh, he's just natural. James is worked very, very hard on his game. And now, you know, the lovely thing about James is you watch the cricket and you don't even notice him, and that's a great sign of a keeper, that you don't really notice him at all.
I think in the last sort of latter half of last season, early part of this season, I think his footwork has improved, and that gets you into position where your gloves can take over. Harris defends.
You're spot on. Your feet are so important. It's all about head, hands, and feet, and that movement, getting in a position to catch the ball, but having a nice platform. It's a little bit like a car suspension. Your bottom half of your body. You know, when you got a car and you go over pebbles, and the car suspension goes up and down.
Harris whips that one, brings the bottom hand in, plays it out again to Alex Lees at long on.
So the car suspension takes all the up and down in. It's a bit like your bottom half of your body when you're keeping wicket. If that's working properly, then your back and your head is still as possible.
Yeah.
And James has worked really hard on that, and so foot movement is very, very so important. But you know, he's batting right up the order, and it's a big ask. When you're keeping all day long, every single ball, it takes an awful lot out of you. And then to be able to have to switch on and then go out and bat for long periods as well over the course of the season.
Probably why I was a rubbish wicket keeper, because if you've seen the suspension on my car in the car
it's not good, is it? It's not good. I just saw you got on that seat, so there's a bit in common with your car. But I love James, and James came to do a walkers and talkers for us one morning. What a delightful boy! What a credit! What a credit it is to this club.
Yeah, he's a gent.
Wonderful.
He's a gent. You'll see a change of bowling here. We've got Paul Coughlin into the attack. It's coming round the wicket. Harris defends. I think Gloucestershire as a club, I mean, you've been a part of that as well. I mean, I've had a very warm welcome since I've arrived here. And, you know, you've been sort of a part of that. The fans are, and I think that's been the same right through the years, isn't it? It's a real sort of family environment. Coughlin comes in, Harris defends.
For whatever reason, Dan, you're spot on. For whatever reason, it's always been, the strength of the club has been in its players, its supporters. I say this with my hand on my heart, and I know it's true because I speak to him. There's not one cricketer who has left here and gone on to play cricket otherwise, other counties. There's not one cricketer who's gone on to coach at very high levels, and they're still out there coaching. Not one of them wouldn't come back given the opportunity.
Coughlin, bouncer, Harris ducks that.
And that says volumes about the club. Volumes. It's just something special. You know, it's just something, and we get frustrated. You know, I've been involved with the club 50 years this April, so over 50 years now. You have your ups and downs. You're a player. Everyone wants to carry on playing forever, but very few players leave under their own steam. You're either sacked or whatever. But it's just got this pull to it to bring you back towards it.
Coughlin comes in. Harris thick outside edge. He's going to get 4 runs, but that's a moral victory there to Coughlin. And that moves the score into the 90s. Harris 47, Charlesworth 31. Courtney Walsh, you played with him as well.
Yeah, I played with Walsh. Yeah.
What a gent.
What a lovely man. And do you know what? In his autobiography, he was asked who his bestest mate was in cricket, and have a guess who he said?
Andy Brassington.
No, Jack Russell. No. It was me. And 3 years ago, I was lucky enough to be invited out to his wedding in Antigua, which was lovely. Still talk to him very, very much. We're on. I organised a WhatsApp group for the lads, and we let people know it's Martin Jedard's birthday today, for instance. So I sent a message out early this morning wishing him a happy birthday.
Harry's defence.
And all the lads pile in, you know, and everyone, and be Mike Proctor, Zahir Abbas, Courtney Walsh out in the West Indies, everyone piles in with little messages. We're
Jim
really
Fote.
close. Fote, speaks to Fote all the time. He's down in Devon, he's retired now. Having said that, his employers would have said he'd been retired. he
was quite a laid-back character, wasn't he?
Amazing character. So, like, everybody loved Fote. He's a lovely lad. But yeah, he didn't take to work when he finished cricket too well.
Oh, isn't it a mix-up here? Charlesworth's in trouble. Oh, and they can't quite, mid-on, can't quite get up to the stumps. But Harris sent Charlesworth back. There was a big mix-up. Harris set off as well. Charlesworth went. Suddenly he's got to go back, and he was gone with a direct hit by a long way. But Ben Rain couldn't quite get up to the stumps.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that, really.
He was very lucky, yeah.
Yeah, it does happen. But going back to Fote, yeah, lovely lad. Everybody loved Fote. And obviously, this year we're celebrating 50 years of winning our first ever
1973.
Yeah,
Gillette Cup, wasn't it?
Against Sussex, yeah. I was lucky enough my first year on the staff, and I was lucky enough to be there on the balcony with the boys. Fote played a big part in that.
Yeah.
Along, obviously, with David Graveney, Procky, Zahir Abbas, Sadiq Mohammed. A few of the lads have sadly passed on now.
Patel in, and that's well bowled. Charlesworth's looking for the single. Harris doesn't fancy it after the mix-up in the last over. Did you run out any senior batsmen in your time? You must have run some.
I tell you what, I've been run out by a senior batsman. I remember Zed running me out at Hove looking for a 3 to get the strike. I was going well, I was 28 as well. I never used to get to that high. He ran me out by about 20 yards. It was yes, yes, yes. No. But they were funny. Like Sadiq used to do this with the batters. They used to go, when I say yes, I mean no. And when I say no, I mean yes. And they used to use the word cello, which is run.
Why?
In Pakistan, they just used to say, you go, no, cello. And it usually was sorry at the end of it, somewhere along the line.
Quicker ball there from Patel.
But there's nothing worse, is it, than running out a senior batter.
No.
It's not a good thing, but
Do you
it does
ever
happen.
do it as a night watchman?
No.
That's criminal.
That is criminal.
Patel floats that one up, gets it above the eye line. Charlesworth defence.
As the fielding side, it's always a bonus, isn't it? If you get a run out, it's a real bonus.
It's a waste of your wicket, isn't it, as a batsman?
Complete waste of your wicket. Yeah. But just going back to that side that won the Gillette in '73, we have, and the club very kindly let us do it, and I organise it, a former Players' Day, and it's on the 11th of June this year.
Yep.
And both Zahir will be here and Mike Proctor will be here.
Fantastic.
Which is lovely. So.
Patel. Oh, that's well bowled. That's gone through everything. It's turned it out of the rough, gone past the inside edge of Charlesworth's bat, beaten Robinson, and gone for 4 byes.
Hate that, 4 byes, don't you?
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's quite an embarrassing moment for a keeper when the ball goes to 4 byes. I know it can happen, and it'd be nice to look at that again. Obviously, there's a bit of rough out there, so it's not easy. But I used to dread 4 byes.
Did you? What's the most amount of byes you
let
in a day?
It's after it sounds. I've talked to Rob Turner. Rob spoke for us at Walkers and Talkers down at Taunton last month, and we were talking about that. And here's that little incident again. So from a keeper's point of view, yeah, it's turned sharply, left-hander turning into the left-hander. He'll be disappointed. He's not in a very good position there, in all honesty. But the ball did turn quite sharply. But he'd be disappointed if I was keeping and that had happened. I wouldn't be happy at all with myself. But we didn't. We used to keep a little record of how many byes. And Bob Stevenson started. It used to be the keeper at Hampshire, and he used to write down all the byes he conceded.
Coughlin in.
But it actually wasn't not that many. I probably can remember once when byes in an innings, which was here, bowling second on a dusty track. I think I let 13 byes pass, and I think that was the only time it ever got into double figures. You'd be really disappointed if you let 1 bye pass.
Yeah. Well, Ollie Robinson's come from Kent, a county with a wonderful reputation for wicket keepers. I mean, you look at Godfrey Evans, Leslie Ames, Alan Knott, Paul Downton.
Yeah, they've had some great keepers. Personally, from a personal point of view, the lad has got some areas to work on. For me, just watching now, he doesn't look too natural a keeper. I don't know exactly what he's back. Does he bat as well?
Yeah,
he's a batter.
He's the leading run scorer.
Yeah, there you go. So he's a batter who's obviously looking to keep, and you know, as someone who's done a bit of coaching and kept a bit, then I would love to spend a little bit of time with him.
Well, eyebrows were raised when he left Kent last year, but Kent have got 3 keepers in their side. Obviously, you've got Sam Billings, they've got Jordan Cox keeps as well, and then with Ollie Robinson as well. You know, it's a position that's angling down the leg
Isn't it
side,
amazing,
strangled appeal.
the tradition they've had of keepers coming through?
Unbelievable.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Geraint Jones.
Yeah, again, you know, what a great cricketer, and came to Gloucester right at the end of his career, and played a massive part in us winning that one-day game at Lord's, that final.
All the way from Papua New Guinea.
I know, yeah, it's a long way to come, isn't it? I thought Stoke was far enough, but...
So you played football as well, you were at Port Vale as a youngster.
Yeah.
Is Coughlin.
I was actually at Port Vale for 4.5 years.
You were a keeper as well, weren't
Yeah, I was a goalkeeper, and I played an awful lot of second team football. It used to be in the old Northern Premier League then, under lights on a Tuesday night, and we play at places like Barrow, Stockport, Wrexham, so it wasn't too glamorous. But the listeners are going to love this, because I had to make a decision, and I finally decided it was either going to be football or cricket, and believe it or not, I was a better cricketer than I was a footballer, which shows you what a poor footballer I must have been.
Oh, you're being harsh. You're being harsh. Is Coughlin in? That's gone off the pad. It's going to be a leg by, I think.
But I didn't start playing cricket till I was 11. It was only because when I went to senior school, the cricket team didn't have a wicketkeeper, and because I kept goal for my year and the year above me, the sportsmaster said, well, you better become our wicketkeeper, and it very quickly took over as my first love. But I love my football. I'm still very passionate about the football, and still follow Port Vale.
Are you Port Vale?
Oh yeah. My dad was. My mum and dad had five boys. I'm the middle one of. I've got 4 brothers. My dad used to go to Stoke all the time and took us to Stoke all the time in his little van. I've watched Stanley Matthews play in the old second division. Believe it or not.
Coughlin in. Charlesworth, he nearly took his hand out there.
But being having had that period of time at Port Vale, which was really enjoyable, I made a lot of friends there, and I love playing, and the experience to play at that level was super. Yeah, I must be the only person from Stoke who likes both sides to do well, because there's bitter rivalry between the two. Very similar to City and Rovers down here, actually.
Up in the Potteries, yep.
But I do like the Vale, and I've got some good mates in Stoke from back in the day who I'll name drop a little bit here. Phil Taylor, and Pete, who's Robbie Williams' dad, are good mates of mine, and the 3 of us are massive Vale fans. So we haven't done it for a couple of years, but we've been to quite a few games together to watch the Vale. Yeah, it's good fun.
Well, the boys like darts downstairs. I'll come on to after this ball from Ajaz Patel. Boys like darts downstairs, and they've had a lot of practice with all the rain here. Have you ever played darts against Phil Taylor?
I played darts against Phil Taylor in his house.
Did you beat him?
Yeah, no. No, I didn't. No, he's moved house now, but the house he was in at the time was quite a big house, and listen, Phil Taylor's a superstar, but at the end of the day, he's a Stokey, and we're not flash. And in his house, he got a great big armchair in front of a great big telly, and then to the right of it, he got the darts board, and that's he'd either be watching telly, sat in his chair, or playing darts. And he actually, I gave this away, which I really disappointed about, but he actually one day made me up, because he used to make up his own shirts, his own dart shirts, and he made me up a lovely dart shirt with all the glitz and glamour on, but I gave it away, but I keep in touch with Phil. I still talk to him.
That's let go by Harris. So, Andy, I mean, you've been fantastic company. Thank you for coming in. You've been wonderful, and walkers and talkers, what you're doing there, I mean, it's had accolades, had awards from the PCA, etc. That's a mis-stumping there, I think. Let's have a look at this. He's again thrown it into the dirty stuff outside off stump. And I couldn't quite see where the ball's gone, but Harris is living dangerously here. No, the ball's hit inside edge, back onto the pad, and he's got back. It's not a mis-stumping. I'm being harsh on Robinson there. As that's dot ball. But this is, I think this is going to turn more and more. But going back to what you said about, walkers and talkers, you're taking it to Somerset now. You're taking it to other places as well?
We're just in the process of making it a proper charity, and once we do that, we're halfway through. It'll probably take a couple of 4 to 6 weeks, and once we've got it finally in place, we've got the right people doing it. It's all legally put in place. Then we're going to look to get some partners involved. Some businesses have already contacted me wanting to put some money in to help people do what we're doing here in other places. So once that happens, we're looking to roll it out across the country. For me personally, the thought of 100 walkers and talkers going on during the week and helping so many people is fantastic, and that's what's driving me forward with it. I've got a lot of pleasure out of it, but I realised very quickly, Dan, probably after 3 weeks, I thought it would be a nice thing for people to do, but I realised that people need it. People need to get out and need a bit of company.
Yep, Coughlin going over the wicket. That's a gorgeous shot there from Ben Charlesworth off drive, and that races away down to the Ashley Down Road end. Yeah, I mean, I think it's wonderful, and what I loved about it was when I did it was I've been there to go and watch Graham Gooch in full flow. When I did it, Graham Gooch was in the audience watching me. I mean, it's like
that was amazing, wasn't it?
But he left after 20 minutes. He was
he stayed to the bitter end, Dan. He did, honestly. And how nice was that? I had a little whisper he might be turning up through David Graveney, but it was funny because he turned up about 10:15 when we were all walking around the ground, and this rumour was going around the ground. Oh, there's a new person looks just like Graham Gooch. So
Coughlin in, Charlesworth scampers through for a quick single.
And it was Graham Gooch, and he just before you finished, he had to go, but he came up to me and whispered my ear, goes, "Brass, I love this. I'm going to do one for you. Give me a call." And true to his word, not too long after, he drove down from Essex at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Came and did a fantastic job. Stayed and had lunch, spoke to everybody, and went home. And he's been championing the cause and telling everyone all about it. So, when you get the people of quality like that, and it's so nice. These people putting something back in. And getting something out of it themselves as well. People like Ian Holloway, Jeff Merrick, so many people. And not only now...
Fergal O'Brien you had this week?
We had Fergal this week. I've got Phil Serrell off BBC Bargain Hunt coming on Wednesday, which is great.
Coughlin in, Harris tickles that one, out to deep square.
But like I say, the names are lovely, but it's all about people getting together. And we've got to a stage now where people don't even bother asking who's coming. They would come if there was nobody speaking. But to hear the life stories from people and how they've got to the top and what's driven them on and the passion they have and the encouragement they give to the group is fantastic. And even though the group's a bit older,
Charlesworth just tucks that one into the onside.
They still have expectations in life, and that's the one thing I've learned from the group. It doesn't matter if you're 60, 70, 80, 90. You've got to get out of bed in the morning looking forward and having that positive attitude and making the most of every moment that we get. And that's come shining through from the group. And people who have been in dark places and have suffered a little bit from depression or whatever, it's just so... the one thing I've learned more than anything is, and this is great coming from me, sometimes it's better to listen than to talk. Just lend your ear to somebody.
Yeah. Defended there. Wise advice there from
I'm no expert though, Dan. I'm no expert at all with this. I'm just like, it's not about me, it's about the group. But there's an old saying that a problem shared is a problem half, and there's nothing so truer than that. It's very true.
Yeah.
Just talking and listening and getting it out there, and hopefully, we're moving forward with these role models. Talking about the problems, Truscothick a few years ago.
Yeah.
These are amazing role models that give people confidence to go out and talk about their own insecurities, problems, or whatever.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can move this forward and get the message out there that it's good to talk.
Yeah. Well, it's fantastic, and I've really enjoyed talking with you. You've been wonderful, and I'm sure I'll see you.
Yeah, we'll see you
tomorrow.
around, Dan. And in the meantime, thanks to everybody for listening. Thanks to everyone's support for the club. You know, and the job you guys do and the coverage that Gloucester give us is fantastic. So, you know, to be able to see the lads while you're out on holiday and tune in, and that is fantastic. So, thanks for all you do, and it's been a pleasure to be here.
Well, I'm a classic for bringing on the siesta, but that's Andy Brassington, ladies and gents. Thank you very much, Andy. As Patel comes in. Just throwing the ball from arm to arm, comes into Charlesworth. Oh, that's close to short leg there, but they get through for a single.
Impossible to be miserable in Andy Brassington's company.
He's a legend, mate. He's an
Impossible to be
absolute
miserable.
legend. Patel over the wicket. Again, Harris using his feet, trying to negate the rough outside his off stump. Yeah, he's a lovely, lovely guy.
He used to have put on 40 since the resumption.
Yeah, they've put on reverse sweep. That's going to go away for 4, and that's a 100 partnership between these two. And that's Marcus Harris's 50 as well, off 118 balls. Really good knock and good cricket shot there. Innovative and clever cricket as he reverse sweeps. And how costly would that drop be in the first over, Ian?
Well, they haven't looked like taking a stack of wickets since.
Ooh, that's spun sharply out of the rough. No, I think it's a good batting pitch, but it is starting to turn. And I think we're going to see this. Day 4 might be quite difficult to bat on. Oh, and that's caught behind. Harris goes cutting, gets an outside edge, and Robinson does the rest. Yeah, just a little feather. Turns again out of the rough. And Harris perishes for 52.
Exactly 100 added for that wicket. And there I was saying that they hadn't looked like breaking that partnership. And he knew he'd hit it as well.
Yeah.
You could tell by his reaction.
Yeah.
That's a pity. 25 minutes to go until the tea interval. And again, having really got himself a good base and profited from that drop.
Yep.
I think it will be Miles Hammond coming out at number 4. I'm expecting James Bracey to be at 5 and Jack Taylor at 6. It is Hammond. And Zafar Gahar at 7. And then, how much can the tail, when their time comes, contribute? Matt Taylor, obviously, with his career best at Derby last week, would probably bat at 8. Ajit Singh Dale, Josh Shaw and Zuman Akhtar complete the batting order.
Yep.
But there is quite a bit of focus on 1 to 7, I think, because they're going to have to get the majority of what Gloucestershire will be at least 296 to avoid the follow-on, and then get to as close as they can to that Durham first innings score. 445 they got in the end.
Yeah. I'm going to take this opportunity just to run through some scores from around the country. At Southampton, Hampshire 367, Northants 56, all out. There's rain there, so Northampton might be praying it rains for the next couple of days. Kent 278, Surrey 296 for 8. So Kent making a decent fist of it there. Somerset 404, Middlesex 163 for 7, trailing by 241 runs. Essex 298, Knots 208 for 3.
Coghlan to start a new over from the Ashley Down road end.
At Worcester. I did have it. Yes, at Worcester, Leicestershire 173. Then bowl Worcester out for 83. Leicestershire currently 163 for 6. And in the big one, the Scandinavian derby, Sweden have beaten Denmark by 10 wickets.
Oh, one pushed up by Charlesworth, not taken cleanly by Ollie Robinson.
No, that hasn't bounced. That's shot along the deck a little bit. If we can have another look at that at the end of the over.
Coghlan's ball a bit short for me. He's not really given the ball. Maybe he thinks that there isn't much chance of movement out there, but it's been a bit back of the length or even shorter, and also quite a lot on the sort of Midland leg stump as well. So that's worked away by Charlesworth for one more run. He goes to 39. And Gloucestershire trying to build a big first innings score here. How close can they get to that 445?
I really like the look of Charlesworth. I think he's very easy on the eye. He's very technically correct. He's a big, tall guy, stands up straight, and I think he's got a big future in the game.
Hammond, the left-hander of course, waits for Coghlan and drives that, or push drives it back up the pitch. Coghlan fields off his own bowling. Don't know what the emails are like this afternoon, but with Andy Brassington with us, you tend to take your mind off just about anything else. I hadn't realised, you know, just how passionate he was about coming from the potteries. Hammond again defends. Coghlan staying round the wicket.
I like the way he says Luke Book. He's a lovely man, and he's always been really nice to me ever since I've started working here for Gloucestershire, and he's a really warm, genuine gentleman.
Coghlan to Hammond again forward. And
there's the email address. Drop us a line.
I mean, some people today may have looked at the rain and then gone off and done other things this afternoon, and they saw that there was no play initially after lunch.
There's no way to talk about Ben, the Durham opening bowler.
Durham's bowling figures at the moment. Patel, with a wicket in the last over, has 1 for 25 from 9. Coghlan 0 for 27 from 9. Potts 1 for 25 from 11. Rain 0 for 24 from 11. So nobody really very expensive. But they're going to have to work hard, you would think, for their wickets. Charlesworth using his feet there to Ajaz Patel.
Trying to negate that rough outside of his off stump, the dirty stuff that Patel's firing the ball into. As they're just moving the man out of short leg and moving him into silly mid-on, so he's coming slightly straighter, and the man round the corner now at sort of a short leg gully. Charlesworth cuts, misfield, but they don't run, never run on a misfield, do you, Ian?
Well, rarely ran anyway, Dan, to be fair. Rarely got the opportunity.
Nelson on the board. Tossed up. Charlesworth plays that into the onside.
Could have a long bowl, Patel, here, couldn't he?
Yeah, he'll be looking to target these top 5 of Gloucestershire, who are all left-handers. Harris, Dent, Charlesworth, Hammond, and probably Bracey is going to be at number 5, as Charlesworth plays that off the back foot pleasantly, doesn't try to hit it too hard, and he'll get a couple. Outfield's just slowed a tad, hasn't it, since the rain?
Yes, that was a most unexpected, sharp shower at about 1:30, right at the end of the lunch interval, the scheduled lunch interval.
Patel over the wicket to Charlesworth. Yeah, Ian and I went for a little wander around the ground, as we like to do, grab a bit of air at lunch, and
got halfway round
and said, "That's rain." I said, "Don't be silly, Ian. Don't be silly." Charlesworth defends that off the back foot, and within 30 seconds it was torrential, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was literally came out of nowhere. And hence why we had an hour and 20 minutes after the lunch break without any cricket. But we'll still have play probably through until 6:30. We'll lose 13 overs on the day, but the potential of making up 8 of those tomorrow. So it will be a long Saturday potentially for the Durham bowlers if they're in the field for, well, certainly 2/3 of it. Gloucestershire would be hoping to bat right through until tea time tomorrow if they could.
Yeah.
And that would potentially leave Durham with a problem. And how hard would they go at it in the 3rd innings to try and set something up? Hammond gets a bouncer from Coghlan, and he's got 2 short mid-wickets now. Coghlan.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting. And does this game need a declaration, where one side tries to set the other a target, or do you think it's going to come to a natural conclusion?
It might need, depending on how Gloucestershire get on, it might need a 3rd innings declaration. Coghlan again to Hammond, steers that past second slip. That will go all the way for 4. It'll run away down to the boundary at the pavilion end. There isn't a 3rd slip there. There was never a chance.
Crashes into the fence right in front of Bridget Dent down there.
Yeah, and David Oates as well. He's from the Bristol cricket lovers down in front of us. One of the regulars on the ground.
These people are here every day. Wonderful fans here at Gloucestershire, as we were just talking about with Andy Brassington. And they're some of the most loyal fans in the country.
And the numbers he was talking about for walkers and talkers, to get 140 on a Wednesday morning. Pulled by Hammond. He didn't know where that had gone. And the answer is it's gone for 4, right over the keeper. He tried to pull it on an orthodox hook, and he's got it halfway up the bat. It's come off a top edge. And it turned out to be the safest shot he could play.
Well, I didn't know where it had gone either. I was looking in the direction of sort of fish ponds over to our right.
Absolutely straight behind the keeper, but most uncanny way to get there.
Hammond will score quickly if he spends a long time at the crease. He likes to play shots, doesn't he?
Couple of unorthodox ones in this over. That's a bit more orthodox. Good stop.
Good fielder, Potts, isn't
yeah,
he?
Potts has been sharp in the field. I did say to James Healy while you were talking to Andy Brassington, Alex Lees is quite a physically large man.
He's a huge man.
And probably not cut out to be fielding on the boundary, dare I say. Coghlan in again, and again steered away by Hammond. Down through that gap, that'll be 4 more. So Coghlan's not a lot of luck in this over. He's had two off the edge, which have both gone to the fence.
I think Mr. Coghlan is appraising Mr. Hammond's technique out there somewhat.
Yes. Do you think he's verbally appraising the technique?
Yes, I do. I don't think it's a 360-degree appraisal either.
Hammond's got to 12 with 3 boundaries, none of which he would probably admit were exactly where he wanted them. Gloucestershire up though to 125 for 2. From a position where you're still 320 behind, it's all runs are welcome. Coghlan again tries to York Hammond this time, can't do it, and Hammond punches him up to mid-on. Yes, I think there was a little bit of verbal there at the end of that over.
Yeah, I think Coghlan's still
chattering.
Yeah.
And he gets a bit of a slap on the back from Baz de Leyder. who we've not seen bowl yet, interestingly.
No.
But I think that perhaps may not be. We've got 13 minutes until the tea interval. So
David Beddingham's taking the pads. No, he's going in.
he's changing his fielding boots by the looks of it.
Right.
For some reason, unless he's going to put some. He's going to put the little sort of almost
the shin pads.
Yes, the shin guards that you could put underneath a pair of trousers. He's putting those on to go back in close to Ajaz Patel.
Did you used to wear those under your flares back in the 70s?
Oh. No, I'd be third man both ends, Dan, so I wouldn't need them. Wouldn't need them.
You didn't fancy it in at short leg.
Probably didn't have anybody good enough to justify having a short leg, actually.
It was good talking to Brassey, though, wasn't it, about, the quicks around in the 70s and no helmets, etc.
Yeah. Sylvester Clarke is the one that always scared me.
We've got Davdi in Suffolk. I think it might be a typo. I think his name might be David, but Davdi? I don't know. Davde I've got in front of me. Andy was my hero during the 70s. I watched so many games at that time. Gloucester kept picking Andy Stovall as keeper due to his stronger batting. But for me, as Charles Worth drives that pleasantly, but it's stopped by Borthwick at mid-off. But he was no match for Andy as a keeper. What does Andy think? Well, Andy's a pretty honest guy, isn't he? Tossed up. Charles Worth defends. Andy Brassington now. Andy Stovall's a pretty honest guy as well.
But you would not argue that Stovall was a better bat. Even Andy Brassington would say that himself.
Yeah. Patel over the wicket to Charles Worth. Quicker ball. Fires that one in. Steve Hallam. What a great listen that was, and I never realised he was a Stokey. What side he played back in the day. But I seem to remember he shared the wicket-keeping duties with Andy Stovall at times. Is that correct? Yes, it was. Yeah. Mike Proctor, my first cricketing hero. Patel's going to come around the wicket at Charles Worth, who nearly perishes the same way as Harris. Not far away from the outside edge of the bat. Yeah, I thought he was a wonderful guest. We've had a couple. Marcus North was great. Graham Van Buren was great. Pete Lamb earlier. Charles Worth defends that. We've had some good guests on the last couple of days, haven't we, Ian?
We have, and I'm just recalling about Andy was talking about the dates that he played. Come back to that in a minute.
Patel. Charles Worth watchfully defends. That completes the 43rd over. 125 for 2. Hammonds on 12. Charles Worth 41. Ian, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that Andy Stovall definitely played in the 77 Benson Hedges final against Kent. And I remember that because
he got runs, didn't he?
He took an absolutely steepling catch to get, I say a steepling, it was a goalkeeper top corner catch off Martin Vernon. And I remember that being a key moment in the Kent chase.
Was it Asif Iqbal, I think?
I'm not sure. I would need to check on the card for that. But I remember... Dan will do that in a minute. We're going to have a change of ends for Ben Rain. He's going to go from the Ashley Down end for the first time. Gloucestershire v Kent 1977 goes into the search engine in Dan's computer. Court Stovall Bowl Vernon you're looking for. Here is Ben Rain into Hammond, cut away but partially stopped. They've only taken part of the weight off that shot, and Lees can't stop it going all the way for 4. They're talking about...
Well, Asif Iqbal, Charles Rowe was caught Stovall Bowl Proctor, but Asif Iqbal and Alan Elam were both caught Stovall Bowl Vernon.
Right, okay, so I honestly can't remember which of the two it was, but there was one definite sort of, top right-hand corner of a goalkeeper's net type catch from Stovald. Rain once more. Cut again by Hammond. 4 more. And Durham
Durham's got 20 behind square.
Yeah, not bowling the right length to Hammond here.
No, they're not. Kent's scorecard from that game in 1977 is a miserable affair. Bob Warmer, the late, great Bob Warmer, top of the order, he got 64, but Clinton, 0. Charles Rowe, 0. Assie Fickbell, 5. Alan Elam, 11. Bernard Julian, who was there overseas, he got 1. Then John Shepherd, who came to Gloucestershire, didn't he? He spent a bit of time here in the latter end of his career, I think in the 80s. He got 55. Alan Knott, 14.
Rain around the wicket, and Hammond defends up to mid-on. 133 for 2. Deficit still 312.
Richard Hill's got 6. Derek Underwood, 8. Kevin Jarvis, none. And we spoke about Brian Brain there. 7.3 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 9 in a one-day final. It was those types of bowlers, wasn't it? Mike Selvey was another one who always came to the fore in those one-day finals.
Rain, not Brain.
Well, he's B Rain.
Yeah, it is B Rain, but you know, it's got a good bit of fielding off his own boots. But Brian Brain's, you may remember this, Dan. You're old enough. Brian Brain's approach to the crease was at 45 degrees. It was not a straight.
No.
Run. He was in one of those bowlers who had that sort of angled run. Very lean man.
John Price at Middlesex, he was another.
Yeah, John Price was a very odd run. Here's Rain in outside the off stump. Let go through to Robinson. And John, you know the tale that John Price developed that run because that was in the days of the 15-yard run up in the Sunday League. So he'd run 5 yards horizontally along the line and then straighten his run to come towards the bowler's end.
The story that I love is Dan Worrell was another one with a curved run, and this comes from when he was a kid. He had a tree in his garden,
yeah.
So he used to run around the tree.
There are all any number of stories like that. Rain again tries to turn Hammond around there. Can't quite do it. Hammond gets enough on it. It's played almost dead weight out into the offside. Ajaz Patel.
Who's the Aussie who got
does
the wickets?
The fielding.
Got about 16 wickets at Lords, or 15.
Bob Massey?
Bob Massey. He had a curved run. Yeah. Tom Price comes in at a little bit of an angle, I've noticed.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Angus Fraser. Yeah.
Cobran just coming. He must have come back. They must have gone off the field at the end of the last over because he's just asked the umpire to come back on again. And George Dressel has been just on the ground temporarily. Former Gloucestershire player, of course, himself.
Oh, that's spun from Patel. Charlesworth defends. Jan's been back on the emails. There's Patel. Oh, where's that gone? Has that come off the bat? No, it's gone to leg gully to Beddingham, who's around the corner there, but umpire Mark Newell not having any of it. So it wasn't even a proper appeal. As Charlesworth turns that one around the corner for a single. Jan's been on the email again, and his son yesterday, if we remember, he had chicken pox. And he's giving us an update. His chicken pox is improving, but he's still too contagious for school, which means another day watching county championship cricket in your fine company.
And 2 more over the weekend.
Yeah. Sadly, he probably can't take your advice and stay at home to watch cricket even when he's better, but he's looking forward to Durham's home game against Notts in the Blast on the bank holiday next weekend. All the best, Jan. Well, Jan, thank you very much for your email. Oh, and that's well bowled. Hammond's got that one behind square as well.
We've all played against batsmen like this. If you're a bowler, there's nothing worse than somebody who's somehow tickling their score up, or ticking their score up, and yet apparently they do not look comfortable at the crease at all.
No. Well, Jan, we hope your lad gets better. As that has gone for 4. Hammond goes down the ground. And that's one way of getting the ball in front of us. Charlesworth goes down the ground. And dismissively.
Just needs 4 for his 50 now.
Yeah. Patel. Charlesworth uses his feet.
Mike Ventress has been on the email as well. He says, I'm a Durham fan watching the live stream, enjoying the commentary and the guests who genuinely seem to like being on the stream. My money is still on a Durham win by 2 wickets.
Oh, that's a big call, Mike. That's a big call.
Actually,
it could be right. It could be right. You don't know.
So how are they going to win by 2 wickets? Only if they enforce the follow-on. They can't win by 2 wickets any other way. And Joe Millard says, just wanted to send a shout-out to my good buddy and former Gloucestershire player, George Dressel. Would love to see him return to the Shire and really look forward to having a good boogie with him in Lola's tomorrow. Really?
Where's Lola's? Where is Lola's?
I've no idea.
Joe, you've got to let us know where Lola's is.
Is that allowed? If you're a 12th man, are you allowed to go out for the 3rd evening of a match? Here's Ben Rain in, and he's bowled. Miles Hammond lets one go, and he's judged it wrong, and Ben Rain has a wicket. Michael Jones got one wrong from Ajit Singh Dal yesterday.
Oh.
And it's a good ball. It's come back, and it's not got up a great deal. And Dan's going to show you what the grip for that would have been.
Right, Rain has rolled his fingers across that, there like that, which means it's cut back and taken the outside. So he's bowled that, rolled his fingers across there like that, and that has taken the outside of Miles Hammond's stumps. And that is T as well, 139 for 3.
Well, 2 reasonably quick wickets for Durham, and getting rid of Harris and Hammond have just changed that board a little bit. Gloucestershire appeared to be going along reasonably comfortably at 109 for 1, and there are now 139 for 3. Yes, Hammond made a useful 21, but he's now out, and when play resumes in 20 minutes time, players have gone off for tea at the fall of that wicket. James Bracey, I'm sure the Gloucestershire captain, will come out and join Ben Charlesworth. He has 46. Harris got to 50, but was then caught behind by Robinson, who batted for 2 hours and 27 minutes and hit 9 fours. But as has been the case in this match, batsmen getting starts but not necessarily going on, in the exception of Graham Clark. We'll be back with you just before 5 minutes to 5. It's a longer than usual evening session. We're still going to have 27 overs cricket, so a good hour and a half from that stage. We'll be with you till 6:30, and quite a bit could yet happen on this second day. Gloucestershire at tea, 139 for 3, still 306 behind.
terrific catch. Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Terrific catch.
Very well done, and he's done superbly.
And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips.
There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
Well, here at the Seat Unique Stadium, we just had a delayed tea interval. We didn't have tea until 25 to 5 because the afternoon session didn't resume until 3 o'clock. Had a sharp shower right at the end of the scheduled lunch break, and that cost us 1 hour and 20 minutes. We're going to make half an hour of that up tonight, and hopefully the rest will be added on to tomorrow, so the net impact hopefully not too great. Gloucestershire will resume 1:39 for 3, and it will be Jack Taylor, in fact, to come out at number 5 ahead of James Bracey. Maybe, if nothing else, just to try and break up the left-handers a little bit. Gloucestershire have had 4 left-handers in the top 4 batting positions. It would be 5 if Bracey had come out in that scheduled position, which is where we thought he would bat, but Jack Taylor coming out at number 5, and he will join Ben Charlesworth, who is on 46. The men out: Marcus Harris, caught by Robinson off a feather edge off the bowling of Ajaz Patel for 52. He and Ben Charlesworth had 100 for the second wicket after Chris Dent was LBW to Potts for 8 with the score on 10 in the 4th over, and then Miles Hammond clean bowled by Ben Rain, a ball he left alone that just cut back enough to clip the outside of the off stump about halfway up. Hammond out for 21 to leave us on 139 for 3. There are 5 balls left in this Ben Rain over, and Jack Taylor is on strike. There are 3 slips for him, and Rain into bowl to Taylor, and that's on the leg side. He's on his way straight away. There should be at least 2 there. There's a chase round here for Graham Clark, and in fact not off the bat but off the pad. So Taylor still on 143, 41 for 3 as you were. Durham total 445, so you can see the deficit, and the Gloucestershire have to get to 296 to avoid the follow-on. 3 slips for Taylor as Rain is into him, steers it away to point.
Yeah, big ask this afternoon.
26 overs after this to go in this last session of the day.
Stick with us, guys, because this session could well define the game.
Gloucestershire, I don't think, would want to lose more than 1 wicket between now and the close to give themselves a sporting chance of avoiding the follow-on. Rain to Taylor, who plays that off that high backlift of his out in the onside.
It's also another bonus point for Durham as well.
Yes, with Rain's wicket. There has been some precipitation around the country today. They've had an interruption at Worcester, an interruption at Southampton, but hopefully nothing more here. Rain's got 3 saving 1 on the offside, and Taylor tries to almost play a one-day shot, almost to play the scoop there to get it over the slip cord, and doesn't do it, doesn't get a touch. There's another look at that.
Bounce.
It was quite sharp bounce. Dan made the point earlier, it's very competitive cricket at Ben Rain. Just pushing
combative, I think I call it.
Yeah, I think combative. Yes, well.
Same thing, isn't it? Same thing.
Ajaz Patel's just moved a bit squarer in the covers. He's only about 3 pitch widths away from Jack Taylor, and Taylor gets inside the line of this and pushes it up to mid-on. So that's completed the over that was in progress when Rain removed Miles Hammond on the stroke of tea. He has now taken 1 for 32 in 13 overs. There's the Gloucestershire card. Harris with half century after being dropped on naught, and Charlesworth within a boundary of following up his 87 at Derby with another significant score. But he's got to start again here after tea. That's the thing. And Patel, who's bowled 12 overs unchanged, 1 for 33, is going to keep going, unsurprisingly.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. Charlesworth defends. Oh, is there a single? No, there's not. They thought about it for a second, didn't they? One of those looking.
Field quite well spread for Charlesworth. They'd like to get Jack Taylor on strike, I think, here, Durham.
Charlesworth tickles that one around the corner. Just going to be a single because Rain does the fielding down there.
It's a bye, in fact. So
it is a bye, yeah.
Robinson not had a great day, and there are already more extras in this innings than there were in 104 overs with Gloucestershire in the field.
Yeah, that's 6 byes now.
4 of those were off one delivery, weren't they, I think, from memory?
Yeah.
So now you've got a slightly different equation with Ajaz Patel bowling around the wicket to the right-hander.
Taylor goes cutting. That's a dangerous game. Charlesworth has looked pretty solid because he plays with a vertical bat. And Taylor launches that one. That's the way to go, Jack. 6 runs. But playing with a horizontal bat has got people into trouble in this game, all game, hasn't it? The bounce has been a little bit, I wouldn't say inconsistent, but I just think it's wear, isn't it? And I think that playing with a vertical bat, you're in a position to judge the bounce a lot better than if it's a horizontal bat, and I think that's why Ben Charlesworth has looked pretty solid out there so far, because he hasn't tried to cut or play across the line. He's just played straight in the V.
You'll just want to have a look at the ball, understandably, after it was clouted away by Jack Taylor. He's thrown it by Scott Borthwick, who thinks it's okay, and umpire Newell does too.
Here's Patel with the ball back. Taylor goes cutting. Can only find Michael Jones in the covers.
It's one of those great things about playing in a club side. I'll come back to it at the end of the over.
Patel to Taylor, who plays that to short leg. That completes the over. 148 for 3. There's been 47 overs bowled. Taylor is on 6 from 1 scoring shot, and Charlesworth is on 46.
I remember I wasn't very old, and I was playing in a Saturday afternoon game, and I down the order, and you're padding up, and some batsman comes back from being dismissed, and you haven't seen the dismissal, and all you hear is, "How were you out?" "Caught and bowled cutting," which of course is the most unusual way you can imagine of being dismissed. It was just something in the team I used to play for. It was just one of those phrases that was used by somebody if they weren't happy. Anyway, the man who doesn't cut so much, Ben Charlesworth, faces Rain once more, pushes out on the offside. Have you done did you do the T scores, Dan, or did you do the late T scores?
Yeah, I did the T. No, I haven't done the T scores. Have I done the T scores? No.
Well, see, we had T much later than anybody else, you see. So.
Yeah.
So I think all I said was there were rain interruptions at 3 other grounds, and that was about it.
Yeah, there's rain in Southampton still, so they haven't got on since our last update. Northants all out for 56.
Rain to Charlesworth. I didn't come off the pitch very quickly, even though it was back of the length. And just worked into the onside.
Surrey they were sort of looking to maybe get on par with Kent, but they've raced ahead. They lead by 84 runs at the innings break. Kent 278, Surrey 362. Somerset have bowled Middlesex out for 175. Middlesex.
Rain short. Charlesworth pulls, and he's going to get 4 for that, and that will be his 50. So Ben Charlesworth, 87 at Derby last week, and now 50 here at Bristol. 131 balls for his half century, and he's hit 6 fours and a 6. And with Marcus Harris going off to be with Australia, it's a very opportune time to get some runs.
Certainly is. He's batted very well. On top of his 87 at Derby last week.
It can be a bit of a sketchy starter. That's the only thing I'd say with Ben at the moment. But if he gets in, he tends to convert it into a meaningful score.
I think what people forget about him is he's still only 22.
Yeah.
Because he's been around for so long, people sort of think, oh, he's an experienced player, but he's still a 22-year-old lad making his way in the game.
And this is his 25th first-class game. Now, if you'd have played that number in, say, 3 years, you'd say, okay, he's a reasonably regular selection, but his career has been disrupted by studies and injuries. Raining again, and Charlesworth again off the upper half of the bat, probably out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Nottinghamshire 274 for 3 in response to Essex's 298 in the game up at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire, Worcestershire. Well, it's going to be a quick one there. Leicestershire 173, Worcestershire 83, Leicestershire 180, Worcestershire 1 for 1.
Could be booking golf for later on tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
I think was the phrase.
Finally, Glamorgan 123 and 37 for none. Sussex 481. Durham fans will have half an eye on that one.
Patel's moved across to short mid-wicket for Charlesworth, just trying to stop him scoring through that area. So he's got to go in on the offside. That's gone straight to Scott Borthwick. So end of Rain's over, and Gloucestershire 152 for 3. They've got the deficit down under 300 now, but they've got to get it down, of course, under 150 to avoid the follow-on.
We spoke about the Scandinavian derby between Denmark and Sweden. It's actually the Nordic T20 Cup, and in the other game in that, Finland didn't fare too well in response to Norway's 131 for 7, and Norway have won by 30 runs. Always been a Norway fan, me. Here's Patel, Taylor. Where's that gone? Is that going to be out? No, it bounces just over the head of Borthwick and goes for 4, but Taylor living dangerously there. Didn't go through with that one. I think Patel beat him in the flight a little bit.
Unless he just
It was like a chip, wasn't it? It was like a golf shot.
Borthwick is in a fairly orthodox position there at mid-on, so he's trying to play it into the space behind him. In the end, he did it well enough.
He did it very well. Here's Patel, Taylor, and they'll scamper through for a single. Goes past short leg, and they'll get 1.
In a sense, Patel won't mind Taylor attacking because he might think that there's more chance of getting him out, but he may have to buy his wicket. And for Charlesworth, they are again spreading the field.
Oh, that's a shot. Charlesworth uses his feet, dances down the pitch and absolutely leathers it. Almost takes out Jack Taylor in the process. And the man at long on can't cut it off. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Lovely footwork. Jack Taylor having to do a more than passable impression of Nureyev to get out the way there.
Still got 3 close catches, Patel.
Here he comes over the wicket. Charlesworth lets that one go.
Would appear to be a very good judge of where his off stump is.
Charlesworth just plays that one into the onside. No run. Patel. Oh, Charlesworth wanted a single there. Taylor didn't. There's no need for risks. Charlesworth just giving him a thumbs up.
Yeah, just a hint there. That didn't get up a great deal, that last delivery. He adjusted the shot well enough, but it didn't get up a great deal from Ajaz Patel.
Remember, drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There we are. Drop us a line and let us know your views on today, yesterday, tomorrow, Sunday.
Excuse me. Balls are going back out to mid-on. He's got a towel tucked in the back of his trousers. I don't really think the outfield will be wet now. I know we had the shower earlier on, but I think that would have almost certainly well dried up. Taylor waits for a new over from Ben Rain. He's steered that out to point, right along those old wicket ends there. Haven't seen Baz the leader bowl yet.
You might see a bit of Borthwick leg spin in.
Well, I did wonder about that.
Last season, Borthwick
only took 2 wickets, to be fair. Only bowled 116 overs, so I think you would say he's in the occasional category now. Rain into Taylor. Oh, he's had a slash at that, and that's gone over the slip cordon for 4 more. Jack appears to be batting as if it's a 50-over game. And there's not much foot movement there. Well, the foot's gone straight down the wicket, and there's a big gap between bat and pad. But he's crashed over the cordon, and Ben Rain looks like he's lost £20 and found a penny down there.
Gonna flash hard.
To be fair, Taylor went full ball at that.
Yeah, he did.
And they're taking Michael Jones. Are they now? No, they're pushing Clark out to deep mid wicket. Rain again into Taylor. I mean, that is counter attack. He didn't get a touch. Tried to force it past Ajaz Patel. It's taken by Robinson.
It's not going to be boring, this. Jack Taylor's a entertaining player.
He played 4 games in the Championship last year. Hasn't been in the side this season until today, and he's pulled that, but not full power out to Clark. Just gets the 1 run, rotates the strike. Now it's and some of his 4-day hundreds, and we know he's got a very good record at Cheltenham in particular, have been of this sort of counter-punching type of innings, where he's gone out and really told the opposition bowlers, you're not going to
bully me.
No, you're not going to tie me down and force me to push and prod singles. Charlesworth, though, I get the impression much more patient. I mean, he's used to opening, so he's got to be a more patient player. But and I suppose perhaps freewheeling isn't quite the right word, but Taylor, with that kind of approach lower down the order, probably feels that's his best way of making runs rather than just trying to occupy the crease.
Yeah.
Again, Patel in at that Short mid-wicket, and Charlesworth forces the ball onto the offside. There's a stop from Borthwick, but he doesn't take it cleanly. And Rain, having had the joy of getting Hammond out just before tea, he's not had much luck apart from that. And Durham have Gloucestershire at 167 for 3. Gloucestershire's first target is 296. And then how much closer can they get to the 445 that Durham achieved earlier? Nearly 5:15 here. We've got another hour and a quarter's cricket yet, so quite a lot could still happen tonight. And Patel, again, with Charlesworth being offered the single anywhere he wants on the offside.
Here he comes over the wicket. Charlesworth defends into the offside. No run. It's good captaincy this from Borthwick. He's left the offside free to try and get Charlesworth, try and play the ball into there. With Patel turning it back into his body. He's got short leg waiting. Like that. 1 run. But if that's further up, maybe Charlesworth will try and be innovative and try and create something that's not quite there, perhaps.
Do you get the impression, though, that he is much more orthodox, Charlesworth? He doesn't play a lot that's out of his normal range of shot.
Yeah, I do think he's a lot more orthodox. I think he's a very good player, actually.
Long on and long off back now. Not all the way. Long on almost all the way for Taylor.
Taylor rocks onto the back foot, plays it into the offside. No run. Patel a little bit quicker. Arm ball by the look of it. Taylor just cramped for room. Cuts it to Ben Rain at backward point. Again another arm ball, and again he cuts it to Rain at backward point.
Certainly helps the overrate Patel, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a minimalist run up. And he's bowled him. He's bowled Jack Taylor. Off stump. What's happened here? Let's have a look at this. Tosses this one up a little, and it's just gone straight on with the arm, gone through the gate, and Jack Taylor departs for 16. Patel gets his second wicket. 168 for 4, and Gloucestershire have got quite a reasonable tail here with Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw, Ajit Singh Dale and Zulmakda. Need to be a little bit careful here. They need to get that batting point, which starts at 250. And there's a lot relying on young Ben Charlesworth.
Yes, I mean, and you made the point earlier, Dan. James Bracey coming out now at number 6. If it got to a position where Gloucestershire were bowled out short of the follower, maybe not that short, I think Durham would bat, and I think you do too.
Yeah, I do. I don't think they want to bat last on this pitch.
So, do you think almost if they bowl Gloucestershire out, whatever the total is, they would still bat?
Yes, I do. I think they. I don't think you want to be batting fourth on this pitch. We've seen it start to turn. It turned from day one. They've already got the demons about Zafar Gahar after his 11 wickets here a couple of years ago, and all it would need would be, say, for instance, Gloucestershire got 300 from here, perhaps. You know, if Gloucestershire then got 300 again, it might leave Durham a rather awkward
sort of
160 odd or whatever on a fourth innings pitch with Zafar Gahar in the attack. And I don't think they want to put themselves in that position.
And it also means that the bowlers would have a chance to have a breather.
Yeah.
So Potts is coming back from the Ashley Down Road end, and he almost Yorks Charlesworth with his first delivery. They probably see this partnership as the one that they've really got to break quite quickly.
Yeah, I agree.
So 109 for 1 has become 168 for 4.
So you've got Zafar in next, probably. And then you're into the...
I think undoubtedly Zafar in next. Potts again to Charlesworth, who, as they say in the trade, ought to be seeing it pretty well by now.
Saying that, Durham were 149 for 4. So, you know, cricket's a funny game, isn't it?
So have Gloucestershire got in their middle and lower order what Durham had?
Time will tell.
A lot depends on these two, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Potts staying around the wicket. Charlesworth pulls, and that will probably be 4. He's got that right in the gap between the man at deep backward square and the man at fine leg. And Charlesworth, I mean, you've made the point about the number of runs scored behind square today. Miles Hammond had almost an exclusive rights to that in his innings, but Charlesworth has picked up on anything that's been on and around leg stump and just sort of helped it on its way to that boundary, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's latched onto anything loose. I mean, it was a half tracker from Potts. Got what it deserved, really.
Here he is again. Again, that didn't get up a great deal. Charlesworth fishing for it, reaching for it, but kept it under control. Coghlan just doing some flexing of his right shoulder there. That point. He bowled a bit short today. I thought he bowled 10 overs for 39, but didn't look particularly threatening. Potts to Charlesworth, who goes back, or wait on the back foot anyway, and Borthwick fields. If you were bowling at Charlesworth, would you be prepared to be driven by him because you think that would give you the best opportunity?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think he's... I'll come on to it after this ball.
Potts with 2 slips and a gully. And again, it's slightly leg side, but he can't get it away this time, Charlesworth. Only gets half a bat on it, and it nudges out to Patel. End of the over. He was at short mid-wicket. Potts has bowled 12 overs, 1 for 29. And Gloucestershire still trail by 273.
Well, I think Ben Charlesworth's done very well here today, and he did very well at Derby last week. He's left the ball extremely well. When he's not in such good nick, he can nick off, can't he? And I think I would probably pitch the ball up and keep it outside his off stump, but you know, he looks in fine touch, and his side need him.
I had a conversation with Ed Seaborn, our good friend on the BBC stream, who obviously you would hear a lot of Gloucestershire's away matches. Did the game at Derby last week. I didn't watch any of Charlesworth 87, but asked Ed about it afterwards. Come back to that perhaps at the end of this over.
Patel bowling to Bracey, first ball. Bracey defends. Captain's not required. Bracey tickles that one around the corner, no run.
And I asked Ed what the 87 was like, and I'll use to you the phrase he used to me.
Patel to Bracey, who plays that one beautifully off the back foot. What a lovely way to get off the mark. What was the word he used then?
He said that he felt it was an innings of a batsman playing himself back into form. And obviously that was Charlesworth's first championship match of the season. almost as if somebody feeling their way back in after a time out.
Yeah, I think Derby was a reasonably difficult pitch, though. It got wet, didn't it, early on? Patel tosses that one up. Bracey wants a single. Charlesworth was going to respond, but Bracey turns him back. I think, it was a wicket that was doing a bit, and I think, to get 87 on that, credit Ben Charlesworth. Patel to Bracey, defends, no run. 176 for 4. Charlesworth moved on to 60. Bracey on 4. Defended.
He's not the tallest man, is he, Patel? So
no, he's 5'6".
So that loop you sometimes get from a taller left arm spinner, he's got to get that that flight to help him in a different way. Bearing in mind, you say he's only 5'6".
Yeah, sometimes that helps though, because you can get it sort of up and down if you're a shorter person than if you're a tall guy.
So different approach to someone like a Phil Edmonds, for example.
Yeah.
For those of you who remember P.H. Edmonds Esquire. Potts into Charlesworth, gets that almost off the outside half of the bat, but he got enough on it to just push it back up the pitch. 18 overs to go tonight after this one.
Joe Millard. Hi again, lads. It appears my mentioning of Lola's has reached the Durham changing rooms.
Potts to Charlesworth, who sways out the way of a short ball.
I'm sure Georgie Driss can navigate his northern counterparts around the triangle to Lola's to join all the Bedminster Cricket Club lads tomorrow night. I don't know this Lola's, Ian. Are you aware of it?
I'm not a frequenter, Dan. I'm probably over age.
Do you get your disco sandals out in Lola's? Are you a man who likes a boogie?
One here from a gentleman who doesn't say who he is, but I will read that out in a moment. Potts to Charlesworth, who comes forward and defends up to Baltic at mid-off. When the Gillette Cup got mentioned earlier, this gentleman says, it reminded me of a great board game I spent hours playing as a youngster called the Gillette Cup. Me and my friend made a test match version of the game with more dot balls on the cards, probably not appropriate now with Stokes and McCullum in charge. But we should have put more 4s and 6s in there. Do you think Durham have the upper hand now in this game, or do you think it's evenly poised?
There's David Fenwick.
Comes Potts again to Charlesworth, who defends up to mid-on.
Do you remember the game test match, Ian? Whether you used to roll the ball down a chute.
Well, you had the game I had was the How's That game.
Well, how's that, where you rolled the dice?
Yeah.
But test match, you rolled the ball down a chute, and your batsman was on a string, like on a drawstring, and you let the string go.
Potts again to Charlesworth, who tries to force it past Cochran, but can't get it past the point fielder.
And you could score, I think you could score 4s that went to the fence, but you could get 6s through a little zone which was either at sort of mid-wicket or extra cover. And it was I think it was a Ian Botham one or David Gower one that I had in the 80s, but I think earlier it might have been Jeff Boycott or perhaps even Tony Gregg advertising it.
Charlesworth again defends. He's aware this is a key part of the day, I think, with his captain just in. Needs to be protected with a small P, perhaps a little bit at the moment. Bracey only has 4, and Charlesworth has 62. 176 for 4. I think Durham have just nudged ahead on points at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're ahead. Ahead.
With the 4th wicket and the fact they've got plenty of runs to play with, they will be trying to get Gloucestershire out for around about the follow-on total or less.
Patel. Oh, that's got to be close. I think he's got some bat on that.
Martin, you all immediately said no.
Yeah, I think he's hit it. I thought I heard two noises there in my earpiece. We haven't got a stump mic. It's difficult to tell from that angle. He's got outside the line anyway. Patel, short, Bracey goes pulling. Not convincingly, and the ball dribbles out to Ben Rain on the 45. But ours, that was a completely different game. It was like metal sort of canisters, wasn't it?
Yes, they were, I think about six-sided, I think.
Bracey gets through for a quick single. That's good running.
Mark Kidge has been in with a touch on the email as well. Almost halfway through the championship season, he says, this is incredible for the middle of May. Durham lead and look as if they will finally return to Division 1. England fans should rejoice at this, he says. The end of season running starts with the next batch of matches. In his opinion, Yorkshire, who had most people to be a shoo-in to be promoted, are bottom.
Oh, that's turned Charlesworth down. Bracey calls him through. That's good running. As a little bit of an untidy throw.
So the distance, he says, between second and eighth, little more than one victory. So here's the question: who will be promoted and where will the Shire finish?
I think Durham will be promoted. Gloucestershire have got a chance. That's a lovely shot there. Bracey, he's going to get 4 runs for that. That's a gorgeous shot.
Some of the shots played towards that shorter boundary have just been pushed today.
Yeah, this is beautiful timing. Who do I think will go up with Durham? I thought Sussex were a very good side here, and they've got some very good overseas players. Short and wide from Patel. You know, I think if Pajara continues scoring the weight of runs that he does, I think he'll be there. There's Test Match. That looks like Greg Chappell on the front there. This must be the Australian version. So you'll see the bowler there with a shoot, and the ball came down this shoot, and the batsman there had this contraption on a string where he could actually, you'd pull the contraption back there at the back at sort of where the wicket keeper should be at backstop, and you would be able to lift the bat and hit it. And you could be caught out if you hit it to a fielder and it landed in between his legs. The ball, you can see, extra cover, has gone for 6.
Here's Potts continuing, and Charlesworth plays that into the leg side. Sharp bit of work from Patel. Tried to both stop the ball and then run him out all in one movement. Couldn't quite do it.
So you could hit the ball for 6, and then you'd obviously have your scoring zones here. 1, 2 runs, 3 runs, or if it went to the boundary, 4 runs or a 6. Wasn't a lot of running between the wickets, and if you wiggled the shoot as the ball came down, it would do all sorts.
Potts running towards our commentary position in the pavilion, and Charlesworth. He's very habitual after each ball. If it's defended, there's not going to be a run. He'll walk away, unstrap his gloves, strap them up again, and get himself reset. It's all about the process to keep his mind in the right place. Waits once more for Potts. Plays it again pleasantly up to mid-off. Baltic fields and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a Test match. If you gave the bowler a shake as the ball was coming down the chute, it would seam in, move away. It was like a Wackar Eunice reverse swinger. The batsman had no chance. Batsman, not a lot of foot movement going on there either, and would possibly leave a bit of a gate between bat and pad.
Potts around the wicket. Charlesworth straight to Aegis Patel once more. They tried to cut off that profitable area through mid-wicket. 182 for 4. In reply to 445 all out. The run rate is not of Durham proportions, but it's reasonable enough at this stage.
Yeah.
Again, another chat between bowler and captain. So they're going to take another of the slips out, and now 2 short mid wickets. Potts again trying to bowl it into the pads of Charlesworth, but he squeezed it away, and Deleda does the fielding in the runs yesterday, but only used in the field so far. They haven't seen him bowl yet.
If you had Test match or ours that, drop us an email and let us know of your memories.
I mean, to go back to Mark's question, so much can still happen. You know, we've had a lot of weather involvement so far in the season. You hope it'll get better. From Gloucestershire's point of view, they still have to go to Cheltenham, where their record in recent times has not been too bad, championship-wise. Yes, I know they lost to Northampton and Hampshire last year, but they've had some. Generally, it's eventful cricket at Cheltenham. You always feel you've got a chance of a win there, a good chance of a win there, and there are still 3 games at the back end of the season where, on drier wickets, Zafar may play a real part. But I think I'm with you, Dan. Durham, having got 3 wins in the first 5, and not too badly affected by international calls. They might lose Potts, but I don't think Lees is in the picture at the moment.
No.
And again, they in Patel have got a potentially very influential spinner.
Saying that, they do offer Stokes and Wood to the England side, don't they? Patel round the wicket.
But equally, I'm something that from the players involved in this match.
Yeah. To Charlesworth. David Fenwick. I'll come on to it after this ball. Charlesworth plays that into the onside. Always found the pitch on the Test match game a nightmare. It was bumpy and like a cowfield. You couldn't iron it as it was felt. Yeah, David, I'm with you, mate. I'm with you completely on that. Tossed up nicely by Patel. Charlesworth just plays it pleasantly out to long on.
So can James just put that picture of the Test match game back up again?
Yeah, it had like a felt.
What sort of scale are we talking about here in terms of the whole playing area?
Yeah.
Tabletop?
Yeah, tabletop. Coffee table sized, probably. Lovely shot there from Bracey. 4 runs. Square drive. Just a push again. Hasn't really tried to hit it too hard. Just pushes that. Lovely shot.
It was quite wide, wasn't it? But still needs to be put away.
I'm with you, David. And also, part of my problem as well was playing it on the floor. Was you could get maybe pitch invaders, such as my cat. Bracey defends. I had a cat called Gower, who was born on the day that David Gower got 200 against India. And suddenly a stray paw would come out and ruin the game. Much to my chagrin as an 11-year-old. Quicker ball there. Bracey just tucks him into the onside. That completes the over. 189 for 4. 56 overs bowled. 57 overs bowled, actually. Charlesworth 63. Bracey's on to 14.
15 overs to go tonight. This ball is getting quite soft now, I suspect.
Yeah.
So, obviously there's no second new ball due this evening. What do Durham do if Patel finds there isn't much response from this soft ball? They just try and sort of bowling wanting to contain, or do they try one of the other seam bowlers? It seems to be that they're going to try the seamers from the Ashley Down end, and Patel will keep going from this pavilion end. We'll see. Potts in, edged and caught. Bracey goes. He's caught by David Bedingham at second slip, and Potts has a key wicket. It's a good line, not much Bracey could do about that, and Bedingham pouches it, and Potts with an Alan Shearer style celebration as he runs away, and it's 189 for 5, and the skipper, having played some nice strokes, goes for 14.
Yeah, Gloucestershire are now in trouble. They've got to be careful here that this doesn't become 230 all out. Durham, we were asked, do you think they're slightly on top? I think they're completely on top, and they're looking now to put their foot down and make the Gloucestershire batsmen suffer.
Yes, Charlesworth will now have Zafar Gahar to come out to him, and again, here's somebody else who likes to counter-punch with his batting. That was how he was most effective last year.
Yeah.
But Gloucestershire still need 106 to avoid the follow-on. Charlesworth's just taking a drink. But after Zafar, you're really into the batsmen who you're not sure what they would produce. Matt Taylor can hang around.
Yeah, he got a 50 last week.
For sure. But you wouldn't have thought that Singdale and Shaw and Zuman Akhtar would be left needing too many to get to that initial target of 296. And then, of course, you've still got to think about what the potential deficit might be. Gloucestershire have got quite a way to go here. They are on the back foot a bit, to say the least. Tom from the Rainstop Play podcast says, re cricket games, Sabutio cricket was a big favourite of me in my youth. During summer holidays, a friend of mine would adjust the pitch in line with weather conditions. Goodness me. So the pitch would get sprayed if it was raining. Came up with a lovely scoreboard, an old-fashioned triangular piece of plastic to measure how runs were scored on every merited shot. Zafar, another left-hander, of course.
He sprayed the pitch with water.
Many hours are spent playing this or waiting for the pitch to dry. Yes.
I bet. Tom. Tom.
But that, you see, that's the imagination of youth, isn't it?
Of course, it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Makes it harder though when you're actually playing the game on your own. That's the thing. You've got to be both sides. Zafar, expansive attempted drive up to mid-off, doesn't get anything really meaningful on it, and Potts fields off his own bowling. So the Gloucestershire card at the moment has 2 half centuries in it, but the next highest score is 21.
George Cook, my grampy bought me the game and I loved it. I still have it now. Reminds me of the man who got me into cricket. Lovely memories, George.
And Ben Major says, love the test match game. Many happy hours spent playing with my father. We also had the scoreboard that sat next to the boundary and had the felt attached to a piece of chipboard so that would issue with bumps. So to stop that issue with bumps.
Yeah, I can see that. But it's still scrunched up. It had a sort of magnetic force on it that made it curl up at the ends a little.
And David Fenwick says that Potts is a massive Sunderland fan, so please don't say it was a Shearer celebration. Somebody might tell me who Sunderland's top goal scorer was this season, but I can't think who it was. Anyway, better not talk about Sunderland.
Pop Robson.
Because their season's over. Short mid-wicket, short cover for Potts to Zafar Gahar.
Why was Brian Robson nicknamed Pop? Did he like a drink, perhaps?
I think it was just he used to just pop up in the right place all the time.
Oh, did he? Okay. Pop one in the back of the net.
Yeah. I mean, he was...
Not anything to do with his sort of refuelling methods.
I mean, I remember him mainly at West Ham, but...
Yeah. Sunderland, I think he started it. Did he start? He had a few clubs, didn't he?
Very, very, a very, very much a very popular figure of that era. Everybody knew him. Everybody knew what he could do.
West Ham fans used to have this thing where they'd like bob their heads up and down and go pop, 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 Robson, score another goal for me. There you go.
Somebody might like to look at his ratio of goals to games, but it was very, very good. Here, Gloucestershire on the back foot again.
Ian, what you didn't read out from David Fenwick was he said he's a massive Sunderland fan from Sunderland. Away man Ian, sort it out.
Yes, I got the message.
That's bit bottom hand comes in there, and Charlesworth plays it out along on away man Ian. I love it. Love it. Who played the How's That dice game? Let us know your thoughts on that. We've had plenty who played Test Match, but how's that? As that's tossed up. Zafar's first delivery from Patel. Patel wanting to be putting into that rough outside his off stump. Well, it wasn't a dice game, but it was same theory, wasn't it? Because you rolled one barrel and it either had 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, with 5 going on to, it was how's that written down the side. There we go. How's that written down the side. And then you rolled the other barrel and you could be not out. The umpire could turn down the appeal, or you know, you could be out LBW or whatever. What a game. Zafar goes cutting. He's probably going to get at least 3 here. No, he's going to get, no, he's going to get 2. Charlesworth, sounds like they're running. Charlesworth didn't fancy the 3rd there, and it was a good bit of work out on the fence.
Pop Robson, now 77.
Yeah.
265 goals in his career.
Decent.
Never capped by England at full level.
Zafar uses his feet.
3 spells at Sunderland. 2 spells at Carlisle. 2 spells at West Ham. And a long stint at Newcastle at the start of his career.
No, I didn't know.
So
you don't go from Newcastle.
Knew where he was popular, I think.
Yeah, Zafar. Ian Randall goes into the barbers and asks for a Pop Robson haircut.
I've probably got one already, actually. I don't need to go in and ask for one. I haven't got the long loop, the long stray bit that goes over the top of their head, that's for sure.
192 for 5. David Armstrong, he played in the North East. He played at Middlesbrough, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he was follically challenged. Footballers used to look a lot older, didn't they, back in the 70s than they do now?
Yes. Although there are, I mean, how can you tell now a player with a completely shaved head how old they are?
Yeah. Yeah, the comb over always gave it away, didn't it?
Yeah, the Ralph Coates gave it away.
Yeah, unless you were David Armstrong, who was bald as a coot when he was about 23.
Yet more strapping and unstrapping of gloves from Charlesworth, just to make sure he's ready for a new over from Matthew Potts. And again, he defends. They're playing a game between themselves, about 4 players out there. Beddingham and Aegis Patel are in at 2 short mid-wickets. Potts is coming round the wicket, trying to force Charlesworth to play into that gap, and Charlesworth is continuing to resist. It's a who blinks first kind of moment, isn't it?
Here we go. Jim has found a classic.
Right, is it a haircut picture or is it an email?
It's a comb over, I believe.
Potts in again. Charlesworth stays inside the ball, and that one, and Borthwick fields. There is Ralph Coates.
Oh,
with the comb over. In his days
that's horrendous, isn't it?
In his days at Tottenham.
That is horrendous. Tell you who had good hair at Tottenham, Alfie Conn.
Oh, yeah, that was me. Potts in again to Charlesworth, who this time does get it away behind square on the leg side. And Graham Clark does the fielding. So Potts probably won't mind that. So he's got a chance to bowl at Zafar Gahar again, the new batsman. So Gloucestershire 139 for 3 at tea when Miles Hammond was bowled by rain, shouldering arms at a ball that hit the middle stump, hit the outside half of the off stump about halfway up. Since then, Jack Taylor bowled through the gate by Patel for 16, and James Bracey caught by Bedingham in the slips off Potts for 14.
Alfie Conn modelled his hairstyle on King Charles II.
Potts to Zafar, that's short, and Zafar ducks underneath it.
And Brian May from Queen modelled his hair on both of them, as did his wife Anita Dobson.
Conn's hair was very I had it more of a frizz than that, actually.
I thought it was curlier than that. Maybe he had a perm.
Days of long sideburns.
Yeah.
Right, so Patel once more going back from the offside to the onside. He's going to a more orthodox mid-wicket. Yes, he is. He's not quite as short for Zafar. Potts again stays around the wicket, and that's almost into the gap. Charlesworth has to turn tail there because it was never a single.
Brilliant backing up from Borthwick there.
Potts tried to stop the direct throw from Ben Rain at the bowler's end. He didn't hit, but there was never really a run there. How Charlesworth thought there was, I'm not sure. It wasn't his call. And this last hour could still tilt the game. Zafar forces off the back foot, chase for Borthwick. They'll take 2, they'll probably get 3, they might even get 4, they will get 4. And Zafar, who, if you ask him, will tell you that he certainly enjoys his batting. From the crease, just forcing that away, and there's a big gap on that offside. And a bit of bootlace work is necessary.
I like Zafar's batting. He likes to stay leg side of the ball and crash it through the offside, doesn't he? Very strong through the offside, front and back foot. And he's a more than useful. Well, he's come in at number 7 here, but he's been batting at 8. And him and Tom Price, 8 and 9 have been really useful.
He got 4 50s in the championship last year, and I think he may have got at least 1 in one of the one-day tournaments.
Yeah, I think he was just shy of 500 runs, wasn't he?
Yeah. In fact, he got 2 in the Royal London Cup, so 6 in all cricket last year.
Yeah, 27.38 is more than respectable. Here's Patel to Charlesworth, who's quite content just to work the ones. Charlesworth needs to be the anchor of this innings now.
And Deleda just doing some limbering up. We haven't seen him bowl at all yet, the young Dutchman, but perhaps the time is nigh. Just a long on back for Patel.
Zafar. But got to be careful. A little bit of the turn there. Oh, that's turned and bitten. Spitting out of the rough.
This is Patel's 20th over on the spin from this, pardon the pun, from this end. That was quite wide though.
Yeah, Harris got into trouble in a similar fashion, didn't he? Here's Patel. David lets know that Pop Robson's father-in-law was Len Heppel, who was a British ballroom dancing champion. Len worked with loads of footballers on their balance. Interesting. And David Armstrong was from Durham City. Zafar goes down the wicket, finds mid-wicket. David sadly passed in August of last year. Just one round the corner there. Charlesworth's quick. And they scamper through. 199 for 5. Zafar on to 7. Charlesworth 66.
Yes, I'm not afraid to use his feet to Patel. There's the short form of the Durham bowling figures, and also how the wickets have fallen. So 2 wickets to Potts, 2 to Patel, 1 to Rain. And we are to see, for the first time, with 11 overs remaining on the day, Paz de Leda.
Yeah. Be interested.
Graham Van Buren said yesterday that even though he's only played a little bit of first-class cricket, there was no excuse of not having footage of him bowling, so you had an idea about the threat he might pose.
Yeah. Bastian Franciscus Wilhelmus de Leda. What's they just setting the field there? Steve Rose has dropped us a line from Baltimore. Enjoying the commentary. He remembers Sabutio cricket. An overzealous delivery would frequently result in 6 byes. Love it. Love it.
So delayed a right arm over the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end. And looks fairly rhythmical approach to the crease and let go by Zafar Gahar. For a long part of the day, we only saw 2 wickets fall. The last wicket of the Durham first innings, which was Ajaz Patel, and then Chris Dent's dismissal at the top of the Gloucestershire innings. Then a stand of 100 for the second wicket, and then a little bit of a flurry of wickets since. Zafar Gahar, eyes lit up there at a wide, short one. He didn't get in the right place to crack it away, and he also fortunately didn't get a touch either. Again, didn't get the front foot right across.
No.
Split field for De Leda. And again, Zafar pushing at that. Again, the front foot went down the pitch, but didn't go far enough across here, really. Just a reminder that, obviously, here we are at nearly 6 o'clock on a Friday. 6 o'clock next Friday. And we're just about doing the toss for the first match in the T20 here at the Seat Unique Stadium against Glamorgan. Tickets available either individually for that game or across the whole of the T20. Zafar forces that past Paul Coughlin. That's a good shot, and that'll go for 4. He's got that exactly where he wanted it. Coughlin was only halfway to the rope, and he's forced it past him. And the way this outfield is, even though after that earlier shout today, it's raced away.
Whilst on the subject of T20, hospitality is still available. It's going fast though. I think the Somerset game, I think it's all sold out, isn't it? But hospitality is still available but going fast, and that is also available for the Cheltenham Cricket Festival as well. If you're listening in from Durham, come down and join us. You'll have a great laugh.
Zafar waits for De Leda and onto the back foot and defends. Yes, if you want to, thinking about buying a a one-day season ticket. There is such a thing. Gloucestershire do on a one-day membership. It's £133, but that will get you into all 7 of the home T20 games and the 4 games in the Royal London as well. So it's 11 days cricket. Basically about £12 a day. That's very good considering the price of individual tickets at some other clubs. Here's delayed it into Zafar, who just pushes that out to Ajaz Patel. And if you're a young adult aged 16 to 24, that ticket price is only £62. So for a young cricket enthusiast in your house, every chance that they could get very good value out of that if they can attend most, if not all, of the games. And of course there is a Women's Ashes game here later this season as well, England against Australia. If you go to the website, the ticket link is in the description of that England-Australia match detail.
Finally, if you're one of the Bedminster Cricket Club lads who's going down to Lola's tomorrow night, come along. Ministry of Sound tickets available online here. Friday 28th July. General admission, as Patel is there. General admission tickets are available on the Gloucester website. As Charlesworth uses his feet, plays it out to mid-off. Don't go to Lola's. Come at the Ministry of Sound here.
He's got to use all his patience, Charlesworth here, as need to get to the end of the day.
Certainly has. That's just played onto the onside. Tossed up by Patel.
3.5 hours plus Charlesworth has been out there.
Batted very well. That's spun.
He's let that go.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a grin there at the bowler, I think, from Charlesworth.
Patel asking questions here. Charlesworth just plays that into the offside and comes through for a comfortable single. 204 for 5. Charlesworth 67.
Do you go by the theory that Zafar as a spinner ought to be able to read Patel better than most?
Yeah, I think they can read him. I just don't think they know how much he's going to turn it out of the rough. You know, some balls might sort of turn a little bit. Zafar plays that one very pleasantly. He's going to get 2. Borthwick's in pursuit. Yeah, I just don't think they know how much it's going to turn or how much it's going to bounce. So that's where Patel's sort of weaponry is, his armoury is. And I think, you know, you don't know, sort of with the rough, some might hit the good bit. Zafar comes down the pitch, smothers it. Some might hit the good bit, some might hit the dirt, the rough bit, and it, you know, could go anywhere. So I think that's the weapon, but I think they can all read it. I think they can all, especially a finger spinner. I mean, he's got no doosra or anything like that. He's got no mystery ball. He's just a standard left arm spinner. He's a good quality one. He doesn't bowl much rubbish. He's got an arm ball. He varies his pace a little bit. He varies his flight a little bit.
Well, Dan made the point earlier about how Durham got to 445 from 214 for 5 they were at one stage. Then the Delader and Clark stand got them to 338, and it went on from there. So, you know, Gloucestershire are not in a much worse position. The difference, though, would be that the tail looks a bit more exposed in the Gloucestershire batting order than it did in the Durham order. Here is Delader, nudged away by Charlesworth into the gap on the offside. That'll go down behind square. There's a chase on for the fielder. It's a good stop. Coghlan again with ground to make up, and they've kept them down to 2 with a good return. Again, he's got a big area to cover, but it's that deft dab was that was a Michael Klinger shot when he was here. So many of his runs were scored not necessarily down the ground, but by using the pace of the ball and to deflect it.
Yeah. That last stand for Durham. I'll come on to it in a minute.
Delayed in again from the far end from our commentary position to Charlesworth. It's defended out to David Bedingham. Took an important catch today to get rid of James Bracey.
That last stand, if that had gone straight away, so if they were 3-7-4 all out, because they were 3-7-4 for 9, say they hadn't put on any runs, Gloucestershire would almost be saving the follow-on by now. As it is, they still need another 90 odd to save the follow-on.
Delayed and Charlesworth. There's a no ball from Delayed. Charlesworth just pushes it out to Patel at cover. With Patel seemingly able to bowl possibly even as far as the close at one end, he's able to rotate his quicker bowlers, isn't he, Scott Borthwick?
Yeah, he is.
Delayed and Charlesworth. Nice shot past Patel, past his left hand. Borthwick on the chase. They'll take 2 as the man at mid-off comes round to field. And Charlesworth into the 70s. He won't be bothered, he won't be thinking, I'm sure, about trying to get to 3 figures tonight. But his most important thing, aside from what does the next ball hold, is getting to the close. He lets that one go, just still prepare. Another no ball from Delayed. He's overstepped twice in this over. Comes back to what Andy Bressington was talking about Brian Brain earlier, and you know, bowling long spells in the nets so that you wouldn't bowl a no ball in a match. Thanks for all your emails on cricket games today, but they've been quite fun. So because there was more than one cricket game available, and depending on where you were, your part of the country or your part of the world, and what was familiar to you. Again, no great pace from Delayed. At least that wasn't an illegal delivery, and Charlesworth again goes through this routine, defends, walks away to the leg side, unstraps his gloves.
Yeah, it came from
does them up again.
The cricket games came from an era of, you know, having only 3 channels on your TV, didn't it? No PlayStations, no computer games.
Delayed. Cut by Charlesworth and caught by Bedingham. That was sharp, and he's taken it, and Charlesworth is out, and Delayed has a crucial breakthrough, you think, for Durham at the end of a day where Charlesworth has batted well over 3.5 hours for 71, and he's edged a sharp chance, and Bedingham has taken his second catch in the slips on the day, and it's 214 for 6.
Yeah, tired shot there from Charlesworth. Batted very well though for that 71. Concentrated really well. He's really disappointed in himself, but a very, very sharp chance pouched by David Bedingham.
Raises his bat as he walks off, and 71 off the back of an 87 says that selection has been justified, and here is the way that long innings ended. Delayed just seeing that cut, and you can see by the way Bedingham has had to, in a sense, go up with his hands. I think he expects it to come a little bit lower than that.
Turned his hands, pointed his fingers pointing upwards.
But he reacted quickly, and Matt Taylor, I think, as we probably all expected, is now in at number 8. Durham, I think, now you have to say, must feel that they can get Gloucestershire out for under the follow-on total. They will think they've got 82 runs to play with. They would think they ought to be able to get these last 4 wickets for less than 82, and then it's entirely up to them what they do from that situation. I feel like you, Dan, that the greater probability is that they will bat. So that will give them the best conditions to bat in if the pitch is wearing, and it will give their bowlers a chance to put the feet up after most of a day in the field today.
Yeah, I agree. I think, there's 209 overs left in this game, isn't there? There's 9 tonight, there's 104 tomorrow, and 96 on Sunday.
Delader into Matt Taylor, who, as we know, got runs at Derby last week, so he too will be feeling a bit more upbeat about his batting. End of Delader's over, so he's come into the attack and he's done a really important job. His first 2 overs have cost 12, including a couple of no balls, but he has taken a wicket.
I mean, we're not even halfway through the game. And yeah, I mean, I just don't think that I can't see Durham wanting to bat last on this wicket at all.
Well, Patel, I reckon, is going to bowl right through to the close here.
I think he might as well. I think he might open up tomorrow morning as well. Here he comes to Zafar, who cuts that one back with a square. Long chase down there. That's Graham Clark down there.
We're not necessarily being pessimistic about the Gloucestershire position. We're just trying to call it fairly. But Durham in the box seat now.
Oh, that's almost bowled, Zafar. Patel's weaving his magic here. Come perilously close to not only his stumps but the outside edge as well. Zafar's going down the wicket. Taylor wants the single. Last thing Gloucestershire need here is a run out. That would be calamitous.
Yeah, the key thing for Durham is they've got all the top 6 out, haven't they? It's not as if there's with Charlesworth's dismissal, it's not as if there is a genuine batsman holding the rest of the middle order together.
Here's Patel over the wicket. Zafar. Oh, there could be a run out here. Zafar just about gets back. Taylor called him through. Zafar was slow getting out the blocks.
He went behind square, so it's Taylor's call.
But they get home. 217. 33 away from a batting point.
Yes, that I suppose is the even shorter target.
Yeah, it is, because Gloucestershire aren't going to win this game from here.
Well, somebody could have an inspired third innings of the match with the ball. Patel in. Oh, it's spoon into the air and it's caught. Matt Taylor's gone. The catch taken by Borthwick. Patel's got another one. And perhaps that single wasn't such a good idea after all.
No.
Here is Patel. Second look at it. It's a little clip, and Taylor knows straight away that Borthwick's got ground to make up, but he's coming forward onto it, and he's clung on to a diving catch, and Taylor goes without troubling the scorers.
Yeah, leading edge there from Matt Taylor. And was that his?
It's his third wicket for Patel. 22 overs, he's into his 22nd over. And I would expect to see Josh Shaw walk out to bat at number 9.
Yeah, Gloucestershire are staring down the barrel here.
It is Josh Shaw. So 110, if you want to go back a bit further, 138 for 2, which perhaps would be the last real milestone. So they've lost 6 wickets for 79. since tea, they've lost 4. In fact, Gloucestershire, of course, took 4 wickets themselves in the last session yesterday. So Durham have replicated that today.
They have. But Gloucestershire fans will not be happy. The lack of first innings runs again comes back to haunt them.
Deleda, having got a wicket in the last over, is being kept on to bowl to Zafar. It's short, and Robinson took his eye off that, and it's gone out of his gloves and bounced over him, and it's gathered in the end by Michael Jones at first slip. Sunshine a little watery now, but thankfully just that one break in play in the day. Deleda to Zafar again, that's back of a length, and Zafar defends, and the Dutchman flicks the ball up off his foot to field it off his own bowling.
Like Naiskins, that wasn't it? Johan Naiskins. Robbie Rinsenbrink.
Guy called Cruyff wasn't bad.
He was all right, but if he'd done a Cruyff there, he'd have spun it round the back and foxed umpire Shanmugam in one move.
Deleda to Zafar, who wants 2, having worked that out into the deep on the leg side. Patel's on the chase. He tries to throw it to the bowler's end. Some, again, good backing up by Potts. All seems to be aware of where the throw is going. And they've come back for a couple. Zafar's got 18. Josh Shaw needs to hang around with him for the rest of the day and for quite a while tomorrow. The leader again short, and doesn't give Robinson much chance there. It's given as a wide by the umpire. It was quite a long way down the leg side, and the batsmen have also crossed for 1 run.
Oh, oh dear! It's a massive wide.
It went a long. I mean, that wasn't the trajectory of the ball. It went a long way when it pitched. But Deleda not making it easy for Robinson, that's for sure. He's going to stay over the wicket to Josh Shaw. Somebody else playing in their first 4-day game of the season. Deleda to him and digs it out straight to Patel.
Josh can bat.
At point. Yeah, he got. I think it was in the promotion season in 2019 where Gloucestershire were left to get about 110 at Worcester to win late in the season. He went in as night watchman. I think he got that. Well, that was his 42. I think that he got that season. That was his career best score, and still is. Helped Gloucestershire win the game. He gets his bat one out of the way there.
No ball.
And another no ball from Deleda.
Yeah, he got highest score of 29 last year in the county championship.
Overall career average is only just over 12, so you know, there will be days when he fails at the bat, but he's capable of hanging around for a while with somebody perhaps with more shots at the other end. Deleda and Shaw lets that go. Robinson's work today with the gloves has been a bit untidy, hasn't it?
Yeah, been a little bit scrappy.
The bounce hasn't helped him in the sense that there has been a little bit of inconsistency there, but some of his takes have not been that clean. In Championship last year, his highest score was 29 in 5 games. Shaw waits and defends back up the pitch. Deleda's overs are taking longer because there's often a no ball thrown in there, and Scott Borthwick's just having a chat with him. that might be it, I think. He's taken his hat. Yes, he wants Rain to bowl at the other end for the closing overs of the day. I mean, Deleda arguably has done his job because he's got the key wicket of Charlesworth. He's bowled, only bowled 3 overs. They seem to have taken a while. And I think we're going to have, with 6 overs to go, probably 3 from Patel and maybe a final burst from Rain at the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, Patel's 23rd over here. 3 for 76, 3 maidens there. It's been impressive.
Lees is being sent out into the deep on the leg side.
That's the beauty of Zafar. I'll come on to it after this ball. Oh, that's spat. The beauty of Zafar is you don't know what's going to happen.
Does Zafar know?
No, I don't think he does. I think, sometimes he just goes for it as the ball's in mid-air. Oh, that's gone through everyone. That's gone through Robinson. And that's going to be 4 byes. As Ian was saying there, Robinson's keeping has been a little untidy today. And that's 10 byes to the total.
That's gone. I appreciate there's not been much bounce there, but that's just gone straight through. It hasn't turned, and he just hasn't taken it cleanly.
You shouldn't be letting through byes on the offside. Down the leg side, yes, but not on the offside. Oh, that's bowl. That's stumped. That's come back off Robinson's pads. Zafar is out of his crease, and I think that's been stumped. Let's have a look at this. Oh, how unlucky is that?
Zafar is saying that's where he's looking back at his back foot. Now, I don't know whether James Healy's got another camera we can look at for close enough to see where Zafar's foot was, but Zafar has been given out by umpire Surendaran Shanmugam, stumped by Ollie Robinson. All the Durham players up for that decision, and it's very hard for us to tell. It's at the opposite end from our commentary position.
When your luck's out, your luck's out.
And
Akhtar is going to come in.
Yeah, Zuman Akhtar coming in at number 10 ahead of Ajit Singh Dale. Well, Durham were 9 down at the close last night.
Yeah, they were, but
Gloucestershire might be 9 down here because Zuman Akhtar, we don't know a lot about his batting, but this will be a nervous situation for him, and Durham, I think, will crowd him, particularly to the spinner.
Yeah, I think they will. I think he's got, a big task on his hands on a pitch that's doing a bit. Patel's got the conditions, and he's utilising the conditions very well.
His 4th wicket. So how many close fielders will there be? The answer is 4. 2 slips, a silly mid-off and a short leg.
Yeah.
3 balls left in this over for Akhtar to try and survive.
It will go down as Robinson stumping. So Patel. And that's gone straight away. First ball, caught second slip. That's Matty Potts there. And it's now a procession. Patel's got a fifer. And Gloucestershire are staring down the barrel of no batting bonus points in the first innings.
And Durham won't want to bat tonight, will they? 2:27 for 9. There are still 5 overs to go in theory.
Two will get taken off for the change of innings.
They would, but I don't think Durham would want to bat tonight.
No.
So they might even get to a point where they actually almost bowl a bit negatively for a couple of overs just to take that out of the equation. Ajit Singh coming out to bat. And 6 wickets have fallen in, actually 6 wickets have fallen in 20 overs, I think, because we've had a shortened session since tea. Hammond was out of the last ball before tea. So in just over 21 overs, Gloucestershire have lost 6 wickets.
Yeah.
And there was a point earlier in the afternoon when James Healy and I looked at each other and said, Patel doesn't seem to be doing very much with the ball. And then things just started to happen for him.
Yeah, they certainly did. And tomorrow is going to be a very difficult day. Just one man is outside of the close circle here. Patel tosses one up and that it's all going off here. Short mid on, drills it short mid on, who has a little flick out of the stumps. It goes past Patel and they think, shall we run this? So Zongnak has faced 1 ball in first class cricket. Ajit Singh goes down the track. Again, can only pick out Michael Jones at mid-on. That completes the over. 2:27 for 9.
So 5 overs to go. So that once this over starts, Durham, if a wicket fell, Durham will only need to bat for 2 overs. But they've got to take the last wicket first in order to do that. But they have got now full bowling points from the game.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire, there's only 2 results possible now. Durham win, which is probably 80% likely, or maybe a 20% draw. Gloucestershire, if Durham do stick them in, Gloucestershire have to bat for 2 days to save this game.
Yes,
or for 5 sessions at least.
Yes, they're still at least 200 behind, and I think the bowlers would appreciate a day with their feet up. Here's Coughlin back into the attack, and Josh Shaw defends it out on the leg side.
Durham's bowlers would appreciate it.
Yes,
yeah,
they would.
Yeah, I get that.
Even if they were bowled out for 150, Gloucestershire would be left to get 350 to win.
Yeah.
On a wearing pitch. Shaw waits for Coughlin, and that's short and taken by Robinson down the leg side. Yeah, Borthwick's, I think you might say, well, he's had a variety of bowlers in his attack, and he's had a key stop bowler available in Patel, but he's also had a wicket-taking bowler available. He's taken 5 for 76 in 23 overs. But he feels like he's shuffled his bowlers well. Coughlin in and Shaw defends.
Yeah, he has, but Gloucestershire have, gone with sort of the 5 bowlers plus Charlesworth, and
Durham effectively used 4. I mean, Delada's only bowled 3 overs. Yes, he's taken 1 key wicket, but effectively it's a 4-man attack, isn't it?
Yep.
But when you've got a guy who can bowl 23 overs on the reel, it helps a lot. Shaw again defends. Lovely evening sunshine here now in Bristol. If you are around the area tomorrow, of course, play will start at 11. Forecast is good for tomorrow, as it is for Sunday, and don't forget there is free admission after tea on both days.
Paul Spence has been in touch on the email. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Coughlin to Shaw. Again, it's short, and Shaw gets out of the way.
Enjoying your commentary? Could do with a partnership? Oh, yes. He played Test match cricket and Subbuteo cricket and also employed dubious water tactics. As a young boy in the early 60s, I played playing card cricket for hundreds of hours.
Coghlan to shore, and lets that go on length more than anything else. End of Coghlan's over. There is a bit of a dark cloud away to the right, actually, but I think we're going to get through okay to the end.
So playing card cricket. What's this? All right, okay, here we go. You found the game in an MCC annual and you removed the court cards. You then shuffled and placed one card followed by another card alongside. As an example, you'd deal an ace, then a 6, which would equate to 4 runs for the batsman. How does that work? If you dealt a 2 and another 2, that was bowled, so the batsman was out. 3 and a 7 would be LBW. I've never heard of this game. But that form of dismissal allowed the batsman to appeal by a cut of the card. The spade would be out. In the annual was a sheet with 100 squares.
My IQ wouldn't cope with that, I don't
Which
think.
would equate to the various combinations. That's a big heave by Ajit Singh Dale. He's batted well this season at times. Batted well at Worcester, batted well at Derbyshire. Here's Patel. Ajit plays that back. So Paul Spencer filled up thousands of scorecards in the days when Arthur Milton and David Green would open. It's time you two to bring us a bit of luck. Well, we're trying. That's tossed up. Ajit tries to smash that one and misses it.
So if Durham don't take a wicket in this over, they won't bat tonight.
Oh, and they nearly took one there, but there's going to be 4 onto the total as that flies through the slip cord and off the edge. Well bowled again, Patel. Potts risen a bit early there, hasn't he? It's hard once you rise to get back down. That's what they always say to wicket keepers. And slip cordons is exactly the same principle. Don't rise too early, because once you're up, you can't get back down. Short, and Singhdale cuts, but doesn't go anywhere.
Gloucester still need 19 for a batting point.
Nice shot there by Ajit Singh Dale, well fielded by Scott Borthwick. 2-3-2 for 9. Singh Dale on 5, Josh Shaw yet to score.
So Durham now know they won't bat this evening. Whatever happens, they will take. There are 3 overs left. We'll start the one, and then the other 2 would be removed for any gap between innings. So the question is whether Coghlan and Patel can nip out this last wicket this evening. And if they did, then we'd have to wait until tomorrow for any idea about what they would do tactically. Obviously, if these two stay together, that decision will be delayed into the morning, and it's short from Coghlan. I struggle to see the tactic from Coghlan in this Durham team. He's not bowling very much at the stumps. A lot of it is back of a length or even shorter than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's played much. I mean, obviously Bryden Cast missing from this attack as well, who's adds to the pace, doesn't he? He's quick, Bryden Cast.
Coghlan again, and there's a gap on the leg side, and Singhdale tries to mow one through it with a big hoik across the line. He'll get a single, rather untidy fashion. 2:33 for 9. As you can see, it will be 72 overs potentially on the day by the time we get to the close. So Durham wouldn't have long If they needed a new ball tomorrow, they would have it within 8 overs. Coghlan to Shaw. This time he does able to defend it out on the offside. If you've been with us all day, thank you for your company as ever. If you've joined us late and unclear about the tale of the day, well, Durham's last wicket pair this morning added a further 52 before Ajaz Patel was last out, caught by James Bracey off Matt Taylor for 22. Coghlan was left 59 not out, 445 the final Durham first innings score. Shaw squeezes that into the leg side, no run, so that meant they were short of a 5th batting point. Zafar finished with 4 for 130, Dale 2 for 91, Matt Taylor 2 for 79, and then Josh Shaw and Zaman Akhtar, the other wicket takers, didn't bowl today. And then Gloucestershire lost Chris Dent early on, LBW to Matty Potts. There didn't appear to be too much bother when the second wicket pair were together. Shaw again defends, out to Patel in the gully. Charlesworth and Harris added exactly 100 for the second wicket. Harris in the end was caught by Robinson off Patel for 52, and then there was a steady trickle of wickets through the middle order in and around a 71 from Ben Charlesworth before he was sharply taken by Beddingham at second slip off Deleda. Short can't get that force past Baltic, got to pick up a single out on the offside to extra cover. He will keep the strike. There are 2 overs left on the day, but in that middle order, Hammond bowled by Rain, shouldering arms for 18. Jack Taylor bowled through the gate by Patel for 16. Bracey caught it by Beddingham at slip off Potts. That was a good shot. That was a good catch for 14, and Zavagahar stumped by Robinson off Patel for 18. So, you know, some semblance of a start from all those 4, but Matt Taylor and Zaman Akhtar both made naught. Patel's taken both of those wickets, and he, having bowled unchanged since well before tea, has taken 5 for 81.
Yeah, that's where the problem lies. 21, 16, 14, 18 from your 4 to 7. Tossed up, and that's been hit nicely by Josh Shaw for 4.
I don't think Baltic spotted where that had gone, you know.
No, nor did I, actually. I couldn't pick that up at all.
He stood, I think, looking for the ball to go to his left, and it had gone to his right at mid-on. He's patrolling a big area there.
That's gone up in the air, but it's landed safely, and they're going to come back for a second. And score moves on to 240. 10 away from a batting point.
Field a little bit spread now for Shaw.
That's well bowled, goes past the outside edge. This is very similar to the Sussex game. Sussex, a couple of weeks back, or 3 weeks ago, got 455. Durham got 445. Crunched by Shaw, but only out to mid-off. The difference was that Sussex declared 5 down, whereas Durham were bowled out. In response, Gloucestershire were bowled all out for 248. And that has gone down the leg side for more buys.
Patel's not happy with Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson sort of the scarecrow defence there, arms outstretched. But Patel wasn't happy that the keeper once again has let the extras total go up once. 14 buys for Robinson.
Elton John's Farewell World Tour's got less buys than this, hasn't it? Two, 4, 4.
Patel, and that's gone. Has that gone all the way? That's 6. That's a batting point. Well done, Josh Shaw.
And there's the cheer from those left down in front of the Thatchers.
I think Gloucestershire needed that mentally, you know. I think it's a great bit of counter-attacking.
Still need another 46 though.
But Shaw showing that sort of what Coughlin did this morning. Just playing against the spin and pumping him over sort of cow corner, mid-wicket, long on. It's a big strong boy, Josh. Yorkshire lad.
Was that shot a Shawshank Redemption?
Oh, Ian Randall. Very, very good.
Wasn't a shank actually, was it?
It wasn't a shank, no.
Last over of the day. Coughlin to Ajit Singh Dale. Split field, 3 slips. He doesn't want a single. Out to ball, wicket mid-off. So, if Gloucestershire are going to be a long way behind on first innings, as looks likely, at least they've got 1 batting point. The difference in that Sussex match was that so much time had been taken out of the game that they had to enforce the follow-on. They had no choice.
Yeah, they did.
Durham do have in 1 wicket's time they have a choice, and Tyngdale gets inside that and must make sure that there's no feather edge. So Patel's going to finish the day with 25 overs bowled off the reel, 4 maidens, 5 for 93. 2 wickets for Potts and 1 for Rain and 1 for Deleda. Coughlin into Singdale, who defends. He'll take 1. There's a gap on the leg side, and Durham won't be too fussed about giving away a single at this point. There are 31 extras in that total of 251, you know. That's with a bit more discipline. Durham could still be, I mean, they are a long way ahead as it is, but that lead could still be well over 200. Potts coming in to a more orthodox short leg. Coughlin to Shaw. He gets hit rather jumpy defence, but just hobbles away. I think he's okay. And 2 balls left on this second day. Talk of any number of cricket games, walkers and talkers, and the community arm of the club all on the stream today. Hope you've enjoyed our various guests. Andy Brassington was great to have this afternoon. Coughlin again to Shaw, who defends back at the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We've had some really good guests. Marcus North yesterday was superb. Graham Van Buren, excellent. Andy Brassington, wonderful, wonderful guest.
And just such a humble, in a sense, he made it sound such a humble idea about the walkers and talkers, didn't he? And the whole thing from small acorns and all that.
Yeah.
But 1 ball left, and they're going to bring Clark in at short leg under the lid. They're going to move Potts to leg gully, and Deleda almost to a second leg gully. So here's the double bluff for the Yorker, I suspect.
Body line.
Coughlin to Shaw, and Shaw spooned it over Ajaz Patel. It's going to spin away over the rope, and Gloucestershire will get a boundary off the last ball of the day to take them to 255 for 9. Shaw will finish on 17 not out, and Ajit Singh Dale is on 7, and they'll go out tomorrow needing 41 to avoid the follow-on. That just might be a little bit tricky for Durham. How do they play that? They've had a good day in the field today. They haven't got a lot of runs to play with in terms of that follow-on, but I still think that whatever happens, either side of that total, they'll be batting again.
Yeah, well, in the 8 overs before tea, Gloucestershire were probably careless to lose a couple of wickets, and the top order then opened the door to those lower down. You said at tea, Ian, if Gloucestershire only lose 1 wicket this session, they'll be pleased with that. They lost 6, and that tells the story.
Yeah,
Credit to Durham, though. Credit to Durham. They've been absolutely fantastic, and Ajaz Patel has bowled with flight, guile, cunning, and he's got the ball to spit with venom out of the rough.
And if it's going to get even more like that over the remaining 2 days, that's why Durham won't want to be batting last. As our umpires make their way off the field, thanks to the ground staff for their efforts today, because there was that untimely shower during the lunch interval, which meant covers had to be dragged on and off very quickly. Thanks to them, thanks to James Healy as ever on the cameras, to you for your company, whether you've been with us all day or part of it. And Dan and I and Jim will see you tomorrow at 5 to 11 when, as it was this morning, the team batting have their last pair at the crease. Gloucestershire, in reply to Durham's 445, 251 for 9 at the close, 71 from Ben Charlesworth. He'll have some work to do in the second innings, you sense, but he's been the man of the day for Gloucestershire. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 to 11.